right this second, what has happened? As like an overview. We were talking about the crowns and da-da-da. Like, so anyway, your twin brother
has been a real problem.
Has been alright, so Randy, the way we were thinking it is like maybe Thomas and your character just kind of like hijacked it with Julio Gallo and the other gnomes from last time. Went back to the city. Now you've kind of been informed. There's this whole like crazy thing with the city of Tuma, like weird stuff happened. Right this second, last adventure, there was your twin brother, Septrell. I don't know what your name is.
You know, I'll go with Soren.
Soren, love it. S-O-R-E-N.
That's a good name.
That's a good name. All right, cool. So you are Soren. Your twin brother, Septrell, is also a thief. He stole he took the crown from the kings of Tuma, and he decided not to sell it to Arcais, the guy who's going to free the souls from the ancient city. And instead, what he decided to do was he was going to sell it to the local merchant, Dobby, who runs Clifford's General Mercantile. And once he did that, he thought that was a really good idea. Then he put his coat of velvet behind him, then he came back in and he saw the chest where Dobby was keeping the crown. So then he stole it out of the chest. And in doing so, when he did this, he was wearing his coat, belt, and condom. Somehow, Julio Gallo, you may remember him, you traveled with him, he was the gnome navigator for Robert, the pirate gnome. So he somehow saw this weird, strange displacement of things behind him, was like, oh no, an orcish spy. And critted your brother with a stone. And then somehow Septrell was like, I gotta get out of here. So he grabbed the crown, he had the crown, he ran outside, he goes out in the street, he ends up somehow at the tavern. And somehow along your travels at the rock, unbeknownst to you, because this was like a new person for you, the party found this beautiful dwarf that Iram has become somehow infatuated with, named Dunark. Dunark Iron Fist, your
In my mind, we're
today. Your cleric right now, and where is Dunark? He is here somewhere. Come here, Dunark.
He's looking handsome.
He's looking handsome. So
Whatever
there's
he's doing.
there is a dwarf with you that can help heal you.
That is wonderful.
That is wonderful and useful. So, dun dun dun. But anyway, so Septrell, your brother, for no reason really. I don't know if there was really a reason. Was there a reason?
He's just totally chaotic.
He went crazy and was possessed by an evil spirit. This is the story you will have heard at this point. By the evil cleric renegade Elwyn possessed Septrell and made him backstab Dunark, the cleric who had helped everyone else at the Forgotten City, or the Lost City. So, anyway, that kind of looks like a dwarf. That can be done. All right. So Septrell tried to stab him. When that happened, there was like chaos ensued, parties going, trying to talk sense to Septrell because he'd gone crazy and been possessed. Julio Gallo thought he was an orcish spy. All of a sudden, there were literal orcs that attacked the town, making him look more like an orcish spy as they tried to burn down the shrine, right? Making it look like a renegade or cleric would have sent these orcs to burn down the shrine in the town. Madness happened. So now, the rest of the party may be somewhere else. They may magically appear somehow. But right this second, you three and Dunark have been hired to go to the fortress of Elwyn to track her down and find a way to stop her possession of Septrell, your brother. You've been provided a map of the fortress, and we pick it up right at the beginning where you guys are facing from the trees in the brush. It looks like the front door.
Sorry, what is our goal?
All right. Your goal would be to find Elwyn and either capture or destroy her, or find a way to stop her possession of Septrell. There's also another goal here, which the patriarch, in your talking with him, has also described. You've each been offered 1,000 gold pieces on the return of Elwyn, alive or dead. But there is also another prize. The patriarch has described a magical bell, which is a religious relic that he would also like to treat. And there's general knowledge here. All right, so I will convey it to you here. should be quite familiar with it, even though you never heard of it. The information in this section may be freely given to the players. I don't mind Xeroxing this. Xeroxing it. The church, I'm told my age.
Actually, I want you to Xerox that.
I can't. But I thought it would be also cool to just hear this story
Okay.
as it reads out of the module here.
I'm just saying I want it Xeroxed.
The Church of Keramikos, because this also tells you a little bit about the religious dealings in the duchy of Keramikos. And so, the Church of Keramikos is widespread and popular mainly among the ruling classes of the Great Duchy. However, one of its lesser orders most popular with the common folk is the Order of Chardastes. So basically in the duchy you have the Church of Trilandra, which is like the native church, and you have the church that Duke Keramikos brought with him when they came to conquer the wilderness, which is the Church of Keramikos. So one of the orders of the Keramikos, or Church of Keramikos, is this thing called the Order of Chardastes. The order grew out of an incident that happened more than 300 years ago. And at that time, there were many places in Keramikos dedicated to Trilandran worship. A small sanctuary in Marilanev, later renamed Spectrum, which is the capital, was one of those sites. One day, a woman who was very sick, she went to the sanctuary and she prayed to have her health return. And while she was praying, alone in the sanctuary, a being called Chardastes appeared to the woman. And he told her that the religion of your people is false. My way is the only true religion. And to prove this, he laid his hands on the woman, God only knows where, and cured her of all her illnesses. He also left behind on the altar a wonderful magical bell. The bell, ordinary size and shape, had been made of purest platinum, and what made it so remarkable was that it had no clapper. Instead, it rang magically whenever it was picked up. When the Phaeacians settled in Keramikos, they incorporated the sanctuary into the Church of Keramikos. So, much in the same way you would, now this is our church. The story of the bell is spread far and wide, and each year on the anniversary of the miracle, hundreds of people flock to the small building, hoping to be cured by Chardastes. They crowd into the sanctuary, 100 or so at a time, and pray as the clergy sings the sacred words, and list the magical bell. And most are disappointed, but so many have had their prayers answered by Chardastes that the order has flourished continually ever since. All of that changed 5 years ago. And at that time, there was a cleric in the order whose name was Elwyn. Elwyn was very dedicated to the church and had been well rewarded by the patriarchs and matriarchs of the church. But that, apparently, was not enough. There were rumors that Elwyn had begun practicing with edged weapons and researching the spells of magic users, trying to learn abilities of other classes instead of dedicating themselves to the order and the church. This was a serious charge indeed, but before anyone could prove the charges, Elwyn vanished without a trace. And so to the horror of the people, the sacred bell of Chardastes that was kept in the sanctuary was gone too.
Okay, so she sold the bell. So
Sold the bell.
What happens when it rings? Does it heal you or something?
It's supposed to bring Chardastes in his presence to cure people of their illnesses.
Interesting.
And it has worked in the past. But for the last 5 years, there's been no sound of the magical clapper of the bell. The order has been in a state of crisis ever since. Oh, hey, how's it going? The faithful still come at the sanctuary on the holy
Let me
day,
scoot over so y'all can sit down.
but there have been no miraculous.
Can we just sit and listen?
Oh, sure. You can grab a character and play it if you want.
I brought my D&D character.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
All right,
yay.
I didn't bring mine.
right on. Well, what level are you?
I'm level 3.
Level 3 will work. All right,
Three sounds
cool.
right.
Sounds good. You're playing 2nd edition, so that may be a little weird.
It's your character. It's a 5e character sheet, so that.
Right on. We'll work around. Well, what class is it?
Cleric.
Cleric? Okay, cool, they need a cleric. Alright, cool.
So the dwarf magically changed into his
Is
character.
it cool if you just play a dwarf that we already have sort of in the game? And then I've already got like, okay, that's cool, that's cool, that's cool.
Yeah, because it would be a little hard to transfer a 5e character
you go back
to
to
a.
that's cool.
My character is a Kenku.
Yeah, there are no Kenkus.
Yeah, there's no
Kenkus do
Kenku.
not exist.
I was going to say, I did some research.
That's cool.
Congratulations.
Well,
you're
normally
not
we do play as edition, but like that Dungeon Master can't be here. Not. So you are going to be.
I have every one of my lists.
Alright, your name is Dunark.
See, what's funny is
Iron-
we're supposed to be playing these.
Iron
Iron
Fist.
Fist.
We came in here on the day we were supposed to be playing D&D. But we
Cool.
canceled D&D because of some misconceptions.
Yeah.
And the fact that I wasn't grabbed from my house.
To be
Gotcha.
fair, my mom wouldn't even come get me. So like,
Okay, let me grab one other thing, and then you will have characters. Dun, dun, dun.
So this person is now Dunark.
Yes.
Well, listen, I've got some news for you. My name is Iram. Not really anything, and I'm deeply, like, hysterically almost in love with you.
That's cool.
Okay. Like it's a problem.
I'm used to that kind of stuff.
Okay.
So now you get to have a spell.
Follow me in my Kenku character for this one's game.
yeah, I've got a love interest lined up for you. All I have to do is not screw up the roll.
And,
Okay, so
Alright, so randomly, we're in the middle of this cool, awesome introduction. Let me just make sure your thing over here. Okay, you're still on that.
What is your name?
My name is Cindy.
I'm Kira. What is your name?
you call me Jackie or Charlotte, it doesn't matter.
Okay, my name's Kira. It's nice to meet y'all.
Oh wow, tell me your name again.
Uh,
You're Cindy.
You know me.
You're Mike's. That kid, I know who you are, right?
you can call me Jack.
Jack? Is that what other people call you?
Yeah.
Is that what you want to be called?
Either Jackie or Charlotte.
Okay,
Do
cool.
you prefer
Alright.
either one of those? Because I'll
Well-
call you whatever you prefer.
It doesn't matter between either of them.
Okay.
Okay,
Uh,
so,
I'm told you know David Eaton's.
Yes.
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 That would be my mother's fiance.
oh, okay,
Okay.
alright, cool, awesome. So Jack, Munson, Kevin, Thomas, Kira,
Cindy.
Cindy, Jack, Cindy.
You've known me
You already
since I was
know, you already know each
four.
other. Alright, but then we also have character names just to make things more confusing. And then 5, 4,
turn the Doom music on.
2. Oh, you're good. Alright, cool. You're gonna keep this thing, I'm gonna give you a maze +1. You have a 19. Alright, so the way that you have these beautiful spells down here at the bottom. And the way I do magic is you don't have to memorize any of this stuff. You just know how to like wield your magical power from the astral realm into the prime material plane. So you can cast 4 mana before you have to rest. You can get 1 mana back per hour. If something's got a 1 on it over here, it costs 1 mana. If it's got a 2 over there, it costs 2. You got chainmail, a shield, pretty good dex. You got chainmail, right? Okay, mace +1, and then you got slings.
Would you like to see my Kenku's character sheet real quick?
Oh, right on. I mean, that'd be cool.
It's in my bag.
Oh, right on.
This right here is my D&D kit.
Yeah, I couldn't see these two. I could only see you and him.
Oh, right
So
on.
like we walk in and then like, wait, are they doing a lesson right now? I don't want to interrupt their lesson. And then Jack's like, no, they're in the right spot and neither of them are holding an instrument.
And I'm like, I think they're playing D&D on the night we're supposed to be playing D&D.
That's cool.
It worked out great.
So this is the thing, is like when you sleep at night, this is who you become in your dreams. But then when you wake up, you're just a dwarf.
So
That's
basically,
cool.
You fantasize about yourself as a giant bird.
Yeah, and then you can fly around and you
No,
you know,
kinkers can't fly, they're cursed.
this one can enter dreams. Or in his dream. You know what I mean? Like,
well,
I don't know, I just thought it was a cool background story.
Okay, so
Definitely play it.
their patron is Odin himself, and the spear they wield is Odin's spear.
Oh, right on.
But at like level 5 was it? I'll be able to
Give me
use-
like
Right.
3,000
You
gold.
said 1,000.
Hold on to this
Stick
though,
with
because we
that.
normally play first Saturdays here at the shop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and if Raul makes it, then we'll be playing fifth edition. Yeah, and then I get to play two. No,
Perhaps I could
You know, that
just use
checks
my
out.
ability
I was like,
to-
oh, Raul plays D&D, and I was like, no way, that checks out.
right on. So right this second, there's this whole crazy plot line that happened where you were done. Well, did you want to play two? Cindy, you want to
I'm
play?
fine.
Okay, all right, cool. So you were attacked blindly by someone you thought was your friend. And the assumption taken away from everyone who happened to be there, especially the clerics, were that you have been possessed by an evil cleric by the name of Elwyn. And so right this second, or no, I'm sorry, the person who attacked you was, possessed.
Yeah.
So you and your compatriots, Iram, the warrior, princess, or no, you're a man now?
Well, I feel like the name is really sort of masculine leaning, but it doesn't matter to
Sit
me.
down.
Iram the
It's a
warrior.
character, I don't care.
Do you want to keep
I'm
Mars or
just
change?
the warrior.
All right, Mars. All right, Mars the wizard, and Soren the rogue.
But like, how much
Or
do you
sorry,
have?
the life
These are
warrior.
so cool. Like, I don't have the exact same set.
You have these.
So
These are repacked at Walmart.
These
right
are
this second,
mine are
all of
not
you
mine.
have traveled to the fortress of Elwyn, provided the location by the priests, and the patriarch is going to pay each of you 1,000 gold pieces if you can bring back Elwyn alive or dead. And then there's also a reward for a magical bell. How much is that reward?
Yeah, you told us.
2,000 gold pieces, but that's not each,
Just total.
just for the bell. Okay, so
We
you
need
can
to up
split
that
that.
price a little bit, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A platinum bell that can heal.
It's more
bring
important-
down a god to
Can
heal
we
people.
go back and renegotiate that?
Yeah, what? No.
What sort of terms is it?
Well, we can renegotiate once we get the
You
bell.
can
Yeah, once we
renegotiate
have it,
once
we
you
just take it in
have
front of you.
Elwyn alive or dead and the bell, perhaps, but right this second, no. Alright,
It's like, come on, this bell is.
this is where I went wrong last week. It's like I gave two people too many
He
options.
gave us
Sorry.
way too much power last time, and it was chaos.
No, like, I have 3 jobs
Where's the fan? Because that's
in my
what
job board chat, and they don't want to play any of them, so like, it's just,
Right this second, I'm conveying this awesome legend about this magical bell given by a being named Chardastes, who gifted the bell that magically can ring itself and summons Chardastes to heal people at a shrine. And right this second, Elwyn, in addition to recruiting minions of chaos to attack the town threshold that you're from, also has stolen this bell years ago. And the patriarch is really just needs to, one, so that Elwyn will stop possessing your brother, right? Who tried to attack you, so there's a vendetta there also. And there's also this magical bell that's a magical relic that goes in the shrine that's, there's also a reward for it. So I'm reading through this beautiful part of the adventure right here for stuff that you're supposed to already know. So
Usually I go for chaotic
Self-interest.
right on.
Well,
And,
that's-
and if you want to have like I rolled through pre-rolls at people. If you want to play that character a different way and change that on your own, that's cool. All right, I'm perfectly okay with that. If you're acting crazy, chaotic, neutral, and looking after a whole bunch of self-interest, and all of a sudden an interesting weapon comes up that's a good weapon, then you know what I'm saying?
It's like a chaotic neutral tends to be self-interested. They're the stock neutral
Absolutely.
mercenary. You pay them, they do a job.
Absolutely. So if you want to play that character that way, go right ahead.
I mean, that's kind of how I play my character.
That's cool.
he is completely new to the game, so like, when he was creating his game, I was just like, just go chaotic neutral, because you can roleplay that, and it won't really matter what you do.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I was
Well,
gonna
and
go
and
chaotic
we've already had
neutral while I
people
was
who started
making
with one
my
alignment and ended up somewhere else, and like we're just,
And then I'll tweak it in a month if you feel like you want to.
You just try to avoid chaotic stupid.
Yes, please. But
I
I will support whatever you wish to do somehow. In one capacity.
so long as I'm not like marking the BBEG with like a nuke.
No. So anyway, this order of Chardaste, since the bell has been stolen, has been in a state of crisis ever since. The faithful still come to the sanctuary up on the holy days. There have been no miraculous cures since the bell vanished. The numbers of the faithful have decreased in recent years. And some time ago, rumors of a powerful hostile force began to spring up. It was said that someone had built a large, monstrous fortress in a distant section of the country, and that those who attempted to investigate it had never returned. Recently, these rumors have been corroborated since y'all were just attacked in the town by these minions of chaos, and the Patriarch has supplied this map of the fortress, and also the location of where it is. The Patriarch Shirlane is interested in having this fortress investigated, and has offered each of you 1,000 gold pieces for bringing back Elwyn, alive or dead, and has also offered you another 2,000 gold pieces for the return of the magical relic of the Shrine of Chardas. And we open up, you're now the fortress of Elwyn. And we go around the table, and everybody gets to say what they want to do. So, right this second. Yes.
Does this give any other entrances other than, looking at the map, does it give any other entrances other than the front door?
We'll say, like, right this second, y'all have kind of like circumvented, cut through like trees and stuff around, and this is the only entrance that you've been able to find. Not saying there isn't another one, but to the best of your knowledge, this is the
Do
only
we see
way.
any guards outside?
You do not see any guards outside.
Any patrols? Or any signs of patrols?
Let's see. Oh, there's this thing. It says outside the fortress. Hold it.
Maybe this one.
You have traveled far into the wilderness, and finally you have arrived at your destination, the mysterious fortress that you suspect may harbor Elwyn and the mystic bell of Chardastes. Your guide has turned back. Wait, you don't have a guide. He is the guide. Wait, look, they're over there. All right, you follow a path that leads out of the forest and into a clearing. There before you is an enormous building. It is nearly black and looks as if it might be made of iron. Suddenly, there's a hard smell, and you see 4 ugly humanoids emerge from the forest to your left.
Ew.
Oh no. 1, 2, 3. Ugly humanoids approaching. Dun, dun, dun. Ooh, yeah, these are nasty. Okay, cool. Alright, so, you
Get
see
back
them
to
starting to
yourself.
approach you. I don't know if we should roll initiative.
Probably.
Yeah, we probably should.
I
All
worry
right.
it's not.
So the way we roll initiative, Jack, all right, is you take a 10-sided dice. All right, because this is probably not like, this is not like, all right,
No, this is definitely not.
this is definitely not for the division. All right, so we're going to take a 10-sided dice and then roll it, and what you want to do is roll low.
I got a 0, that's a 10, right?
That is a 10.
Okay.
Yeah, 10 minus
I got
0 is,
4.
or 10.
And if you have a dex bonus, you get your dex bonus on.
Do keep in mind your initiative value, not just a negative 3.
Oh, so I got a 7.
Yes.
You
No,
got
no,
a
no, no, it's minus.
Oh, minus.
minus
Sorry.
1. So, yeah, you go right now. It looks like
I
you're
go
going
at 5.
High five.
She gets a 10.
10.
I rolled
A 2, that's okay, that's good. Because the way that we do initiative, just for simplicity, is whoever gets the lowest initiative goes first, and then we go around the table. So ideally, what you would actually want to do, even though I'm going to make all of you roll initiative, is you really want this guy to end up low every time, because then all of you would get to go before me. Does that make sense? All right, and then we continue around the table for the rest of the combat. It's just, all right. So dun dun dun, Soren.
Drawing.
You see enemies.
You see these evil. Roll a wisdom check. Actually, everybody roll a wisdom check as you see these humanoids.
And this is rolling. A check is low, right?
Yep. So
Ah,
when you roll a
that's
check,
about
now,
one.
is you take your 20-sided, and you want to
Yeah,
roll.
I
If
rolled
say
a
it's
natural
check, you want to roll
I rolled a
low.
17.
All right. You want to roll lower than your wisdom, which is probably very high.
I rolled 1.
You roll a 1. That's
rolled
a
a
that's a crit make. Is what that is. For a check.
I rolled a 1.
You roll a 1. You also crit make. You guys go. Wait, actually, hold on. Alright, so,
Nice scratch.
Yeah.
look at these humanoids.
I just-
You've heard of them. You absolutely recognize them. You know exactly what the freak they are. And, it's like it's over here. I know the alphabet. Alright. You see things that look like this.
Oh, they're troglodytes.
Troglodytes. Right? Troglodytes are a warlike race of carnivorous reptilian humanoids that dwell in natural subterranean caverns and in the cracks and crevices of mountains. They hate men above all other creatures. They often launch bloody raids on human communities in search of food and steel. Troglodytes stand about 6 feet tall. They're covered in rough and leathery scales. They have toothy lizard head-like heads. Males are easily distinguished from females by the fin-like crest that runs across their heads and down their necks, and these are males.
Can I distract them with beef jerky?
Maybe on your turn. All right, Soren, what did you want to do? You go. There's 4 troglodytes over there.
I want to ready my bow.
You ready your bow? All right, cool. Did you want to go ahead and shoot one or no?
Yeah, because
Yeah,
this
it's
is
gone.
All right, you're gonna go ahead and shoot them. All right, and dun 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 with these guys. Woo! Where are you? Oh gosh. All right, roll a 20-sided, and for you with your bow, you are over. All right, now with that, you want to roll high. Let's see, with your missile, you need to roll a 9 or better.
We don't have to worry about that. I got a natural one.
Okay, so, all right, so that's a crit miss. All right, and when that happens, like you draw back your bow, you scrape your hand like with the bowstring, and you take 2 points of damage. But you're able to recover yourself, and you get another shot, right? You get 2 shots in your bow.
yeah, you need breaking that.
Bloody hell! You grab another bow, arrow, troglodyte, and you aim better.
I hope I am.
I hope you roll better too.
There you
All right,
go.
you hit it. Da-da-da. All right, so damage with the troglodyte.
None of you saw that first one. I just-
My favorite one is like my people almost never actually get to hit anything, so I'm like, you got so excited that you got to hit something
Oh,
and
hey.
stabbed yourself in the foot.
Let me get you a character. Dun dun dun.
So which rule set are we using?
Oh, it's a
I mean, I heard we might be doing this.
I had thought so too, but Ravel can't make it. So so we are continuing on. You are now at the Fortress of Elwyn, with being offered 1,000 gold pieces by the Patriarch to bring back Elwyn, alive or dead, since she is possessed. Setrell and his twin brother, Soren, has accompanied you to go and try and bring back Elwyn, alive or dead. Everybody's been offered 1,000 gold pieces for Elwyn, alive or dead. There's also a story about an ancient bell that summons a being, Chardastes, that has resided at a shrine and has been stolen by Elwyn, and the party's been offered 2,000 gold pieces for the return of the bell, not
Okay.
but for the return of the bell.
Yeah, but we're
Using my religion skill, what do I know about this Chardarkis?
All right, Chardastes was a being. Oh gosh, now I can go through this. Chardastes cured someone at a religious shrine 300 years ago, and gave this bell to the church. And every year there's a large group of people who will come to the shrine and ring the bell, summon the being, and pray to their heart's content to be cured and have their whatever is ailing them cured. And so for 300 years this has happened until 5 years ago the bell was stolen by Elwyn. This Chardastes is a being that is part of the Church of Keramikos.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a being.
So part of the heritage.
Part of the heretic church. You're like, I don't know about all that. Yeah, those crazy heretics. But supposedly they've been, this has worked for people for a long, long time.
Do I know of any particular reason why they only ring the bell once a year? Or why they only rang the bell once a year?
Oh well, it's an anniversary of the original appearance
also, you don't want to piss off the gods. Come on.
of Chardastes. So
They don't like you ringing it every week.
So-
God might get annoyed with you.
once a year, everybody makes this pilgrimage. It's on this holy day. Now it's just become the holy day of Chardastes. And so once a year, they ring the bell. All the people who are devout pray to Chardastes, and some of them over time have been cured of their ailments. It all seems legit, even though you think it's you know, whatever you think.
Don't forget-
From your point of view, it's trail line.
Don't forget to put another mini on the map.
Oh, yes, we have Julio right here. Alright? Somehow we've lucked out. There's been, or you're at the fortress, seen 4 humanoids come out of the forest. 2 people immediately identified them as.
Since we know what they are, how hardy are
Oh, that's a good
they?
question.
Do you know how hardy they are?
How hardy are these creatures? You're looking at them, you're gauging them up. You've got a good sense of like, you know, how hardy these creatures normally are. You would think like, you know, on the same level as maybe like a hobgoblin or a bugbear maybe.
Okay, so they're pretty hard.
On the upper end of yeah. And looking at them too, kind of taking it in, you know, like these look like tougher troglodytes than other troglodytes. Yep, they look a little hard. Oh, I forgot to bring some of the dice, but oh yeah, that's what I brought. I kind of half the box. I thought I had more stuff here, but I didn't get it.
Well, you
I brought it.
have your little dice bucket. as
We
well.
do. We also have a dice bucket. You want to grab dice out of the dice?
I always flashbacks to me trying to,
Basically, I've gotten everything I need except for a D4.
A D4.
I mean,
Might be recording now.
Which dice there you share D4?
yeah, we can share it before.
That's fine.
Okay.
That's
cool.
It's just because I do have a weapon that actually does D4, so.
That's cool. I like green. Just use those if you want. You can bust that open.
And how much are they?
Oh, right. No, don't worry about that.
What?
Oh, don't worry about that. I mean, unless you want to buy them or something. That's cool. You don't have to do that.
Well, if I'm not, I mean, as long as I'm.
Well, I'll just take them and throw them in the box with the other ones. So that's cool. Woo.
Whichever.
Whichever, man.
I just have a bag of dice that I'm just like, who forgot a dice? Who needs?
Right on.
Because like I have
Arrow
like 6
across,
sets of
right?
dice.
You hit the second one.
I
You right on damage with the first one.
Right.
How much damage do we do?
I don't have a better bag.
Oh, yeah, D8?
Yeah,
Okay, cool.
I've got dice that I'm just used to being able to use the dice box.
Right on my bad. I should have brought the whole box.
Yes.
I was like, no, we probably got extra dice in the shop.
So 8 plus your. Is his bow gauged to a strength or no?
Let's say that. I know I've got another box here. It's just hiding. I'm not sure. But do you add strength bonus?
Well, because he has a +1 to damage, but it does his bow. Is his bow weighted to his strength?
Where do you say it is? Yep.
Okay, so so 9.
9 points. All right. Arrow flies through the air, hits the first troglodyte like near to the face. Bah! He looks awful angry. He like raises up a club. Wind. Mars.
I'm definitely. That's. Do any of them have ranged weapons?
No, they look like they are armed with clothes.
Then.
Raw.
How
And
close-
teeth.
How close are they?
No, no teeth.
So 5, 10, 15, 20.
maybe you want to see my 5e character sheet?
Nah.
So I'm gonna move
Because I'm a
up
cleric
so I
there,
won't
too.
get any
Except,
negatives.
yes.
And then I'm gonna throw 2 darts at the one that got hit with the
All
arrow.
right. Dart is the one with the arrow. And
16 and 12.
I think 16 is definitely a hit. Let's see. Let me check.
So I get a +2 to my attack for range. So
All right, cool.
for my darts.
You're up there. Dun dun dun. All right, cool. What the other one is 12?
Yeah, 12.
Okay. That's a bare miss.
Okay.
Looks like, yep.
So 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage to the one that got hit with the arrow. All right.
The
Cool.
shop is actually called Munson, right?
Well,
Alright,
it used to
cool.
be now. It's
And that was one of your
not.
darts?
Yes.
All right, cool. So dart at the first troglodyte, kind of like goes to the side, you see more blood spurt out, and still come.
Yeah.
And I back up to next to the road.
That's
Okay.
probably, yeah.
Back up to the road. Threw my darts and now I'm running back. All right, cool. Iron Man.
I'm gonna longbow the one nearest to me.
All right, you pull out your bow. You shoot the one up in the front.
15.
All right, I
Is
think that is a hit for
Okay.
you. Yes.
And then, 19. So,
And then 2 hits. Cool.
2, 3, 4. 3 and 4.
All right.
What's that?
Oh, that would be a total. So, so your first one hits it, and with the dark glow and the other arrow in it, it falls. All right. So the first one,
Yeah.
all right, down on the ground. Then your second arrow did how much damage to the next one in line?
4.
4. Okay, cool. Got it. Bam. Sorry, your other arrow hits in the first. Raw! He jumps over the top of the other one with his claw, ready to strike. Win, Jack. I mean,
So,
what's your character's name? Dunark. Dunark. You used to be me. I used to be you.
Okay, so
Alright.
the Mesa same is just a D8.
Yeah, Mesa would be D8. Yep, and you get +1. But oh yeah, and what you want to do is roll the 20 and roll high to hit. So
Got 11.
all right, 11 is a bare miss. Dude. All right, so you strike with the mace. I'm guessing you're running up to hit with the mace.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So this is you. Da, 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 da. Oh right, and Julio, that's Dunark now. Okay, all right, cool. All right, you rush up and try and hit it with the mace. Whack and miss. Oh, it takes its club and it's about to hit you in the face with Julio.
Just one quick aside.
Yes.
How did we come to be fighting these troglodytes? They just
You
spring out?
arrived at the fortress of Elwyn and saw this high fortress made of what looks like black iron. And as you come out of the forest, and actually we'll say this also because somebody had asked, did we find another way in? You kind of investigated, walked around the fortress, cut your way through the woods, didn't find another entrance except for this one, when out of the forest come these troglodytes.
Okay, so troglodytes came out of the forest.
Yes, they came out of the forest. They did not come out of the fortress. Fortress, very similar. But yes, the troglodytes came out of the forest.
And we know that they hate people.
We know that, yes,
Yeah.
they hate people.
Well, technically it said men, so we don't know about
They
women.
hate men. Oh.
Do we know this because they stated it or because they?
No, because
These guys rolled like-
both of us rolled a natural 1 to figure out what these things
For their
were.
wisdom check.
Okay.
It was natural one. I was like, oh yes, you know all the stats. Yeah.
Okay. Then I have no qualms about slinging at them.
Sling, and you need 11 or better.
One hit.
All right.
That's a pretty
Sling stone across the way. Bam! Over the top of
5
Dunark
points of damage.
for 5 points. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool. It goes right over the top of Dunark's head and hits the troglodyte in the face. Kind of does this, and then takes those, looks around, and you're still the closest thing in front of him. So he takes his club and tries to swing you with it. And let's see, Dunark, you're on class. I need. Yeah, no, that's cool. All right, cool. All right, there's a hit involved here. Dun dun dun. All right, you are hit with a club for 4 points of damage. Whack right to the face. The other troglodytes rush across the way. Dun dun dun. They run into Iram. They run into dun 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 Julio. All right, so Iram. Oh crap!
No.
You're hit in the face with a club for 7 points of damage.
Not my face.
Roar!
Ruffle my dwarf husband face.
It breathes awful chaser-smelling breath into your face.
I already.
And the other one jumps over at the top of some
So you said
bushes and
four?
comes down on Julio with his club, and you narrowly move to the side just in time.
Much
When-
less than 7, right?
Yes. Yep. 7 points. Yep.
Might as well be dead.
Whoa! And he goes, oh! He smells awful. The breath weapon that doesn't do any damage. It just smells awful.
Well, sorry. I did the reverse spell. I could cast Cure or something. Blink light wounds.
You see troglodyte. You're there. And you can use it. You want to carry it with a bow? Okay.
Oh yeah, you hear an elf anyway.
You're an elf. You're not really the short. So that's cool. Your brother looks like that because he's your younger brother. But, all right, cool. So you pull out your bow, or you could do something else. They're attacking people, and they're
No,
oh.
it's like you're already in combat, so it's kind of like it gets a little.
And then I'm right in front of them.
Right. Essentially, you have to take your turn to duck into the forest, hide, then sneak around. That's like next turn.
All right, you're gonna shoot him. Which one? This one, or this one?
One right in front of me.
One right in front of you is one iron. All right, cool. So with your attack, you would have to hit a 9 or better.
It's like a baby in the ocean. Oh my god.
Probably.
An arrow flies across the way.
Is here, are you?
What?
No, I was just there when he was
Oh
teaching
crap! You
us.
definitely hit it. Yeah, damage for the first
Yeah.
arrow.
Yeah, no, I was just there.
Whack.
1.
All right.
Oh, 2.
Oh, 2 points of damage. All right, the arrow hits him in the shoulder. Ah! He screams bloody murder when you shoot again.
14.
14, that's another hit. Damage. Whack. 5 points. 2. Oh! He starts looking in your direction. Another arrow hits him in the chest.
Yeah.
He says. Mars.
2 more darts of the same guy.
Darts.
Do you ever paint him or
Alright,
color?
cool. And this is the same guy.
17 and 9.
Alright, 17.
17 is definitely gonna hit.
Definitely a hit, 9's a miss.
If you
3 more
want,
damage.
Alright, 3 more damage.
Charge,
A
charge
dart.
all of your pins.
You guys are gonna turn this guy to a pin cushion. It's like little damage, little damage, little damage. Alright, dart over on the other shoulder. Oh, he's got stuff sticking out of him all over the place now. Ira, you got a troglodyte in your face.
The one that hit my face, I'm gonna longsword +3 it. So,
Take your longsword and try to run it into its
let me see if I can do it.
Alright?
I didn't call
And
a
you
shot, I
need
just
to
set him
roll
up.
it. You need a 9 or better to run it into its.
20.
Oh my god! Alright.
That's what it gets.
So
That's
that is
it
what,
gets.
Jack, that is what's called a critical hit.
Hit me in my
And what we do
beautiful
on a
man
natural
face.
20 is she gets maximum damage times 2. Alright, so we have your crits. So what's your maximum damage with the longsword +3?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Okay, so
I don't
longsword +3 would be 8 + 4.
8
So
+ 4
it'd be
12.
12 times 2 would be
Right,
24.
so she just did 24 points of damage with one attack blow, and runs it into the troglodyte's belly. You hear a crack of bone on the backside as your sword slices through his spine.
That's right.
And then you just see the eyes just kind of like do this like little, and then it just kind of falls into your sword,
Yes.
right? Kind of collapses, and you kind of slice it up through like its head.
Gross.
Randomly, that was pretty evil, and there's a troglodyte right next to you
No!
who looks at, who kind of sees and notices what just happened
You
to
see
his
the rage
friend.
in my eyes?
He looks like he might be getting scared.
Good.
Yep, and then just about that time, Dunark.
What do you do to the guy who just punched you in the face?
I'm going to hit with my mace.
All right, you take your mace and you try and slam him in the face. Dun dun dun.
14.
Oh, what'd you roll?
14.
14. Are you slam your mace into his face?
Actually,
So-
probably like his knee.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forgot. You're a dwarf. You're like, that's his kneecap there.
But without your
And
kneecaps,
then-
you're nothing.
Every hot,
I'm
yeah.
telling
All right, cool.
you.
And
Have you
then
ever
for
tried
your
roll?
mace, I didn't write down the damage. You rolled a D8. And I don't think you have a
Normally-
strength bonus. I think it's just straight up this +1 for your +1 mace.
What's your strength?
It's just 8.
8. Yeah. So D8, and you add 1. 8. Oh my gosh! You cracked that one in the kneecap. Oh wait, this one's dead. All right, cool. You see his leg kind of go down to the ground. Oh, as he kind of grabs the club back like this. Oh, like, and you just see blood and splinters of bone kind of going out the side of his leg.
Ew.
When Julio.
Quick aside, what do I know about? I don't know. I know nothing. I just know that these guys said who they.
Well, yeah, they weren't like, oh, these are troglodytes. Let me tell you all about them.
They were representing. They're not going to be here for pleasantries.
No.
That's about all I know.
Well, I
Okay.
think so,
I mean, I made my wisdom roll, but I did not drink the water.
I think
Oh,
Soren
okay.
said at the beginning, he said at the beginning, oh, look, there's troglodytes. Like he
Yeah.
said that.
Okay, cool. So you would know that they're
Like
troglodytes.
16.
The information I was interested in, do they know anything?
So they look like they're out.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, what information were you wanting to search your brain for?
I wouldn't have mentioned, when I said that they're troglodytes, I wouldn't have mentioned what languages they know. So
That was basically it.
Oh, right
On
on.
the Wikipedia page, the troglodytes, as we were in.
I mean, if I know it, I know it. If I don't, I don't.
yeah, I would have
They
been like,
just
they're
speak their
troglodytes,
own
they hate
language.
men.
They probably
That's all
understand.
I would assume necessarily.
Yeah, they probably understand
They're
some
really
type of common,
They look sort of
maybe.
like lizardmen in that.
They do look like
Yeah.
lizard
Like our
men.
manager,
I always think of them as like slightly taller, a little bit ruffier, and like, you know, definitely the higher
Well,
fin.
you know, if you've got the
They look different in
you've got the
person.
Yeah, they
troglodyte.
do.
Yeah, a lot of change. That's a lot of stuff changed between first edition, fifth edition, and all edition.
Just a different. Excuse me. It probably looked different like when it was in black and white too, like in the monsters.
Yeah.
Indian.
Well, I mean, they look more like cavemen in
Oh, right, yeah. Well, the buggier eyes, right?
Oh, are you not gonna use it?
Anyway, I don't know. Okay.
Oh, here. Oh my gosh, thank you.
Well, let's see
This
here.
is my
It just
way
went down on the
They
thing.
just
One-
let-
even better.
They probably
The
let
school
me
game,
like,
every
probably
single
don't have any
one of
distances,
those last year.
What,
This is
remember,
like my
both of
space.
them are in melee combat,
like
so it's like
we
one's
just
one
say
and one's the other, so
Right.
you do keep
So
in mind.
right this second, there's this one over here in front of you. There's also like Dunarch over there.
Right.
No.
So this is the one that just went
I
down on
lost
one
mine
knee.
when I promptly stole all my
From
friends.
getting crushed by a mace in the kneecap.
When you say go down on one knee, does that mean that he's still able to swing, he's just not able to move?
Right. It's like he like busted him in the kneecap. So like his whole leg like kind of went down
You
to
know
the ground. You saw like splurs of blood and like bones kind of like spewing out
Okay, there's the
everywhere.
other one that's close.
Right. And,
You know, in my
then of course
lifetime,
he's
they cut
thinking
you guys'
it's
legs
just a
off and
flesh
stuff.
wound, but he doesn't know how to say that. Yeah.
That's
So-
right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go after the one that,
Well, you're in melee combat with the other one.
Yeah, you got one right in front of you.
oh, okay. Well, I miss.
All right, you miss. All right, you try and hit the one in front of you, and he kind of and you miss. He raises his club and tries to hit you with it, and somehow goes to the side and hits. Bless you. His club kind of hits the ground, and you see this reverberation like through his arm as he takes damage from missing severely. I'm gonna give the club a saving throw, which it failed. His club shatters on the ground. He's now just got his claws. He looks at you and he looks really angry.
That was probably his favorite club.
That was my favorite club.
I didn't even say that. I don't even say that out loud. That was probably his favorite club.
And then Dunhart, there's the one who's down on one knee for you. And he takes his club and tries to swing you, and you just kind of jump over the top of the club, because he's underneath you like right at this second. And then Soren, you see all this madness ensuing.
I'm gonna shoot that guy in front of me.
That's right.
You shoot that guy in front of Julio. All right, cool. And you need to roll a 9 or better.
I rolled a 2.
You rolled a 2. Your arrow flies through the air. Oh crap. And the arrow shoots down on the ground like just inches away from your foot, and you're like, what?
Thankfully, it was a 2 and not a 1.
Yeah, exactly. Roll
I
again.
have almost hit people so many times this game.
6.
6. Your arrow flies. You look over at Soren, and then this arrow just kind of like flies way the freak over here. Way over here.
Good thing you're in
You slip on the ground or something like.
Lost my
that.
footing.
You're like, oh, this is a mudslide on the ground. And then Mars.
I'm gonna throw 2 darts at the closest one.
You throw darts at the closest one. I guess that's the one at Julio.
16 and 10.
Oh,
the 10 will hit,
16.
will hit.
Yeah, 16 definitely a hit. Cool.
4.
4 damage. Oh my gosh, you hit the troglodyte in its tail with a big old dart, and you see blood spew out of its tail. It's like starting to throw the tail around, and blood starting to spurt everywhere. Yeah. Iron,
I'm gonna magic longsword the next one.
you magic longsword the one in front of
no,
Julio.
I missed.
What'd you roll?
A 3.
3. Okay, cool. You come up behind it and hit the same mudslide and somehow slip. Ugh.
I would never be so ungraceful.
Oh, this is awful. You jump up and
But he didn't fall down.
you
He just
fall down. Yeah, you
It's
just
very acrobatic.
You caught yourself. You just get hit with the
We're
sword
too
at the
busy
same time.
looking at the
And then
board.
Dunark.
I was just distracted.
Yeah, it's such a sprint.
That's right.
So Dunark, you're over there. You're still on the ground. You just jumped over the top of a club, and now what do you want to do?
I'm gonna hit him with my club.
All right, you're gonna hit him with the mace again. I'm guessing.
Mace.
Right. All right. So you slam your mace into the
19.
troglodyte's face. For 19, roll damage. Awesome.
They're all- Now all your
8.
pencils are
That
sharpened
drops.
and
Your mace hits him in the skull. You hear this crack of bone in its face, and you see its jaw kind of like go into like about 3 different pieces under the flesh and fall to the ground.
Right.
Okay, so
Right.
they have 2d8 hit points.
Ugh.
Or they have two hit dice.
Ugh. Yes. Yes. I don't know what you're talking about. All right, and then
For mechanical reasons, if I want to put them to sleep.
true that. All right, cool. Julio, you see the one in front of you. Iron just missed with the sword.
Well,
Barely. But you've got help all around you. Everyone is trying to hit this one troglodyte that's left in front of you.
Gracefully, right
I
over
was
the
stepped back
head.
far enough to use the sling.
You step back far enough and all right, cool.
And
Just
miss
engage,
and
move back and
miss.
then Stones, there's something weird. It's almost like there's a magical spell there that's just preventing people from hitting this troglodyte. This troglodyte.
I mean, I'm presuming an 8 does not.
5 attacks on this one
Oh,
guy.
this
Yeah,
troglodyte.
this guy should definitely just barely be.
This troglodyte is thinking there are greener pastures somewhere else, and he turns and he rushes into the forest. And Soren, did you want to take an action as you see him? He's under full cover. He's in the forest. You can charge into the forest if you want.
He's probably going to get to our troglodyte.
Soren says, "C'est la vie." Mars.
Well, since nobody else is going after it, oh well.
All right, cool.
I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna do my best
I'm gonna
to
start
magic
collecting my darts that I
dagger.
can
All
find.
right, you go pull your darts out.
I'm gonna magic dagger into the darkness to try to get.
Roll a 20-sided as
Well, I
you
did
try
two
and
of them.
stab
I did
it
two
as
of
it's running into the forest behind
15
full
for the
cover.
first one.
Oh, wait,
Natural one.
How many magical darts do you
I
have?
have 2.
You have 2.
The first one
All
was a 15.
All right. What'd you roll? 15?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Oh my
Okay.
gosh, that is a hit. Like
The,
with your full cover.
the next one,
7.
7. All right. Wow. Crap. Okay, cool. You
Again.
hear "Ah!" from the forest, and now your magical dagger is stuck in the troglodyte, just running through the woods.
My second dagger was a 1.
natural one.
That dagger went into the ground at your feet. You take 1 point of damage somehow by stabbing yourself with it.
Dang it.
Like you were like, whoa! Ah!
Nah, it's like
Ah!
and cut your finger.
I got a
Just
splinter
reach
from
down
the
and just-
handle.
Denard, did you want to take an action as he runs into the forest with a magical dagger now
Oh, I
stuck
gotta
in
go
him?
get my dagger.
It's
Yes.
stuck in him.
God.
No, you definitely want to run this turn. You have like, what is it?
You could try and charge into the
So,
forest
yeah,
now.
before anybody else goes, can I charge after
Well,
I grab my dagger?
that was your turn.
Well, no, she starts a movement though.
Oh!
So can I just start heading that way? Like,
Alright,
get my dagger back?
you're in the, you run up as far as you can and then
Yeah, it's
throw your daggers or vice versa. Yeah.
It was like, technically,
It would actually make more sense for you to run after him and then throw.
To be fair, like,
Yeah.
Well, I didn't do it that way.
No, that's cool. Alright, so you're about this far away from him now.
Excited.
Alright.
with my sling.
Alright, Joan Arc's like, I
Don't
can
hit
take
me.
care of this, rushes into the forest and tries to sling him through the woods. So, where do you go? Okay, somebody drop. There you go. Oh, I thought you put on invisibility spell.
I don't have that.
And then-
Uh, 17.
Alright, 17.
4, hold on.
Really? You rolled a 17?
Yes.
Right on. Oh my gosh, with your sling?
Yes.
Okay, cool. That's a hit. Roll damage.
3.
3. Alright, cool. Alright. Ah! You hear from the woods. You still hear the troglodyte running.
Am I able to see him well enough to cast a spell out?
So,
Alright, you can run up there and kind of see him through the woods. Yeah.
he has like 1 or 2 HP left.
Yeah, he's like nothing doing that. There's like a piece of it dropped off.
Whole person.
Whole person you call half whole person.
Yay!
Bam! Alright, and he gets a saving throw for that. And he is missed. All of a sudden there's a 99% dead troglodyte now held in the woods. He stops.
One time I wasn't even playing the
Alright.
game, and I heard my brother Steve say that he was pretty sure that if he threw a spoon at it, it would die. So I was like, so just to be safe, my character throws a fork at it. And my brother's like, you're not even playing the game.
That's
You can't
where this
steal-
troglodyte's at right this second.
You can't steal
Yeah.
my kill. You're not even playing the game. And I'm like, is my character there? And he's like, yes.
It's there, right there. Absolutely there.
And it's
So-
like, then she impulsively throws a spoon at it.
So I don't know if you have a spoon.
Fork.
Well, this guy's held, so it's like,
He's held, yeah.
it's like literally you can walk up and slap him to death.
Yeah, you can take the dagger out of him and then
Stab him with it.
But I'm sorry, no, it's your call. Which one?
Very far still.
All right, you are very, very far away.
You can easily get it within range.
Yep, you could.
Not that hard.
Yep.
Okay.
It's like
so
you
I'm-
move 60 and then you shoot or something.
You made it.
Should I throw my. No, I'll go.
Just shoot him with an arrow.
Honestly, yeah, I'll shoot.
All right, roll.
Why did we miss
Don't
this?
miss.
Oh, no,
There's a held creature now that's prone, and you're right behind him, about what, 40 feet.
16.
All right, arrow through the top of his brain. You see the front of its head just explode.
Oh.
He falls to the ground.
So I guess he wasn't as held as I thought.
Oh, not anymore? Well, he stopped it. Oh, you mean the breathing afterwards? Right? He's like, oh yeah, he's.
Well, I mean, he's not
dead.
going anywhere,
Yeah, so he's
so.
definitely not going anywhere. All right, dun dun
I
dun.
found 5 of my darts.
All right, you find 5 of your darts.
I shot 6 darts, so I just rolled a d6.
I look for my arrows.
Yeah. How many arrows did you shoot? 5.
Okay,
Okay.
you would know
I
it's,
like
oh yeah, it was gonna be an odd number for you because you just shot 1 arrow there.
Oh, that's
But it's
true.
like, it's 2 every round.
I think I did 7, so yeah, I think I did. Just
It should have been you would have shot 7 arrows.
That's cool. We're gonna
because
say you
shot-
lost 2 because there was that one that went.
Right, it's like, cause,
Like, so you get 5 back.
we both did, roughly the same amount of actions.
true.
I shot 6, darts, you shot 1 extra because you finished off
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
so it's 7, so.
Yeah. So I'm gonna say that you lost 2 or they got broken or something. Like, not maybe 5 back.
Probably the ones that went just say.
But yeah, but
The ones
it did
that
not work
solidified
out.
just going for brain.
So, alright, so you're retrieving
I
arrows, you
slipped.
retrieve darts,
I lost
Iron.
I get my dagger.
You retrieve your magical dagger, alright, cool. Dunnar?
Why are you like this?
I would like to retrieve my sling bullet.
Alright, sling bullets.
What do I roll for
Soren,
How many did you shoot?
One.
Could you,
One,
search
that are
around
not
for
being
any
written
kind
down.
of passages around the,
Yeah, we'll say you find it.
it's like the base.
Yeah, you go, oh, okay, I know where that one was.
Not
Just
going
takes
in
it out.
front door.
And I think I did a grand total of 4, 6.
4, 6. Alright,
Walks over to it, takes the stone out of its.
alright, cool. What's
There
your
it is.
say? Actually, you get them all back.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
It's like, I recommend that we all stay like in the woods, but watch the front door and make sure nothing comes out while, Soren tries to scout around to see if there's any additional like secret passages or anything of that nature to, enter something other than the front.
So the only door we know of right now is this front door
Is
here.
that front door there? Actually, one thing I forgot though is as you were going through the forest, following the troglodyte who was escaping with the magical dagger, I think everybody, who all was in the forest?
Me,
Okay. Alright, if you were in the forest there, roll a wisdom check.
and that's a 20.
Yep.
Oh, there you go.
9, okay.
Well, as long as it's lower
Alright,
than
you rolled a 1?
Yes.
Really? Okay,
My
cool.
wisdom is 8.
Okay,
That's
so
good.
you use this.
That's really good. Like a check is perfect. That's like a crit make, alright, for a check. You find what looks like more troglodyte tracks that go off a little bit in the distance, and off in the distance, you can see that there's some type of cave, like in the forest.
Yeah, he was gonna go get his friends.
Alright, cool. Yeah, maybe he's going to get his friends. I don't know, but you kind of see like a little troglodyte trail, and at the end of it, not too far away, then you got 100 feet or so, you can see a little cave.
Should we just pull that body then off into the brush so it's not like obvious?
Oh, you can do that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Alright, you pull the body off into the, yeah, so it's not obvious.
So
It's
now,
so nice.
what?
Is this DM loot or party?
Can we eat it after
Oh,
we get killed?
that? If you want something, go for it. Yeah.
Okay, here's
So
here's
one more
a question. What
Aurora.
attacked the town?
Orcs and goblins.
Orcs and goblins.
Orcs and goblins.
So,
are
so the question I posed to the party is, are these troglodytes working for, this evil priest? If they are, could that cave potentially, be a way in?
Ugh, I don't wanna go.
Hey, if you wanna take the point,
I
I
don't
don't
wanna
wanna
go
go
there.
first.
Have we tried knocking and just being like,
Jehovah's Witness.
yeah,
Knock.
we can do a singing telegram.
I'd
And
like
then,
to give you some information
and then
about
while we're
something that might
singing and
change your life.
distracting them with song and dance, one of us can sing.
That's perfectly fine with me.
There is a cave entrance in the forest.
The Jehovah's Witnesses
This
want to
is
be
not
information
that
and not
much
change
interest.
it. Yeah.
Like,
Yes.
this is probably like a good 100 yards away from that.
Okay.
Right, so this is not to stay.
Like I
right?
said, as long as you're willing to be the one who knocks on the door first, I'm
I'm
perfectly happy. We can stay in the woods over here. We should have enough range to cover you, and we have enough ranged ability to cover you. You go knock on the door, probably end up having to knock it down.
The thing is, I know Elwyn, so she might let me in.
Interesting.
Try to trick her.
I don't want to trick
But
her.
the question is, would she be okay with us taking her back with us?
Well, that's what I was gonna discuss.
I said she had to be conscious during the way back.
Right? She doesn't even have to be alive when we get back, technically.
Just
She doesn't have to be alive. This is, it's 1,000 gold per person, alive or dead. Now, you might want to talk to her beforehand. But,
See if we can reason it out.
there.
Do you guys have access to like a sink or something?
Yeah, there's one in the bathroom, and then sometimes the one like on this wall will work.
Oh, I
Sometimes
this
the
is-
water's like turned off, so you'll just have to check it.
Oh, you have one of these. I forgot that you had this.
I mean, I used to apply eyeshadow, but like, that's because I lost my brush. Down a sink. Can't get that back now.
Just under the bottom little circle part of this.
Oh, yeah, the
Trap.
trap.
There should be a 2-liter in the fridge if you want.
Oh, yeah, that's what I was like,
Okay.
I
That
have
was the mistake
a
you had.
bottle of apple juice.
That was my job today.
So you know, I have like
That was the only thing he asked me to do.
half a cup of
He
coffee.
didn't do it.
I meant to bring some, and I just forgot.
Just
Yeah, this
drop-
is some really good coffee.
drop
If you
the
like
ball.
strong coffee.
I don't. I like my coffee to be decaf, and I like it to taste like cake, and I like it to be the color of the white cake stick.
I mean, it tastes-
So basically, a cup of milk with some coffee.
With a little flavor, yeah.
My granddad would drink like pure black coffee, just some sugar and that's
Hudson
it.
drinks is black coffee. I don't know
Okay,
how
so
it's different.
this, alright, so it's a cup of powdered cream, 4 tablespoons of brown sugar, and,
Brown sugar.
yes, brown sugar.
Oh.
So what are we doing?
I think you're gonna go knock on the door.
I'm actually gonna just go in and be like, hey, it's me, I'm here to see my
You're
friend.
knocking on that door?
Yeah, because remember, I know Elwyn.
So, don't care about the cake. On to the front. Okay.
Not you poking the
That was
behind,
real nice.
behind a tree like,
I tried. I tried.
it's like you look behind you, you see.
Everybody's hiding in the woods.
Everybody's poking around.
No, splitting
I
the
feel
party
like
is one of the worst things you can ever
Julio is
do.
not happy about it.
So I'm gonna recommend that the rest of us stay hidden in the woods.
Just me poking out going.
Okay, oh, say that one more time.
I recommend that the rest of us stay hidden in the woods, like within shooting
Okay.
range of the door.
Alright, so everybody else is,
Everything.
hey, let's stay.
So basically, in the woods here, in the woods here, in
Cool.
the woods
So
here.
into the woods, but not that far. Because if we go too far into the woods, that would be agony.
Agony!
So, just inside the tree.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Alright, here I
So,
go. Knock, knock,
Up
knock.
to the entrance.
Well, we might want to go farther to where there's some
I'll
work,
put my sword away.
Justin Timberlake.
You have good charisma. You can
Okay, so you go up to the door, you're knocking on the door.
And my
I can just
charisma, by
hide
the way,
behind
is
the tree,
17.
just
So.
like-
Right on. Usually there's this part of the description that says the walls are 30 feet high. The jagged shape of the outside looks like a black dragon's teeth when it opens in the mouth to breathe. The walls are indeed made of iron. Now that you can, you're up at the top. There's a door visible in the southwest corner. That's where you are. Dun dun dun! You knock on the door.
Oh god, okay, here we go. I'm getting nervous.
You're charismatic. Be courageous and
Let me
charismatic.
put on my stage presence here.
Yeah, have confidence.
I was like, oh,
Alright,
I was like,
don't hear
you
anything.
have a big brush and
So I just go
brush
through.
and
You knock on the
eraser
door.
and you handed me a
And
eraser.
Don't hear anything. You open up the door.
I just peep in and go,
You, the
Elwyn!
door is unlocked.
Hey girl, are you in here?
You open the door and you go inside and you go, hey Elwyn. You
Hey
say, what?
girl, it's me, Iram. Are you in
I
here?
don't know what I'm gonna use.
I'm coming in. Also, I have 5 people with me and they're gonna be on their best behavior.
I'm stealing it for our class actually.
But it's just me
People
is coming
fear.
in.
Just people in fear.
Just me is coming
And you're kind of
in.
saying this down the corridor.
Nobody else is coming in, but they are with me, just to be completely honest.
Okay.
Nothing
You don't hear anything
below
yet.
the table. Should I just shut up? Is there like something gonna jump out?
You can keep doing whatever you want.
Alright, you're
The-
like,
the-
hey, I'm here, girl. And you don't hear
The
anything.
mage is literally face palming in the forest and
We're
hearing all
very
this.
And then you got me pointed out.
Oh my
Alright,
god.
but you are now inside
And I
the
go
door.
further. I go further as far as I
You
can
go to
go.
the next door. There's another door here that looks like the other one.
I go
So it's
in.
iron. You open up the
I'm
door and
pretty
it's
sure this wasn't
unlocked.
quite part of the
You
plan.
walk into this area. Dun dun dun. You then hear a musical, low-pitched female voice
Oh, there we go.
filling the air. Who dares to enter the shrine of Elwyn unbidden? Turn back! Turn back now! For ahead lies certain death!
Okay, I will actually go back. I'm gonna wait on the front
The
porch.
voice then breaks into diabolical laughter.
Oh.
Now here's a question, do we hear this?
You hear the laughter for sure,
Should we go
echoing from the outside. So from your perspective, you're like, Iron goes inside, and now you hear.
So, alright, I'll go wait on the
And
front
everyone knows not to bet with a Sicilian when death is on the line.
Okay, I'll go out, but I'm gonna wait on the front porch because here's the thing. I tried to knock on the door twice and no one answered, and I really need to speak with Elwyn. So if you could go
But
get
you just
her.
heard Elwyn.
Was that who that was? I don't know that. It's a
Oh,
disembodied
but
voice.
you're saying, hey, go get Elwyn for me, right?
Yeah. But I'm going to
Turn
wait.
back now.
But I'm going to wait on the front porch while they go get Elwyn.
All right, you
Because
go
they
and
said to turn back. The only reason I came in was because they didn't answer the door.
I love this logic. Okay, I love this path of logic.
okay.
Like, I'll do what you say, it's your house, but I do need to speak with Elwyn.
It's giving malicious compliance.
So,
You hear ha ha ha, and then you hear footsteps going away from you.
okay, so I'm waiting on the porch now.
All right, you're waiting on the porch.
So put me on the porch.
Where's the porch?
Right
The
outside the
little-
front door, honey.
Front chamber.
I thought that's where you are. Or,
I thought I was
No,
in the
she's
castle.
going back.
oh, you're going back this way. I need to talk to Elwyn. You're going outside to your
Outside
friend.
waiting on the front porch.
Okay, you go outside and wait outside.
Yes.
All right, cool.
Okay.
You're waiting outside, and your
And
friends
I
are
yell
watching
into
you.
and I
loiter
yell.
near the front door.
I yell into the woods and go, "She's coming, guys!"
All right, cool. Anybody else want to take an action as y'all are just watching Iram like go? She's coming outside. Like it's cool. Like this whole adventure's gonna be over really quick.
I would like to.
Let's hope she doesn't bring out more than 24 hit dice worth of enemies.
She's not. I'm gonna talk to her. It's
So-
fine.
I'm going
No.
to.
I'm going to completely hide behind the tree and ready my sling.
Yeah,
You completely hide behind the tree and ready your sling.
I'm
I
definitely
told her.
full cover behind a
All right,
tree,
full cover behind a tree.
and
All right,
I'm waiting till I hear enemies coming out of that door.
There's
Guys,
a
I
tree.
told her we were
Hence
gonna be
why
on
I'm
our best
ready.
I
behavior.
wanna make
tree.
sure.
I will be full cover behind the tree, but I will position myself so I can look back the troglodyte down.
Okay.
I told her we
Be
were all
over
gonna be
here,
on our
kinda
best
seeing
behavior,
the
and I feel
troglodyte
like getting
path.
your weapons ready
No, I'm
is
not
very
gonna go down the
aggressive.
troglodyte
You
path.
just want to make sure nothing else is going to
not
go
getting a
out.
single
Right.
I want to be
I'm
kind
just
of
holding
like
my sling.
peeking around, peeking around
may
the tree
see
with my
Since we,
I'll
since
see
we discussed the
flashing lights
possibility
very
that
soon,
maybe
but I'm
it
not
might be
going to
connected.
Gotcha. Yes. Yes, there was.
And even if it's not connected, we might end up with more troglodyte
Might I
shit.
ask
I'm going to
Might I
alien
ask
stuff
what terrifier
everything
is?
in the
And I think if something starts attacking out
Yes,
of
which
the
would include you.
castle,
Fortunately, you're only 3 hit
Right.
dice worth.
May I ask?
I should have some notice of that when I hear the screams of whatever.
You're not gonna hear any screams. It's gonna
Alright.
Okay,
So most everybody is hiding like over in the trees. You're checking out the troglodyte.
Yeah, I will
path.
hide myself from the castle,
Okay.
but I'm looking.
Mainly like
I'm
what's
looking
going on
towards
over
the-
there. Okay.
I'm
It's a-
looking
it's a-
towards the
yeah.
troglodyte
The trees
path
on
rather
the-
than towards the castle.
Yeah, the tree's on his right, and he's looking forward.
Alright, awesome.
Probably
And
stay
then
there.
Soren?
This might not
Are
go
you
the way I thought it would.
also hiding.
just kind of peeking around
Imagine
the
I
tree
just
while I go over
sling
there.
Around the tree. Alright, cool. Alright,
And just-
so nothing. Time passes.
Okay, so
And you no longer hear this laughing voice, and nobody arrives to give you a tour of the fortress.
So I guess I should try again.
It's
You just got me like.
Yeah, I'll just go in further.
Alright, so you go in,
And
nobody else is coming with you.
Reiterate that I did write the letter and sent a raven and did all the things to warn her about this exact thing. It's me, I'm the letter writer. Hello, we should talk. Did you hear me?
No.
Dang it.
So now the question
So
is,
you're in this
do we
iron
hear that?
clad- Oh,
No,
my.
I'm in the castle.
I mean, everybody's being kind of quiet. I don't think they're like. I feel like the wildlife at this point is like, we don't need to make there's some great stuff going on. So, I think there's a possibility that you would hear. So roll a 27. Roll a, we'll make it a check.
No,
I
16.
got an 8.
I got 6.
6. All right, Soren, you kind of hear these voices over there. Dunark, you kind of hear some voices over there. Like it's,
2.
All right, 2. Oh my gosh, you hear that whole conversation. Yeah, absolutely. Like,
It's like
That's
I
the
hear a
conversation
whisper.
require 2 people.
well,
it's
because
like-
you hear Iram talking
It's just
to
Yeah.
the air. Like you don't hear any responses, but you do hear what you had said. You know,
And I
coming
continue
from
on
the-
into the castle.
Because you just left the door open, right? You weren't worried about that.
Yeah, I feel like that would be rude.
You didn't say you were gonna put me
Here's
on walking
here's-
inside. I just
here's
assumed
the
you
thing
might.
though. Think about it like this. If you need to get out, do you want to just run the fuck through an open door, or do you want to stop, open the door, and then run?
I feel
And open another door.
I'm being very trusting. I'm going in with an open heart, and I continue going in, politely shutting the doors behind me.
This is gonna end horribly.
You're like,
You
I need to
died
close
because you
this
closed the
door. my friends won't want to save me if something bad happens to me. And then, okay, all right, so
Nothing bad.
that's cool. All right, so but you're in here. You're going, Elwyn.
Yeah, I'm like, hey
You're
girl.
gonna say other things like what? Because people are hearing you talking to me. You know, they don't hear a response right this second.
Okay, I'm gonna.
There was the turn back now, or you'll meet sudden death, and then and then run away.
So is she in a courtyard or that is
Right,
open
this-
to the top?
This
or?
is actually like a room, enclosed room, like it's part of the fortress. It's 30 feet high. Actually, considering how things are going, you would be looking at darkness because you are human, right?
Yeah, but I have torches.
All right, so you light a torch,
Yeah.
and then you're looking at iron walls, is what it looks like. Pretty smooth, 30-foot high ceilings. You see another door like in front of you over here.
Can I go proceed through?
You go up to this next door. All right, cool. And
Since this may or may not be a fast.
this door is also unlocked.
I go on in.
All right, so you open up this door. All right. Anybody else want to follow her as she continues like this?
Yeah, that's what my thought is. Okay, so are we just gonna let her do her
I think you should let me do it.
Time passes. Iram has gone back
I feel-
inside. You've heard her talking to Elwyn. No response. You hear footsteps
It's
inside.
probably been about a minute.
I feel really
And she
confident.
shut the door.
I feel really
It's like
confident that I
our-
can do this.
Well, it's like we're talking.
Oh, back.
So-
Oh, they're over here.
Yeah, so-
You're talking to Elwyn.
So here's the question: is like, how long do we want to wait? It's been about a minute. She decided to shut the door.
I don't know, maybe like 5 more.
5 more?
Yeah,
That's a while.
Did I say if I'm not back in 10 minutes, call the police? did I say that when I
No,
was
you didn't say that.
Okay.
It's up to us to decide when we need to rescue you.
Maybe 5 more minutes.
Okay. I'll appreciate though that my husband has every confidence in my abilities. He's like, give her 5 more minutes.
Yeah, give her 5 more minutes.
5 more minutes. Oh yeah, that's perfect. All right.
So
Like literally yesterday, we were all talking about how Jack's like, he's tall, but he's built like a short person.
I-
So, dwarf
I'm
with giantism.
I'm basically dwarf with giant. You saw me walk in. Here is my waist where my belt is sitting.
That's a normal place for a wedding.
Yeah, but like his proportions make him look like he should be tiny, and he's not.
I think that you're probably normal and average.
I look like a dwarf who. I look like what would happen if what was it? Finley and
Oh, the, yeah.
I hate when I'm talking.
Why do I have 2
It's all
rings?
sort of.
You can never
I think he's
have
supposed to.
No, it's
like
the same color.
technically,
Like, they're the
It's like I
exact
can
same
lock.
color.
I can permanently lock that front door behind us. I want to make sure that nothing comes up from behind us.
You permanently like we can't get back out that way.
I can magically lock it
You can unlock it if we need
if I have
No, I have 2
the energy
greens,
for it.
2 living yellows, 2
Well, no, I think
browns,
we're
and 2 blacks.
Oh, yeah, that is true. That's true.
And I don't know where I got
Yeah,
any of
I
those
can set it
colors.
so that I can open it back up.
I believe it. I'll say we go and lock it behind us.
Okay.
Someone
So y'all agree with this? We'll go in, I'll lock the door behind us so that the lizard man can't ambush us from behind.
I mean, sure. Why not?
Okay. So we
There's a discussion.
so thoughts?
I mean, right now, she's trying to talk to her. I'm willing to let her take the risk.
Okay.
Go ahead,
Wait a
whatever you
minute or
want.
two.
Do whatever you
I mean,
want. I'm just here.
You don't hear any
I mean,
screams.
I'm willing to wait until the point
I
that we
can't
hear someone
You
screaming.
don't do a voice from my I can't.
Help me, Spock!
I'll be willing to give her another 2 minutes.
Yes.
See if anything
You gave
happens.
it which episode I was referring to.
So I didn't we didn't establish a safe word.
So-
or
so
anything.
No safe word.
I just went on it.
Do you,
So you have
will you rinse this
another,
out and fill it up with water?
let's see.
Isn't that the one with lurch?
Let's
Is that the
see,
one you're
you
thinking
have,
of?
let's see, it's
No.
6 seconds per action, 6
the guy who
seconds,
plays
and you
Lurch.
have another 20, you
You
have
know what
another
I'm
20
talking
actions.
I know what you're
before
talking
I-
about.
I'm ready. Let's do. I'm gonna get to the
I'm thinking of
Because there's that one moment
I'll
where
move
he's like,
forward.
and I thought that's what you were talking about.
No, I was referring to the one that had Abraham Lincoln and Sarah.
Oh, okay. All right, I got you.
Munson, she has another 20 actions before we act.
Okay.
I'm
I'll
moving
keep
forward.
track.
I'm moving forward.
Oh, or, I mean, obviously,
Well,
if
first
something
of all,
else happens.
your first action, as they're discussing.
Why did I have to go back through the door?
Well, you walk through the door.
Because things
Right.
happen at the same time.
Oh, okay.
So you're walking through the door, and to your left, you see an open area about 30 feet north by south. Shown about 20 feet right east by west. So this is this is not just good. But we're gonna pretend like it is.
We don't probably know something again,
The area seems to be empty except for a raised area occupying the middle of the west wall. The raised area is about half a foot above the floor and looks like polished stone. There's a pedestal in the middle of the raised area. It's about 3 feet high and 2 feet square. It appears to be made of wood, and on top of this pedestal is a black bell.
I move forward in the castle.
All right? You move forward into the castle.
And I take note of the black belt.
All right? You take note of the black bell. You go, that's a black bell.
And then I move continue.
Well, you're gonna take note of a bell, doesn't that mean you ring it?
All right?
I get out my little notebook and I write down.
Here's a question. Here's a question you might want to ask. Does it look similar to the bell we're looking for?
I mean, I'm assuming that it is.
Well, you might want to ask the DM.
Assumption. Is that okay? Is that a decoy? Is that a decoy bell? 11.
Right on. You remember from your from the descriptions that you've heard of the bell of Chardaste that is a platinum bell. So you look at the finish of it and you investigate it. Did you want to go over and touch it?
No.
Oh, okay.
I
You
do not want
look
to
at
touch
the bell and
magic
you go,
bell.
that looks like kind of a normal bell, but it's black.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm continuing on.
Okay. All right. You start moving down the way here. Okay.
I'm so excited.
And
3 actions now.
Why are you?
true. Right? You now hear, as you're kind of coming down the corridor, you hear a low murmur of voices
Okay, I'm getting close. I'm
coming
getting
from the north.
All right.
All right? You
Which is the north?
This is north.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, north.
So that room, maybe.
Yeah. So from this area up ahead, right? You've got a torch though, right?
Yeah.
So they can see her.
Yeah.
She
they
can't
can
see
definitely
them.
her.
They can
Absolutely.
definitely see her.
So
And they recognize that I'm Iram, right?
you hear
Assuming they knew who Iron is.
from from the extension of your torch, and you hear footsteps over here.
Okay, I continue on through the castle.
All right. As you get to about here, roll a. Actually, you get to roll several things, but the first one is a saving throw.
And that's a 20.
Yep, roll a 20 and roll high.
Oh. One.
Natural 1.
Okay, you find you are now frozen,
What? No, wait a minute. Y'all
and
can tell
you're
me
holding
that
a torch
magic.
that's burning. And time passes.
That's fine.
We'll know
You
that every
see
time he
now,
says
coming
roll
from
high,
where
you're
the-
going to have one.
The shadows were several humans dressed in robes. They come over and they start putting a rope around.
God dang it. Okay. But once I talk to them, they'll realize that I am.
How many actions were we doing?
We're like,
You should be on 5 right now.
Okay.
This would potentially be either 5 or 6,
One
depending on
of
how
them
many come.
removes the torch and extinguishes it.
Okay.
And you no longer know what's happening to you anymore. You're tied up with a rope in the
Okay.
darkness.
Okay. Maybe they're gonna take me to Elwyn.
You feel like they've lifted you up, but it's hard to tell. And they might be taking you somewhere.
Okay, perfect.
Okay?
Okay, keep going, that's 8.
No, all the actions that were there are now gone.
Okay,
Okay.
so, you know,
So Iron has gone inside, and like
And
you've
it's been-
heard,
it's
other
been
people
2
have
minutes.
also gone to this fortress and never returned.
okay,
So she is now returned.
okay.
I'm confident that I'm on my way to Elwyn.
You are on your way somewhere.
You're somewhere. Yeah, you are somewhere.
So,
All right, cool. So time passes. You gave her a few more minutes.
Gave her 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
So whatever's happened in the last, 10.
2 minutes. Oh, I see. So in second edition, a round is 10 seconds.
Around is
Right?
8 seconds? I thought it was 6
Yeah,
seconds.
a round is 10 seconds. Combat round is 10 seconds. A turn is 10 minutes.
Well, when ours
So
is
if
like
you gave her
4.
2 minutes, then she would really have, 10 seconds, she'd have 12 actions, just as an aside.
Oh wait, 12 actions.
Does that make sense?
So, okay, so,
Like 10 seconds is like one action.
But I
in
still didn't
combat,
get all those.
Right, so
So
she
for-
moves 10 seconds.
well, that only means that before we come in the front door, a minimum of 4 actions happen to you before we even enter the front door.
Right, but at this point, really all that kind of happened really quick,
Right,
so,
right.
so just as an aside.
Okay, so go and try and see what happened to her?
I don't think she's coming back.
Probably.
I think we
I
should
didn't
go
think this was a
in.
very good idea, but apparently she knows.
I think we should go get it.
Donark says, go get her. Soren says,
We're going in there,
we're going after her.
Do you want me
Mars
to, do you want me to lock the door or not?
lock it,
Okay.
as long as you can unlock it.
So I'm gonna take it off
Julio?
quickly.
Julio is absolutely pissed that I've done this.
No, I'm not. I don't think it was necessarily a good idea, but I'm not pissed.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you could just
He's
hear
just
her
gonna
calling
death
out.
throw you across the,
But she's not calling
Across the
out. right?
table.
Yeah.
in a non-pissed off way.
Yeah, I'll go on, and it just means I gotta make certain I keep that guy alive, so that he can.
Unlock the door.
I mean,
Yeah.
but as long as we stay together.
I got
Alright, so everyone is going inside, right?
Yeah, we're going in.
In. So now you're in the first room over here. You would see.
Okay, now let me actually look at this front door. Is there a way to, because technically I would be, it would
There
be.
is
Yeah,
a keyhole
this
in
section,
this
this
door
section
and in
alone.
this door. But they're both unlocked right
Remember
now.
how it's
Actually, has to be those
Are
doors.
there any, is there any way?
Fine, sturdy iron
Is
doors
there
on
any way-
iron hinges.
The
Is there
first
any way
one, and
to
you get inside.
bar this inner door?
Like with like an inside.
Yeah, a physical inside bar.
Right on.
No, we
Yeah.
very
Yeah, you see an iron bar that could go there.
Okay, so I'm gonna shut the door,
Alright.
put the iron bar in place, and then I'm going to cast the reverse of knock, which is lock.
Okay.
So it will be it will physically, mechanically lock, and it's
And
barred.
you barred like with magic.
Yes.
Right, okay, gotcha. Alright, so you have now magically locked this door.
Correct.
Right, okay, cool. So this is your barred
You
lock.
get in and out, so.
Alright, cool. So you're looking around in this room, it is a dun dun dun. Yeah, like 30-foot high walls, black iron, like room, like nothing else furniture wise is in this room.
And I might have
You do see this,
I was like, who's blind? So I'm a half elf, if I can see in the dark. You're a elf.
Dwarf, infravision, gnome, infravision.
Okay, so we're all good.
The only person who doesn't have infravision
Is
is
the one that went in by herself.
the one who went in by herself, right, the dwarf.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's 60-foot in.
I've
Jackie.
fixed torches.
I was doing some research. Your character apparently does not have night vision. I say screw that. So, the crow should have night vision.
I'm a raven.
The raven should have night vision.
Never more.
So let's try and be quiet and sneak through here as best we can.
Okay.
Only if the Raven snake would,
My character was
Alright,
based off
so
of.
in this room, where are we going?
Let's.
Moving in.
You've got another door over here, investigate it, you see, that it also has a keyhole lock. But it appears to be unlocked.
I'm not gonna go first. I'm kind of squishy, so.
Okay, we've got another door I'll go ahead and head over to the door.
All right, you head over to the door.
Does it appear to be unlocked?
Appear to be unlocked. Yep.
I will.
All right, you open the door.
Can we actually roll a group stealth check? It's just in case, because I'm actually
Okay,
like
so
to
we're
go-
trying to be sneaky and not
Yes,
talking.
I want to be
Hand signs.
yes.
All right, cool. All right, awesome. So you're opening up the door. Roll a 20 side.
Pants.
6.
All right. You open up the door relatively stealthily. No sound made by the door as you open it up. On the
I would
inside, you
prefer
can
to
see.
giant.
I'm gonna actually.
I'm gonna motion for everybody to follow.
All right. The door comes open. All right. You've got infravision for 60 feet.
Dress
To take you to about
sides
here.
and Lauren's
Essentially
about
being
25
stealthy.
sides.
Don't see any light
So
beyond
I
this.
It's like-
Through the
it's
door,
not
you
my
can
t-shirt.
see
It's
this,
like a
there's a
maxi
pedestal over
dress
here
up
on
there.
top of some very fine marble on the ground, and there's a black bell on top of the pedestal.
I don't know it's black.
Well, you would think it's, well, everything is black.
I mean, I can probably tell it's a cold metal bell.
It's a cold metal bell.
Right.
You see a cold metal
But
bell.
it's
That's
actual
true.
color.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, yeah. So we're being stealthy, infravision, they're like, yes, you're right. It's a cold metal bell. Or something shaped like that.
I'm gonna head over towards the bell. I'm not gonna touch the bell.
All right, cool.
I'm not touching the
I'm
bell.
motioning for everybody to follow. I'm sorry, I'm gonna keep.
And I'm gonna try to look at, see if there's
I'm gonna
any
make
writing I can make out on the bell or on that.
Keep that kind of
platform
distance, and I'm gonna recommend that everybody stay like around me or.
Move anybody who doesn't want to get moved, but,
No, we're on.
okay, we're kind of stealthily moving into this room.
Nah, go away.
All right, don't see any lights beyond about, we'll put like the 60-foot mark about here is the way you can see, like, you know, infravision. Moving over towards the pedestal.
I'm not touching it, but I am
Okay.
trying to see if I can make out any markings that are engraved into the bell or any writing that is on the pedestal, the platform.
Right on. The raised area around the pedestal is this fine marble and polished stone.
Okay, so it's polished stone of some sort. Is there anything written or engraved into it or not?
No, not in the floor and not in the bell.
Oh, I can see the bell from where I am, right?
Yes.
My thought is this: have they somehow corrupted the bell? That is my.
So looking at this bill from where you are, you can't tell what color it is either, right? So it's still
Well,
like-
yeah, it's whatever
Whatever
else
infravision
can
looks,
see.
yeah, right on. So you don't see any corruption of this bell, like it looks like a normal bell, actually, like in the darkness. Yeah.
But I mean, does it physically look like the bell we're looking for? Because my thought is this: it's possible that because this is an evil fortress, that somehow they've taken the bell and they've actually corrupted the
Right on.
the platinum bell.
Right on.
That is my thought.
You think that, and you're not sure. Looking at the bell, you can't tell if like it's been corrupted. You could, I guess you could cast detect magic on it and see if it has magic.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that right now.
Right on. It doesn't seem to.
And if I was going to do that, I would just cast identify.
Right on. Right on. Cool. Okay.
That's what I thought.
It looks
like,
like
also,
bell, but
I
we
don't know
whether or not
if
it's
I haven't seen
citizens
that much
done
time
it.
looking at my guitar.
But yeah, I'm gonna try and. I'm gonna
I mean, the fact that it's left here, though, that doesn't make much sense if they're trying to keep it safe. Unless it's intended to be
Is
something
that
that
$10 for all
idiots
6 strings or
come to
$10
us.
a piece?
Yes, I mean, that's my thought as well. It's like, yeah. So I'm just waiting for you to finish investigating said bell.
Okay.
I'm going to go to the father. I'm going to cast Detect Evil.
All right. You cast detect evil on the bell.
I cast
In
Detect
general?
Evil.
Generally.
In general.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a, I think it's a 10-foot path for however far away.
Yeah, but I think there's also a duration.
There's a duration, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like technically you can kind of swing it as
Yeah.
well.
Might I ask what fairy fire does? Is it just like a normal fire attack?
Oh, it's actually, it makes people easier to hit.
Yeah, a blow.
Yeah.
So basically you cast it in a range. And
Basically, have you ever seen Star Trek the animated series?
I've watched the original series.
Okay. The reason I ask is because in Star Trek the Animated Series, to deal with them having possibly being in environments where there was no oxygen, they gave the characters something that's never shown up in any live Trek since, the force field belts, which was basically they did it because that way they could, rather than having to draw specific spacesuits, they could just put a nice glow around the characters and live, that's basically what it looks like.
You cast or detect magic,
No detect.
or detect evil, I'm sorry, detect evil.
I mean, I'm presuming that, I don't need to know about detect magic,
Okay,
because
okay.
I'm presuming that this thing is magic, if it is in the book.
There. Alright, so yeah, since the path. So you're kind of near the bell, you don't detect any alignment from the pedestal or from the bell.
Okay, so it has been evil corrupted, that doesn't necessarily mean it's not trapped, but it's nice,
I have a 1.
Then I'll go ahead and head towards the,
And this lasts for 1 turn plus 5 rounds per level, and you're
third level, so basically 2.5 turns.
right on. So the 1 turn is 10 minutes, and then then another 15 minutes after
So basically, I will go and head further towards there, and basically, since I've got the detect evil, make use of it.
that. Okay, so you're moving this way?
Yeah.
Okay. Alright, you move in a little bit further.
And then all motion for us to
Right,
follow
at
them.
this point, your infravision's kind of reaching about that far-ish. And with your detect evil, and actually, let's see, are you trying to hide up against the wall? being
Yeah, I'm trying to
stealthy?
get a little stuff,
Okay.
but I mean, obviously, I can't really do that.
Right on. So, kind of coming around this way. Let's see iron there.
Do I see a extinguished torch on the floor? Which, I know that's sort of meta gaming, but.
Well, no, she
would
came
see
back
it.
out, so she.
Yeah, you would see like ash on the floor. There's like what looks like some remnant of torch, something.
Okay.
Yeah. And you could smell, the smell of smoke in the air from the torch.
Do you see something with a slight glow as if
Okay.
it struck with embers?
So as you're kind of coming in this area, like right when you get, I don't know how far you want to go. You investigate the
No,
torch.
I'm not gonna go to the torch.
Okay, all right, stand up against the wall. You're like, ooh,
I'm
that's
not even gonna go any further than, you see where that wall is? There goes, no. That wall? I'm not gonna go any further than I can look into that alcove.
Okay, cool. All right, so you're looking in the, you can see this alcove. All right, and right this second, what you see there, actually, it seems to be empty. Because it is empty.
I'm gonna move over to that corner.
Okay. You move over to
I'm kind of using the corner as a
As a
cover and
cover.
kind of looking around,
Okay, cool. So
keeping an eye on, what's your character's name?
Julio.
Julio.
the other kind of
Julio
garden.
Got
I would like
I'm
to-
a Modesta fellow.
Honestly, let's form a common design by the bottom of the porch.
Yeah, I'd be ready to do the same. Just camp out in the corner,
Okay.
keep an eye on.
Camping out in the corner, trying to keep an
You
eye
guys
on.
are never gonna find me. If y'all keep camping out in the corner.
It's like, don't worry, they're only slightly torch around.
When you get to about that
Every
wall
confidence
though,
I'm fine.
I really think you can kind of see in that area.
Yeah, 60 foot?
Yeah. So, in that
So here's welcoming.
representation. You see, what looks like another pedestal,
Yeah, the one on my
and you see something that looks like a bell on top of it.
Does it look like the bell? Does it
It
also
looks
look like the bell?
It very much similarly resembles the bell from the other room. And in the dark, they might even look identical. And you're still got your detect evil on, but you're not close enough to that yet to detect it.
I'm gonna take Sling Stone.
All right, sling stone.
Right, Sling Bullet.
Sling.
And I'm going to try to toss it to where the extinguished torch is.
Okay. Roll 20.
Basically, I want to try to see if any sort of 4.
4. Alright, you throw the stone, it kind of glides along the floor, like over in this area.
So it goes a little further.
It goes further than you anticipated. Yeah, slicker floors or something.
Maybe a little blood.
No, I'm fine.
I don't know, maybe you got called for me.
Okay.
I mean, like, we haven't established that you aren't hurt.
You now
And
hear.
I have every confidence that my friend Elwyn
She
is
did stab
not.
herself with her dagger, so
torturing
maybe she's
me.
bleeding from that.
Yeah, there you go. She got a
You
hole in her
now
shoulder.
start hearing something that sounds like a low, murmuring, meditative recitation by 4 or more voices from that direction.
So something around the corner.
Do you
Something
try to
around the corner.
signal us at all? Did you hear that?
How smooth are these iron
Echoing
walls?
now through the iron walls.
How smooth are these iron walls?
How smooth are the iron walls? Very smooth. Very difficult to climb from a fear perspective.
Oh,
You hear this homina recitation
I
going on.
I'm going to start wiggling my fingers as if I am walking,
Okay.
as if they're walking. And I'm going to, along that side wall, walk along there to the corner and turn and look around.
Alright, you look around.
I am ignoring the torch for now because
Okay.
drop torch there is not.
Alright, you would see what looks like 6 figures coming down the hallway, dressed in robes, and moving towards you. 6
Okay, what size figures are they?
humans, or
They're
humanoid size.
So either humans or elves.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know whether or not Elwyn is a human or no?
Well, you've heard that she's a half elf.
So it could be humans, could be elves, could be half elves. But definitely tall folk.
Tall folk. Tall
So
folk.
they probably are not going to be expecting smaller folk.
Possible. Yep. Well, let's do this. Let's go around the table and everybody else can tell what they're doing as everyone's hearing this meditative, Soren,
Let's see if my sneak stats.
you hear. And you would also hear footsteps.
I'm gonna stay against this wall and like close to Julio, but not too
All right,
close.
using ears. For a little closer.
You said I saw 6 people? I will briefly turn around and go.
All right. You see Julio go.
And then go back to looking.
All right, cool. You're watching as they're coming. They're not running or anything. They're walking in your general direction, normal pace, with this chant. Or
He says 6 paces. How far can I move? Essentially, could I
you can
get?
get there.
Could I?
Use that.
Could I essentially, since he's a small person, can I like kind of be beside so I can see around the corner?
Sure. Here
Okay.
around the corner.
Here, go peering around the
Then
corner.
you both do
Cast spell.
All right, and what do you got?
Hypnotic pattern, 30-foot range with a 30-foot cube,
Okay.
and I basically want to catch all of these people with hypnotic pattern.
All right. 30-foot cube. All right.
Yep, so 30-foot cube.
All right.
It-
Try to encapsulate all these things.
Yes.
Okay. So hypnotic pattern, of some sort, maybe.
Yes. So
Right.
bright shiny lights.
Bright, shiny lights. So now you're illuminating the whole corridor too, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Yeah, because I believe it. Well, let's see. Hold on. Let me actually. All right. So it creates a wave of twinkling patterns of There's subtle colors in the air.
All right.
So it does say subtle, but they are. It is color and.
And it's color in the air,
It is-
so but and it's illuminating some type of area.
Yeah, it would be like. Yeah, it's
It's not like sunlight. in
No,
the
it's not like
corridor,
sunlight.
it's
It is subtle.
Christmas
It's
lights.
subtle. Yes, I'd say like twinkling.
Enough you can
twinkling
make
lights.
out. We might even be able to make out what type of ears they have. We wouldn't be able to read anything.
And it affects up to 24 hit dice worth of creatures.
Okay.
Is that because of your level, or is it just a straight 24?
It's just straight 24.
All right. You cast hypnotic pattern. Lights dance down the corridor, and you can see four exactly, of these robed figures kind of look up at the lights. Their robes kind of fall back, and you can see that they do have pointy ears. They're like elves or half captivated by your lights. There are two that look suspicious and continue to move towards you. And
Once I
actually,
cast,
roll a wisdom
once I
check.
cast, not back, but.
Oh, right, that's cool. Roll a wisdom check.
Wisdom check. Not great at these. No, I made it. 9.
Oh my gosh. All right.
I just made it.
All right, cool. Over here, behind this pedestal, kind of, you think you see some type of human. All right, cool.
And I'm going to be like, to the people behind them.
Right on. Hiram, you are no longer held by magical means, but you are held by a rope. And you are gagged, and you can now see these hypnotic lights, but you're out of range, right?
It is a 30-foot cube, so whatever a 30-foot cube is going to be.
Yes.
30 by 30 by 30 by 30.
Yeah, I don't think she'd be affected. I think she's out of range.
I would have essentially centered it on them.
That's cool. So you now see with the light of these little Christmas lights that are illuminating this corridor over here, you see
A little bit of light.
yeah, with a little bit of light, you can see that there are these humans.
Oh, but what did I see with the wisdom check?
Oh, that was what you noticed. It's her.
Oh, her. Oh, I noticed her.
You
Okay.
noticed her.
I'm not caring about that
Behind
right
the
now.
pedestal. You can tell other people or not.
Well, it's like I want the people behind me to attack the people that are moving. So I'm like,
You have a gag in your mouth, and you are held by a rope.
I keep rolling low. Okay, I'm rolling low.
Oh,
Can I-
you gotta tell me what you're gonna do.
yeah.
I was just rolling like 1,000 pounds. Alright, I'm gonna roll to spit my gag out.
Okay, you're trying to spit your. Well, see,
No.
the gag is tar. You got like
So
a
it's
bunch
like
of ropes, like basically
So I can't like fish it out with my
somebody
tongue.
took part of a rope
Uh-huh.
and stuck it in your mouth,
That's so gross.
and then took another piece of
Depends on
rope
whether or not
and
they wash
tied
it
it
around
around
before they do that.
your mouth.
Okay.
So that's what
Somebody-
you spit.
You might want to look at Ben bars and whatnot.
You do have an amazing strength if you wanted to try and do something.
So I can try to, I can take one of my daggers that I conveniently have around my hand area, wherever that is,
Right on.
and try to start cutting my ropes.
You're trying to get to one of your decks. Alright.
16.
You start feeling around and you notice that like whatever weapons you did have, you don't have it.
Even my secret dagger that no one knew about but me, that I stole from Subtrell.
They should have patted you down. Come on. You have a 10% chance to.
What does that mean?
You do have the secret you have the one secret dagger that
Yes.
nobody knows about.
I stole it from your brother.
All your other
when he acted
weapons,
crazy.
including your magical sword and your everything else has been taken away.
But not my secret
Right.
dagger.
You still got your armor though, because they just tied you up with your armor still on.
You should've
It's
taken my
easier
armor.
and quicker.
Because that's where the secret
Right.
dagger is.
But you roll
She's just
a
a ball.
20-sided and roll a look.
She is the sharp pointy
Okay.
object.
You notice that the dagger is there, but you're gonna have to try and work to get it into a
But
place
my
where you have
strength
to
is
use it.
16, so I made it.
But you're tied up with ropes to such an extent that
Right,
you're
basically-
trying to struggle with your
You're
strength.
trying to maneuver yourself so that you can get to your dagger with your hands behind your back.
Yeah, you notice it's there, but you're gonna have to
Basically,
work
you want to
around
roll
it
below
to get
10.
it,
Oh, I see.
to get it in your hand to do something.
Okay.
But yes, it's still hidden in your armor, somehow, the secret dagger, nobody knows about but you, right?
I didn't even write it down. Not even the DM did
Nice
that.
scar. She made sure.
Well, technically, if it's not written down, it doesn't
She was
exist.
just a little.
Wait a minute, but it was secret though.
But it is not
So
written down.
write down on your equipment list, secret dagger no one knows about.
No.
So we'll
Dang
know for
it.
next time that you have a secret dagger. But anyway, so you're now there, tied up,
It's
trying
not
to get the
magic
dagger.
though, it's just like a plain
Yeah, it's just a
dagger.
plain old knife. It's a pocket knife. And nobody knows that.
It's a dagger.
Split guy.
It's
Um,
a dagger.
Dagger.
It's a dagger.
It's a dagger.
It's a pocket knife.
Dagger.
Gunnar,
Split guy. Like, oh,
Gunnar,
This is a
you
dagger,
now
though.
see that there's also these, well, you would also see the lights captivating, and you can move up this way if you wanted to see things better.
Can I whisper out? Don't hit the ones that are distracted. Only the ones that are moving.
Okay. There's two of them just moving up now.
Move forward and
Okay?
hit one of the suspicious ones with this thing.
Oh, right on. Right. Because of your movement and where you were, I would say you could probably just get to the rest of the party over here, not
Yeah.
necessarily move up to them yet. They're gonna probably
Oh, I
move
mean, it's a
up.
ranged weapon,
Right.
correct?
Yeah, well,
No, this is essentially like an initiative round because we caught them by
right,
surprise.
exactly.
Maybe I can
We'll
just
we'll just
knock
carry it
one
on,
out.
that's what I was thinking. We'll just like go on around the table and then they would get their action, because they're, oh gosh, something.
So I move forward to the rest of the party and
Okay.
look around the corner.
Alright, you move and you look around the corner, you roll a wisdom check. You might, yeah, you may also notice one, you notice Iram over, tied up behind this thing, struggling, trying to get a pocket knife nobody knows about.
With my eyes, I send you a message of love and devotion.
You've been told by her eyes. Her eyes have told you the secret about the dagger no one knows about.
Well, no, only her love and devotion, not the dagger.
I look over, see you just trying to grab something from under her arm, and I'm like, you take a look at knife or something.
Of course.
Cool. So you're over there, you notice her, but you could take another action. You go, oh, Iram's over there. Oh, she's giving me love and devotion. Now you're looking over this direction and you see what looks like four robed priests who look captivated by Christmas lights. And you see two other ones in the back
This is
that
gone off the
don't
rails.
seem quite so captivated. You hear Mars kind of turn in that direction and go, don't, just explaining like, that some are captivated and some aren't. Right? So did you want to take any other actions? You just kind of moved, noticed things, now you're looking in that direction.
And are moved immediately to rescue your wife. Obviously.
I'm kidding.
Claire gave me too much change, but oops. I'm sorry, I was looking for quarters and I was like, oh,
There they are.
I think Claire gave me too
You,
much.
you found it. Oh, from the change from the Genesis.
I usually have, hold on. You wanna know what's in my wallet right now? It's weird. There's only one
Capital
thing
one?
in here that is,
That's what's in your wallet.
got this one,
Oh.
and got an ace of clubs.
Here, have 52 cents.
Cool, I guess.
Right on. But did you want to take any other actions there, like looking around the side? You see the two that are moving, you see the other four completely captivated.
I would like to sort of pay closer attention to the people who are not captive.
Okay, all right, you're
Basically
paying attention to
sizing
them,
them up.
kind of getting ready
Yeah.
for
Getting ready.
Okay, so you're kind of like ready an attack, keeping tabs on who's moving.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Basically, these dudes are captivated by the lights, but these two who are close to these guys aren't.
Those guys are.
So basically, it's like, yeah, take those guys out first.
Gotcha. Julio, you see people captivated by Christmas lights, and you see two that are still moving and chanting as they come down the corridor.
Has the chant changed, or is it still the same chant?
It is still the same chant.
Well, I'm going to create a little bit of a distraction.
Yeah.
Pull out my sling,
Pull out your sling.
and I swing at the bell to make it ring.
You sling it this
Oh,
bell?
no.
Yes.
Okay.
No!
Roll 20 sides. Roll out.
15.
15.
Oh, yeah.
Your sling bullet flies across the room. You nail the bell right up on the top.
Oh my God.
Ding! The bell slides across the pedestal and falls on top of Iron.
I wasn't trying to do a full strength strike, just hard enough to make it ring.
It hit the bell, it rang, it moved the bell across the pedestal, it fell over the top, and behind this is where Iron is.
So that
the bell
means I
falls
hear
over
it go
for 2
full
points of
rather
damage.
than volume some more when it falls on the floor, because obviously something
It
has-
does. Clang, 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 as this bell falls to the ground.
Why would it do that? It landed on something soft.
Yeah, but she's wearing armor.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Right? So it's making some noise as it falls to the ground there, and you take some damage from the bell hitting you. Oh!
This is why I came here by myself!
Hey,
These are no need as these guys come around here. Dun dun dun. They would have seen the sling bullet also. We're gonna have these guys come up here and oh my gosh, there are 2 clerics versus 2 clerics.
Okay.
Cool. Sounds like fun. Let's do that. Alright, so
well, if they are charging towards me,
they're not really charging. They're just like moving up, they're still chanting. They pull out their maces and
Oh my God.
well, let's go ahead and use that second sling bullet on the one coming towards me.
Alright, you do it. Do it.
11.
11.
They go up 17.
Alright, cool. Dun, dun, dun. Yes, that's it.
5 points.
5 points. Oh, they continue to chant. One tries to hit you with his sling, or with his mace, sorry. Mace. Bam! And hits you for 3 points of damage. And then the other one is trying to attack you, Dunark, and also hits you. You take 3 points of damage from a mace hit from one of the acolytes of Elwyn. Roar! Soren, your turn.
I want to shoot. It was 3 or 4.
3.
Shoot this guy.
Alright,
So-
you shoot at this one on the left.
You were hit
after
4-3.
Dunark.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
4-3, not 3-4.
Yes!
I was just.
I was
trying
trying
to
to confuse
confuse
you.
I'm
That's
deducting
the
it
miss
from
from
the
your
two
shots
shots
from
I
the
had,
arrow.
because I got rolled.
I saw the 17.
So I
Over.
17.
17's a hit. Alright, cool. Arrow with that one.
6.
Alright, for 6. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. Alright, an arrow hits into the. He stops his chanting. Ah! Screams and bars.
And he gets 2 more darts.
Alright, dart, boom, dart, boom.
No, here's a bow.
And
That doesn't matter. 2 6s.
2 6s. A dart flies past him, and another dart flies past him.
What angle do they
Ding,
does
ding.
it ever hit the
I think they would hit the wall, like you know,
Yeah.
you're like over there, you know. Oh, well, you're shooting at this guy, right?
Yeah, we shoot.
Oh, man, hold on. I see.
I'm trying to wonder if the bell's gonna make any more noise.
They don't hit the bell, but they do hit the wall. Like you hear cling off the like, iron walls. The dark
I'm gonna move back just in case. Kind of
Okay.
spread out.
Alright, cool.
Spread out a bit, just in case they have any AOE.
All right. So then, Iram, you are still tied up. You're
Yeah.
trying to get your
Yeah.
to your knife.
I'm getting my secret dagger.
All right, roll a 20-sided to try and get to
Roll
your dagger.
below 10. Or
Yeah.
Ah, 18.
18. You still can't get your fingers in the right place to get out. Oh, but and you're
Do I
you're
finally
busy
notice
with the bell falling your head.
did I notice the bell moving because of her struggles?
You would see the bell moving from her struggles.
Oh God,
Yes.
he's gonna think it's in shape.
All right, cool. He's like, oh my gosh, the bell's moving.
But
All right,
actually,
sorry.
it's real.
It's real.
I would like to run past them and get the bell off of her.
All right,
Yes!
You run past
And
him.
cut
All right,
the rope
now
off.
if you
Or
do
that
that, if you do that, he's gonna get an attack of opportunity at you.
Okay.
Okay, you don't care. All right, you're like, I don't care. I gotta get my girl.
Even if that
All right.
tagged in the back of the ass.
That's cool. He hits you with a mace for 2 points of damage, and with the attack of opportunity, and you are now over at Iron. Oh right, yeah, that.
I say,
There's lights in the corridor. We don't need infravision range anymore. So, what did you want to do? You are now over at Iron.
Pull the bell off of her and then untie fire.
All right, you pull the bell off of her and you begin to untie her. Roll a 20-sided. This would be a strength check. Roll a 10. What's your strength?
My strength
Well, technically you can use dexterity if he's trying to untie
It
it.
could be that like it's the strength
Strength
of the
is
knot
eight.
is what I'm going
Yeah.
after. But
strength is 8, dex is 16.
it's 16.
Yeah, that's what I was
Roll
saying.
another. Roll a dex check here. We'll do that. 15. Yep, you struggle with both. Yeah, you're like, this knot's really tight. Maybe, I can move this. No, that's really hard too.
At least I'm trying.
Right?
Yeah.
Somehow
I
you've
think
gotten
it
your
is
hand
about
now
it.
stuck in part of the rope.
Oh my God.
And you're now attached to Iram as you know, on the back. Yes. Alright, cool. And then Julio, you would now see some struggling over there, and you see the bell moving. Well, actually, you would see Dunark now throw the bell off, try and start untying Iram, and then now stuck in the ropes.
But we've got this cleric, or this,
There's also
this
a cleric.
cultist that's
Absolutely. There's this cultist in front of you, like, yeah, absolutely.
I'm just sitting over here like, how does this work?
Well, what I want to do is basically take a step back so I can sling.
Alright, you try and take a step back. Alright, kind of disengage and then swing. Cool.
8 and 11.
Alright, 8 and 11. That's a good question. The 11 is a hit. Alright, cool. So hit with the sling bullets
4-6.
for 6 points. Alright, which one? The one on the left?
The one that was in front of me.
The one that's in front of you, this one. Alright,
Yes.
cool. Alright, he takes what did you say, 6 points?
Yep.
6 points. Alright, cool. Sling bullet hits him in the face. He stops chanting as well. And he takes his mace and he tries to, he kind of moves up and tries to swing his mace at you and misses. This one, who is just attacking Dunark in a
They're the
attack
exact
opportunity,
same
would also kind of see all this madness over here now.
I need one that's not falling.
He also would notice like his friends haven't backed him up down the hallway.
Yeah,
It
I
seems
can give you
captivated by
105.
this light array. But I feel like he's kind of split between several different possibilities here. So, 1, 2. He decides that trying to take Julio out is the best form of action since his friend is also doing that. And he misses also.
Alright.
Soren.
Alright, I'm gonna keep shooting the tall
Alright.
one.
Are you shooting the tall one over the top of Julio's head?
This went well, but
Don't roll 1.
Don't roll 1. 3. Miss. Yes, miss. You hear ding as it bounces off the iron wall.
I think it's just the palms were a little sweaty on that one, so I'm just gonna 18.
Ooh, okay, now you got a dead chest. Right in the center. Roll
It's just like, think. Ah, crap.
arrow shoots him. Hits for 4. Alright, cool. Oh man. That's wait, did you get any bonuses on that too?
No, that was
3 plus 1.
Man. Another arrow. Like hit him dead center, right? And he's like,
Now he's
you
got,
can
like,
see
one
this
arrow split
blood just
together.
kind of flowing out of him. He's, but Mars.
2 more darts.
Alright, 2 more darts.
And I'm going to do it at the ones that's injured.
Alright, the one that's injured. Alright, the one on the left that just took
18
the arrow
and
hit.
2.
Oh my gosh, that 18 is definitely a hit. You toss a dart. Alright, you toss a dart into his third eye in his head and he falls to the ground.
Just,
I'm going to move back over here.
Alright, cool. You go around the corner, you're like, alright, that's cool. Alright, and then
I'm still worried about AoE.
I hear you. And then
I know a burning hands would be great right about here.
Alright,
that stuff can still happen.
can I get my dagger?
Go for it.
11.
11.
You still need a 10.
Yeah, you still need a 10. You're still struggling. But you do have help, right?
Right.
So roll a strength check again as you're trying to as you're trying to help Ira.
6.
A 6. Oh my gosh, you're able to unlatch your hand and then roll another 20 sided.
Got 4.
A 4, and then you're able to somehow get to the knife. Cut, and now Iron is free.
My hero.
Alright,
Yes,
cool.
I hand you back your knife.
Ah, good, thank you.
Alright,
It's back in my secret spot.
Just hidden like right up under the
You
back.
might want to keep your knife out for the stabbing portion.
Oh.
Alright, so
Now everybody knows.
freedom, and then Julio.
And I'm
There's
just
still
sitting here on
the
12
one in front of you. who has a mace aimed at your head.
The stabbing portion of it.
Just, well, it is.
So now commences the stabbing portion.
And he's wondering where his friends are also. Where are my friends?
Does he actually say that?
No. He thinks it really does. You think you hear it on the wind. Yeah, sure.
His
You hear him
face
say
says
it.
everything.
Where are my friends?
Okay, so it's obviously he's supposed to know, like to tell you he's a girl.
Yes.
Probably not. Yeah, that's a spell that really should never work in combat. So I'm not gonna try. Charm person in the middle of combat. That's.
Hey, friend.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's actually.
You worked in the middle of the one last week.
Everything that Janie tries, it works.
2 and 15.
2 and 15. All right, 15 would be a hit.
Just
So
imagine.
swing bullets, disengage, and boom.
Yep,
All
5.
right, cool. 5. All right, cool.
Just
Ugh!
give him a hug and just.
He screams. He takes his mace. He tries to hit you with it again,
It's like.
and misses. We're making quite a bit of noise. Give me 1 second on that front.
Where did Cindy go?
Over here.
Not you, and not you.
So Cindy who or Cindy Lou who?
Oh, I love Cindy Lou. She's like my favorite. Okay, you're good. All right, cool. Awesome. And then we're back to Soren.
Quick question, did I see like her pull out the bag?
Did you see?
Well, you should be able to see they're free now. She's free now.
Oh, yeah. You
It's
see
like I just
Iron is
picked up on
free,
the
like,
back there.
roll 20
Whether you see the dagger is, I think, what is it, a
I
wisdom?
see a glint of the. Yeah,
No,
sure.
definitely not.
Oh, wait,
It's a
no,
19.
Oh, sorry. Whoa.
That's
Sorry.
definitely not.
Reverse. So you do not
Just
notice
imagine
how
this
she got freed up.
Dwarf looking like.
You're like, oh, Iron is free now.
Totally looking like.
And there's ropes on the ground. I mean, you might just assume she's
Just
still
struggling with not.
Yeah.
It's like, oh.
Okay, so I'll just shoot this guy
All
from
right, shooting that guy in front of you. All right, cool.
It's like, I already have.
15.
All right, 15 is a hit. So arrow to the chest on that one. 8. Oh man! You hit him like right in his neck. Blood spurts out. Ugh, he starts screaming when. Mark.
Yeah, 2 more.
Blood spurt out on you.
Do I add the +2 for my dex?
Oh, for yeah, to attack.
Maybe 12.
Well, and I say that way. It might already be incorporated into.
Well, I don't know what I don't.
Oh, I got you. What
Because
does it
no,
say?
my THACO says 19, and I have +2 to my attack.
Oh, because in your dex, it should be 18. Like, let me see.
Well, because it's a +2 attack, my THACO is 19.
Right on.
Base THACO is.
See, like with the dex.
Base stack is never worse than 20. So,
Right.
So that
So
can't
it's
be.
like-
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
so
no,
that-
it's just +1, so it should be 19 for your missile attack, and it is. Yeah, that's right. That is right.
Okay.
So the plus is already incorporated in attack.
Okay.
Like your base attack is 20, and so then like since you got a +1 for the missile attack, then now it's 9.
No, I get +2 for missile attack.
Oh, you get a -2 for dex. Or wait.
I think. Hold on.
Wait, what's your dex?
Because it says +2 attack for my dex on the sheet. That's why I'm questioning.
What's the shield -1? That's like a wooden shield with holes in it.
Alright, hold on. Alright, so
Mine's
dex
one
is
shield.
16. You
got like
first,
a curtain.
+1, reaction,
Minus
+1
one
missile.
A shield made of jelly.
-2 defense. So the +1 missile, I would take your THACO from 20 to 19 with the darts. It looks right. And then -2 defense adjustment, like takes your armor class down.
Well, see, that's the question is, why does it on the sheet say +2 attack? Because it literally says 2 attack. Oh, it's
because-
2
Because
attacks.
you get 2 attacks per round.
Okay, I got you.
It's not
so I
+2,
fired
that's just
another
how many
arrow.
attacks you get.
Yeah,
Did I
because
fire
you
another
It should
arrow?
be 2 ATK dice.
Oh, yeah, you would get 2 attacks with your arrows. Yeah, did you take both of them?
No.
Oh, okay,
Yes,
so
I
roll
did.
for the other one.
Yeah,
I think
yeah,
I'm so
yeah.
used to missing one of them, I just forgot about it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. No, that's why I kept asking. What's the 2 attack?
Oh, right, 2 attacks per round.
Okay,
I got another hit.
Alright, oh man, damage.
4.
Alright, 4. Oh gosh, you dropped him to the ground. Oh, another arrow, and he
Oh,
falls.
I just forgot about my other arrow.
Oh, right on, cool. So these guys are dead on the ground.
Sword for great.
I'll show you guys what not to do
Alright.
when you're firing
You
the
now hear this big boom. Alright? Whack! You hear a resounding boom behind you. You look down this corridor, for those who can look in this corridor, and you see that there is a large iron door that's dropped in front of this door. You know, you locked this one.
Right.
Right, now there's this huge door that dropped out of the, sort of the ceiling, like a portcullis kind of thing. It's now
If you were gonna
locked
do
door.
that, why, it's like I didn't have to lock the other door.
Right on.
I don't think he's read ahead.
Well, it's not like we knew with the.
Yeah. Well, I'm saying this to the air. If you were gonna do that, I didn't have to lock the door.
I
You hear diabolical laughter from some part of the wall, and then you hear.
Alright, so, well, since my dark's missed, I'm gonna run in this direction.
Alright,
because
in that direction.
I wanna start.
Those guys are still captivated for how long?
Until it basically it says I can maintain, as long as I maintain it, and then once I stop maintaining it, it lasts for +2 rounds after I stop maintaining it.
Alright. So
But-
I keep going, keep going, keep going.
Yeah, so basically I want to go over there and stab them in the throat till they die.
Alright. So we'll just say all these guys have been killed, stabbed in the throat. The evil acolytes have been destroyed. However, do they have anything worth taking?
I'm going to make certain I get back my slim stick.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab my
Alright.
darks.
I haven't,
I wanna grab my.
I haven't
Let's
attacked.
say everybody gets back all
I
this
just went and
stuff.
saved her.
Who has my stuff?
Now that's a different question.
Where's
All
my
right.
stuff?
You're missing all your weapons, but each of these guys does have a mace, and each one of you grab a mace to have a weapon.
Well, I have a small dagger.
Yeah, but that's like 1d4.
Yeah.
Oh.
And if it's a small dagger, it might be like 1 damage.
It's like a 6-inch blade. It's one you can hide easily without somebody realizing like you've got.
So something
So it could be 1d3 or 1d2.
Right.
True.
So basically, hold on.
So it's yeah, if it's just a
So
simple
basically-
knife, I think that is
so
actually
basically
yeah,
this.
yeah.
It's a close range weapon.
So basically this.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll grab a mace and I'll
Oh, I
throw
have
you a
one
mace because the
for
mace is at
protection.
least 1d8, I believe.
I would like a mace, thank you.
All right, you now have a
Try to
mace.
at you.
I don't catch it and it lands on the floor. I have to pick it up.
It's just like, it's like,
And I'm
It's like-
ashamed.
Right.
it's like yelling.
Well, obviously she took no ill effects from being touched by the bell.
Right.
In fact, I'm pissed that it didn't heal me because I have like 10 points of damage.
You still have 16 HP.
So I'm gonna take a closer look at the bell that fell on her.
Okay, you take a closer look at the bell that fell on her. Are we lighting torches now?
I have
Not
5
me.
left.
You've got, I mean, I'm asking you.
I'll light one for myself because I think I'm the only person who can't see.
Okay, you light one for yourself, and you now you can get a better idea what the bell looks like too.
Okay.
So the bell appears to be made of copper, and
I'm gonna move up, just for reference, I'm gonna move up to this corner.
So it's a copper copy of the bell.
Keep an eye down this hallway.
it looks like a bell very similar to this one, right? That you saw was black, right? Now it's like kind of a reddish copper sense.
Are you going to show the class that the color of the other bell was?
Nobody saw it.
Nobody saw the
Because they walked through that room in the dark.
Yeah.
It's like we can see, but we can't see.
We can see shapes, we can't see colors.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell them that, yeah.
Okay.
It's like, oh, that bell over there, yeah, it's black. It ain't the bell we're looking for.
Yes, it's made of copper, and yeah.
I think the other
Take a
bell
look
was
at
made
the-
just for.
I'm going to examine the platform.
Okay, cool.
So it was very slick, you said.
This one, all right, so in this area, right? The altar appears to be made of marble,
Well, I was just like,
and there's a pedestal that's a solid block of mahogany.
God, that's nice.
Yeah. I mean,
Solid
really
mahogany?
Solid mahogany. It's really nice looking.
Because I'm gonna wrap it and see if I can come across any secret compartments in this thing.
Okay, did we find anything on the priest?
As far as treasure goes,
Yeah.
I don't find any treasure on them.
Just the maces,
They
okay.
have the maces and the robes.
What about their holy symbols? What does that look like?
They would have holy symbols of Karanikos. They're like circles with X's. Kind of like a zodiac symbol.
I'll collect 6 of them. I'll put those 6.
Okay. You have 6 holy symbols of Karanikos. And I'd say that actually instead of it being like the 4, it would be like an 8, like cross. It would be like you're crossing out, like you're.
So in other words, they double cross.
It's a double cross. It is. Like, that makes more sense than Jackal.
Okay. Huh?
So
So
Carolina's
this
is
copper rather
the,
than platinum we were
is
expecting.
that bell.
Yeah, it's not actually like the holy symbol of Karamikos. It's like a holy symbol of Karamikos that's been like corrupted by an asteroid.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'll write that down.
yeah, it's like an occultist holy symbol, like an Elwyn holy symbol.
Okay, so what does my holy symbol look like?
Your holy symbol would be
Could it,
one
could it
of-
just be like this? Because the,
It's just like that.
because like, I mean, this is the holy symbol for my other character. Anyway.
Well, and you're like a dwarf priest also, so like.
Well, yeah, the
Hammers and stuff like
dwarves,
Yeah, so that makes perfect sense. Yeah, absolutely.
especially with the 2 runes on.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, so that's what exactly what your holy symbol is.
I'm already wearing that.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the other bell.
All right, you go back to the other bill.
Okay. And can you bring your torch over so we can take a look at this thing?
I mean, I guess.
So,
She brings the torch
so it's
over.
black, you say?
Yep.
I bring the
Black
torch
as
over
in-
with an
As
attitude.
in black iron?
Yeah, it goes back to my question. I take a
Let's see,
clean
this
iron.
pedestal, now that you really see it, the altar's made of marble. The pedestal is solid black and mahogany. And you would see the bell is dun, dun, dun. Yeah, it just looks like oh gosh, just like a black material. Let's see if you can tell like where this one.
I mean, I would think black iron right now.
Yeah,
It
It's
is.
supposed to be
Yeah,
close
it
to
is.
copper.
It's black iron.
Yeah, similar to the outside construction of the
Yep.
building.
So you got black iron here, and you got copper.
Basically made from
So
what's
that
left
means
over
we'll
from
probably
the
come
gas.
across a silver bell and a gold bell before we come to the platinum bell here. Do I know anything about there being 5 bells?
Never heard of 5 bells. Maybe it's not a religious experiment, or Although, well, hold on. What'd you roll?
I rolled a 5.
Okay, that's pretty good.
And religion skills 18.
I'm sure there's like some obscure tomb of something that talks about like using the bells as kind of like a personal growth thing. You know, like you would receive this as an acolyte, you would get this bell like later on, you get this bell later on. There may be like some stories of using bells for like leveling. Maybe. You gotta jump through this hoop and then you get this. Kind of like belts and martial arts or something.
So, you moved that bell. About how heavy did it seem?
It seemed about 50 or 60-ish pounds. I think it's made of copper.
Well, actually, I mean, they're not really that big.
Well, I mean, it fell on top of her. I assume it was like about the size
No, no.
of the back. So,
Maybe not quite that big, but kind of big, like maybe 30 pounds.
okay, so I was about 10, 20-ish pounds.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically carryable, but probably at most 1 per person.
Yeah.
Let's see. All right, now I'm thinking we're gonna find 5 bells. And we've got
5 people, 5 bells.
May I carry the copper one?
I don't care.
Can I
Well, I'm not
just-
gonna worry about trying to carry them right now.
Here's the thing.
I don't know, man. Maybe I could throw it at somebody.
Here's the thing about it. I'm not here for the bells. And I'm not interested in bringing the bells back, and I'm not gonna help you bring the bells back.
But yeah, the worst case scenario, you can melt them down and sell them.
Yeah, just like sell the copper or the iron.
I'm just not interested in taking
Maybe sell it to
anything.
the blacksmith so they can melt it down.
I'm not gonna take anything from Elwyn. Anything.
But how do you know Elwyn's here?
I don't know.
I mean,
It's
it's
her
her
house.
castle.
Oh yeah, maybe she's
No, no,
dead.
maybe at the end of it, I could just knock her out.
Basically, fought for later when we're getting out of here.
Yeah, we can
We're
bring
taking
them
the bell
later.
to get out.
I haven't seen anybody come down this hall either, right?
I marked the copper
By the way, I
bell
moved
with
back from here to
my,
here when people
with
went
my
back.
holy
Okay.
symbol
Just for reference.
to denote it from the rest.
Right, basically, I want to be able to see down the hallway, but I want to be as close as
Like, I'm not gonna be able to see
possible
color
because
from that unless I have like
60 foot in there.
And you're in for
So I just kind of.
Well, I mean, it's not like we're gonna move the bells. I don't think anyone else is gonna move the bells.
Well,
And I don't really want
Maybe.
anything engraved into these bells just yet.
I'm just thinking like maybe.
Since the one
scratch
bell
the
we
tarnish
know
on
has
it.
magic, I don't really want these bells damaged.
Yeah, I
So-
would recommend worrying about the
May I
bells
place a
once they're
stone
redeemed.
next to it?
Yes.
specifically one of my little bolts, just set it right.
Alright, so you're.
And maybe engraved
taking
upon
that.
it as like a little hand. You know, to denote mine from the rest.
Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. So you're marking the copper bill, so you know.
Just basically setting one of my stones next to it, which has the marking of the hand.
What's your strength?
My strength is 8.
Just don't think we
Top
should
is
be
a
messing
little
with people's homes.
Yeah, you said it's about 30 pounds per day. Basically, I was just looking up to see.
This is why I'm saying just like place a stone next to it, therefore I'm not defacing.
Your weight allowance is 35 pounds.
So I'd be able to carry it, just not like much else.
Yeah.
Right, because you probably have like a pack with rations and.
There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
And that's 30.
I've got a,
And do keep in mind that's 35 pounds without being encumbered. If you go over 35 pounds, then you'll be encumbered, and it's light encumbrance and heavy encumbrance.
As I said, that's why I'm not
Yeah,
going
yeah,
to outside
place one
carrying.
of my
Yeah,
stones
we can
on
worry
it,
about
therefore.
carrying it
So you place one of your stones on the copper.
Yes, basically to say, I've been here, this is the bell I'm just gonna take with me, so
Alright. So
maybe I could melt it down for copper to sell.
Well, you could probably try and sell it, potentially sell it to the church if they're interested. If they're not, or
If they're not, I just melt it down and sell the
Yeah.
copper.
Well,
Well, I'm
technically
thinking
sell.
the whole set, assuming that they're actually related, probably would be
Worth
more
more.
set
It's
than
individual.
Never break up a set, yeah. That's
But
like
still-
an antiquing rule, never break up a set.
No, bring up the set.
But I'm going to set one of my stones
Right.
on the top of the bell.
Okay.
The stone that I set on top of it is engraved with my holy symbol, therefore.
Okay. So you kind of marked it like this is my possession for later.
Yeah, basically
Okay.
for backtracking purposes.
Cool. Right on. Alright.
basically, I'm done with bells.
Yeah.
Go to where the extinguished torch is.
Okay, you go to the extinguished torch.
I'll follow.
Iron follows.
I think this is yours. Don't let her.
It's definitely mine.
Would you like to claim the torch?
Well, I don't know, maybe on the way out.
You might as well take it with you. I mean, it looks like it could benefit on that.
Well, it's
Well, no, it's been extinguished, so.
yeah, it's
Right.
out.
Alright, cool. So you
Yeah,
go,
we
you go to the
could light
torch.
that.
I have permission to review it. It'd be right around here.
I'll
So
grab it.
now.
Alright, you grab it. You have half a torch left.
And I'm known for hitting people with torches, so.
Okay.
So what did you
Just, okay, so
Walk up to them.
the
You're
second
going straight?
time I played with
You
Cindy,
find bars there.
I came across a guy and started being burn.
Yeah, I'm basically waiting for y'all to finish.
The
And as they move up, I move a little bit closer.
Just a,
Basically, I'm trying to make sure we don't get
Right.
ambushed. Because like you're definitely not getting ambushed that way.
Right. True, yeah. Lock.
basically as much as my, needs goes.
Cool. Iron, what are you doing?
I'm gonna continue on into the darkness of the hallway and with my torch.
Alright, so you got a torch lit, you start going in this direction.
Yeah,
How far are you leading?
yeah, I'll just kind of lead us down the way.
Alright,
here.
you lead down this way. Alright. And to your left, you see another open area. And it appears to be empty.
I'll continue on.
Alright, continuing on.
Following
Worry
behind
about information
the outside of the range of her torch.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna keep like right outside. I think 30 feet.
Okay, so y'all are kind of following, but from
Yeah.
further.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm here.
I'll just kind of.
Go ahead, Iron, we'll follow you.
We'll kind of give you a second chance, which is
Just like staying close enough to where I
Yeah,
can see her.
let her get ambushed first, since she's the bright shining beacon on
And then I'll
that.
just come in with a stun.
You can see like another empty area.
Continue on.
It's kind of odd that these areas are totally empty. Is there anything on the walls, any sort of engraving or anything?
You don't see anything at all, it just seems like plain iron walls, but you could go window and search those areas more carefully.
we're all kind of right here.
It's like looking from the outside from the, the hallway, they're like, oh, that's empty. And then, that's empty too.
Well, we know that there's all this inner sanctum kind of stuff
Right.
anyway, so
Foreplay.
it's not horrible. That,
Yeah.
it's not. It's like in all likelihood they know we're here. they pulled back so that,
Right. You now see another pedestal in this area. So now there's been one on the west wall, the north wall, now there's one on the east wall. And
I should have brought my guitar.
to your left, you see an open area. The area seems to be empty except for an altar, similar to the one you saw earlier. There's a pedestal in the middle of the raised area, and on top of the pedestal is a bell that appears to be made of a shiny metal.
I'll walk across the street and get some food. I'll be right back.
Could you get me a little snack? I haven't eaten anything today.
Well, now you're just being, I'll share.
I do have some granola bars randomly.
I'm
Granola
intrigued.
bar.
I'd like my first meal of the day to be something at least.
Okay,
We
right.
don't want iron
Can you
rations.
stop making me feel bad about not buying you a plate of food?
The pedestal here appears to be solid block of mahogany also. And the bell appears to be made of brass. I have a brass bell.
So something almost broken.
Something almost. Iron, copper, brass.
I mean, it's the next one we're gonna encounter bronze.
Oh.
Something tells me about that, right?
no, we're waiting for you, Luke.
Oh, yeah, I can.
Alright, you continue on. Alright. Now you can kind of see into that area. You see an area to your left. And the room appears to have a strange humanoid creature about 3 foot tall.
Oh, time to get this thing.
Oh no! Let me grab this. Not that. Okay.
I still think I should have brought my guitar.
Well, we have a guitar.
I would have brought, okay, so I have a classical guitar. I mean, she's wildly falling apart. I'm pulling her together.
This is too
She's
tall.
like 6 or 7 years
But
old now.
you see a creature about 3 feet tall
Oh.
that appears to be
Otherwise,
made
I'd have already
of wood.
They're closed.
And as you come into this area, it
Dinner
starts
place closes at
stifling
8.
towards you. Roll initiative.
It's almost
Yep.
gone.
One.
Dinner
One,
place closes at
you're
8.
going first.
Oh, wait, no, I rolled the wrong thing. Hold on. It's a 10,
it's,
right?
Yeah, we're gonna accept it.
Well, I'm gonna have to deal with the people who actually come down
You see
now.
this wooden creature start stifling towards you and kind of doing this shin.
All the places that sell food are closed.
It's like ash. Here we go again.
Is the market still open?
Here we
It is not.
go again.
That was my next bet. I was like, okay, they sell chips and candy at Figaro. I don't love their sandwiches, but
Well,
like,
I mean, Munson said he had like some bar things.
Oh yeah, I got some.
So if you're just gonna buy
well,
chips
we
and
have some
candy,
Taco
it's
Bell,
some bar.
We got. I'm done. You done? We got a bean
You want
burrito
a
here.
beef burrito?
I mean, do you want to split a bean burrito?
Y'all can split that.
We got I don't know.
no, Jackie, I don't want to split this. Okay.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let's put it this way, if you need a knife to split a burrito, that burrito's tougher than usual.
I was just thinking like,
I mean,
man,
it's
cut it down the
cold.
middle. I was just thinking cut it down the middle.
I was just thinking ribbon. Normal
Ribbon.
It's a tortilla, Jackie. It's
I'm
not
more
that
civil.
hard.
Roll the one. You get to go first. There's
Yeah.
a wooden thing hobbling towards you.
Do I recognize if it's like a statue or an enchanted being?
It looks
or,
like some type of statue-like creature made of wood.
The question is it look hostile?
It definitely looks hostile. It's moving towards you, right?
And is it like able to move swiftly, or is it like stifled by its
It's
statue?
not moving that fast.
I continue on.
Like towards it?
No, down the hall.
Like it's
What's
in
it
the
gonna do?
hall.
Chase me?
Like it's. Do you see where you are?
Yeah.
You see where
I'll
it is?
just scooch past it.
Okay.
I mean, technically, she could easily make it up to this floor, I think,
Well, it's.
depending on how.
So you
So it
continue
wasn't
on
moving very
towards it,
fast.
and as you continue on towards it. Alright. So you're trying to get past it.
Yeah, I just go scooch.
Not me trying to figure out how to
So
burn it.
with your move, what would you do? So get it up, because you roll each. go. Alright, you get to about here, you pass it, right?
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Then it starts going faster. Alright, now, you could have an attack action ready at this point. And then, really, if we go to like everybody else, I know this is weird, I would just go around the table for you. I feel like this is kind of like a surprise thing. It kind of surprised you.
Essentially, right now, you're attacking each other.
Right.
Because you didn't take the initiative, it took the initiative,
Right.
and it's.
Well, I may sit in the head.
Alright, cool.
Just look around.
Alright, so it gets close enough to you.
16.
You mace it with a 16. Alright, so roll a d8 and give me damage for that.
If it occurred, I mean,
6.
but anyway.
Alright, 6. Alright, you slam it in the head. You hear this conk of wood. Whack!
Would you like
It then
more-
takes its hands and misses you with one and hits you with the other. And slaps you for 2 points of damage.
How dare.
Slap! Slap! And then, da-da-da. Alright, now let's roll real initiative for everybody. Dun-dun-dun. Alright,
6.
4.
4.
6.
Alright, 6.
Hold on, back rolls.
Yep, roll a 10, and then if you got an initiative, dex, modifier, you got.
That is one of your tens, there are two.
Yeah, this is the other one, and it's like,
Cool.
Yeah, the
Oh,
one that you
wow.
have
Oh,
in your hand.
Roll that 10. What'd you
I got
roll? A 1. That's, you actually want that. Yeah, one is good. Alright,
like,
Julia?
I got a
5.
A 5? Okay, cool. I think 1's going first. Alright, so.
No zeros on these guys mean 10. Okay.
Oh, 0 means 10. Did you roll a 0 or 1?
Roll one.
Oh, roll a 1.
Yeah,
Okay,
I was
cool.
like this.
No, that's
Yeah,
right.
I grabbed the.
So you go first.
I grabbed my.
So you would
like,
see,
10
you would hear clang, clang, as Iron tries to hit this thing, and then it slaps her in the face with a wooden hand. Bam! Which one? My love!
Did you drop your torch?
I'm guessing you still have the torch.
Yeah, she's doing
Mace
building,
torch.
mace torch.
Could I take the torch from her and just try and light it on fire?
You know,
I don't
you
know if
could
she would
just-
like that, but you could try that.
Jackie, I'm just gonna remind you that last time you hit someone with a torch, it burned her clothes off and she was very angry about
Yes,
it.
and then I killed her.
So she was briefly very angry.
Damn! That sounds like a story from the prom you don't want to hear. Burn her dress and then I killed her.
So, hold on.
Under the sea.
Perhaps
I like how I
could
turned on my
cast-
phone. I was like,
hold
my mom
on.
might be worried about
Does
me.
Entangle
It's
do
funny.
what it?
Oh, entangle would be like if you had like a Russian, like, you know, trees around, you could make it grow and then kind of.
Okay, so in
mold
that
things.
would do
You're
nothing.
in the middle of like an iron fortress.
Well, you could heal your beloved that has been punched for like 20,
Yeah,
I
well-
took 10 points of
I have
damage.
12 points of damage.
Could I?
Oh, 12 points of damage now.
Oh my gosh, we might want to do that.
Could I
before we
cast
leave.
Cure
Yeah,
Light
it's all
Wounds?
right.
Because that's like the only healing thing I have.
Alright, so you want to do, what you want to do?
I wanted to cast Cure Light Wounds after running up to
Right.
her.
So you run up to her, let's say you get your hands on her somehow. Right.
It's like I run up behind her, grab her shoulder.
Let's do that. And alright, cool. Cure Light Wounds. And then.
That should do something.
Okay, cool. You get 8 hit points back from Dunar's Cure Light Wounds, right? And then Julio, what do you want to do?
18.
Okay, so we've got what?
We've got Iron over here, who tried to pass by this wooden statue-looking thing, and it was moving, and then got attacked with it. Dunark's now run up and then cast Cure Light on Iron. And she's still engaged with this wooden statue.
Or not.
Every time I hear
Not as
wooden, wooden creature, I go fire.
Yeah, let's see.
Fire! Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
Jackie committed arson.
Well, actually, did you drop your torch or not?
She's holding it. She's holding the torch.
Also,
Yeah,
she's
she's
got a
got a
torch.
well, I guess.
Lovely.
I
I now
now
have
count on
a
her
torch.
to possibly do the intriguing thing, although
I now have
I'm not certain that trying to burn this thing before it is dead is necessarily going to be a wise.
Yeah, I mean,
'Cause he
Well, it's
could-
not like the palace is gonna catch on fire, it's made of iron.
Yeah, but on the other hand,
Smoke.
no, that wasn't my thought. My thought is, oh, you've got this wooden golem that is on fire and still moving and able to hit us with the fire.
Well, it's like, I'm not gonna be in melee range for that shit, so I don't care.
Anyway, 7 and 13.
Alright, 7 and 13. The 13 is definitely it.
4 points a day.
Alright, and this
No, excuse me, 5 points a
Alright, and this with your sling?
Yes.
Alright, cool. You sling it. Da-da-da. It gets hit. A piece of the wood falls off of it. Ah! Bits and pieces. It still looks at Iron as the closest target and attacks
And
with the
since,
hand.
since my thing that will, and since my sling will actually affect things, they require +1 magic.
Oh, yes, indeed. Cool. We got slap of the hand to Iron, and another slap of the hand to Iron, and miss.
Oh.
You're avoiding it back and forth.
It's just like that.
Looks like it might be adverse to fire somehow.
Weird.
Weird.
The wooden thing doesn't like fire.
Weird.
Fire!
I'm going to take some behind.
Just go. You can try and sneak up behind it.
Yeah, because I mean, none of us are.
What's your hide in shadows?
60.
Okay, and then what's your ruse?
45.
All right, cool. And it's distracting. It seems like you have somehow snuck up on it from behind.
Can I backstab it?
You can try and backstab. Roll
Watch it be another 2.
a 9. You try and backstab it. You miss.
Even with the +4 you get on.
Even with the +4 from behind. Yeah, you just missed. You straight up. Oh man.
Stab yourself in the
All right. I don't know if you've really given yourself away though. Like it just moved at the wrong time or something. Yeah. So you maybe will try backstab next time. All right, cool. Mars.
Chuck some darts at it.
All right, you chuck some darts at it.
15 and
It does my marker.
9.
Or 15 and not 15 is a hit. All right, cool.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's either a 9 or a 6, just going for trouble with 1.
All right, 1. All right, now has a dart sticking out of its
It
head.
has a little dot next to the bottom of the 9, and it's a little hard to see on this kind of speckled dot, or this speckled die.
I mean, do you want to see mine?
It's got a dart in the head. Iron.
What?
It's in front of you.
Ah,
It's trying to attack you.
mace.
You got a mace. You take the mace and try and bash it in the head.
I do try that.
Okay.
Oh. What is that?
9.
No, that's a 6. Oh, the dot's at the bottom?
Yeah, dots at the
Oh,
bottom. You're looking for the dot.
listen, I didn't know that that was at the bottom,
Alright.
so 9 this time around.
Right, that would be a miss.
No.
You try and bash it with your mace, and you miss.
God.
And then Dunark, it's your turn.
My love, avenge me.
There's the wooden thing trying to slap Iron.
I'm going to take the mace.
All right, you take your mace +1 and try and slam it at the wooden statue thingy.
Yeah, 13.
13. That is a miss. Yep, you somehow
I
miss
swung
it.
so hard I turned around.
All right. Oh, you get turned around. Like slamming the mace around so hard.
Just get
Because you're so strong.
All right, Julio, you hide in the corner.
I want to move to there and
Alright.
sling at this thing.
All right, sling. All right,
I think that I still have line of sight from
All right,
there.
cool. And you need a 15 or better.
And that way I don't have to worry about anything coming up behind me.
Cool.
Not that I'm really expecting it, but better safe
Put
than
the
sorry.
wall against your back. Yeah. Cool.
If something comes up from behind us, I'm going to be
9 and 10.
extraordinarily
9 and 10, miss. Your
Like an iron
keyboards
door that
sling
shot back
past it.
Yes, I locked the door.
Right,
and there's
it
this
takes
big
its
barred
hand
door.
and it still tries to
It's
attack
gonna be a
Iron.
problem for later.
Miss. And miss again. Soren,
I'm gonna try to backstab it.
you're hiding in the shadows. Give it a shot.
I just couldn't quite see right as 8.
Oh no! Ah! You still can't see right. The torchlight's blinding you. It's really hard to see, but you're still hidden in the shadows. Yep. Mars.
2 more darts.
2 more darts.
14 and 14.
14 and 14. And yep, that is a miss also, yep.
It just not hit.
Miss.
But yeah, it's like, I'm guessing I need at least a 15 to hit this thing.
Looking at your dagger, and I think you need a 17 or better.
A 17 or better?
17 or better.
I am no longer throwing darts at this thing.
Okay, cool.
I will give emotional support from the back.
Alright, that's cool.
You can do it.
Alright, you can do it. Alright, Hiram.
Because it is more likely at this point that I'm going to hit
Okay.
someone as opposed to the thing.
Encouraged by Star's words of wisdom,
Yes.
I mace the thing.
You maced the thing. Roll.
Because this time it'll be different.
Alright, because this time it'll be different.
A 2.
Holy cow, it was almost a 20. Like, it
But
literally
it's
went
two
like that and then it went back.
So now you're fast.
Are you kidding me?
So, I know. What did you roll?
A 2.
A 2?
Because this is slanted.
But
It rolled down the hill
You-
from
you-
a 20
You
to
take
a
your
2.
mace, you're gonna hit it in the head. You're like, yes, this is the moment. And at just that moment, and you notice like right behind it is Soren, and you have to like inverse it to avoid hitting you, because you didn't see him because he's out in the shadows. Somehow you missed with the 2 instead. You would have critted,
realize we have
but
to
you
take it.
decided not to hurt your friend. Alright, cool. And then Dunnar.
I'm tilted with my mace.
Alright, you take your mace and you try and slap it in the face.
Mace to the face, yeah.
Got an 18.
An 18 is a hit. You slap it in the face for
Somebody's doing
damage.
something.
10.
About 7
For 8 points of damage. Raw! Bam! You slap it in the face. Some parts of the wood kind of break off of it and fall to the floor.
I
It
just-
continues to attack. Woo! But now you're up in his face too. So it goes, I should attack you too. Alright, and then Julia.
Yeah. $16 and $20.
16 and 20. Oh my gosh, that's 2 hits for you.
So the 16 does 5 points of damage, and the 20 obviously does 12.
Alright, 12. Oh my gosh. Oh, wait, what did the first one do?
5.
5. Oh man, wow. Alright, cool. You hear cracks happen like through the wood, and parts of it, like it kind of fall off onto the ground. Part of its head like gets dissolved, and you can see that there's some type of clay underneath it, and you can see what looks like a ruby opal, like in its right eye now staring at you. Like, with some eerie light. And it takes its hand, and and now you did that with your sling, right?
Yes.
All right.
5 points for the first, and 12 for the
It
second.
turns and looks at you, and then it looks around, and it goes, Donar, whack, and hits
Oh,
for 2 points of damage. And then it goes, Arrgh! He doesn't know anything. Oh my gosh!
no.
Natural 20?
No.
Hello.
It takes its hand and it tries to slap you. And when it does, somehow you get your mace up in a defensive posture, and it slams its hand into your mace.
Yes.
And takes some damage.
Accidental damage.
Yep, accidental damage.
I'm all about it.
Excellent. The sword.
Story of my life.
It's your
Yeah, I
turn.
probably didn't close the closet door back.
It seems more distracted than it was.
I'm going to
Well, I mean,
bet.
it
Just
just
go for it.
slap this hand into the
Then
top of
what?
the mace.
20, finally.
I feel like you love that noise here. You can talk to me about it tomorrow, okay?
Finally, Stormtrooper has
This
stopped.
attacking?
Backstab.
Your longsword plus 2? Alright, so you take your longsword, you slam it into its back, and you hear this, you see into one of the cracks that got opened up by your sling bullets, just like, it's the crit that you, and then you take the sword, you slam it in, and it kind of goes into like, it's this soft crack, and you can feel like, just almost like the essence of the sword just kind of like penetrate the entire thing, and then, we'll see.
Why?
Actually, it's in that close quarters?
7. All right, cool. You have this like little explosion happen like inside it, and all of a sudden like you've got splinters in your face. You take 2 points of damage, but the thing just kind of like dissolves like from the explosion. Splinters of wood everywhere, bits of clay, ruby opals in both eyes fall to the ground, limp, and then you destroy the wooden golem.
Okay, so
Good job.
Good job.
I just got it.
I
I
collect
collect
my darts.
All right, you collect your darts. All right, cool.
I will collect stone.
I get 3 of my darts.
Including,
You collect the stones. All right. All right.
may I
cure light wounds on myself.
Yes, Dunhart, you cast Cure Light Wounds on yourself for 7 points.
So I get 17 health.
And trust that I'll be back shortly, okay, Jack?
Alright, cool. Other actions.
Now I'm not going
Sure.
down.
I am not shooting any arrows, so I don't.
You don't have to worry about that part.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay,
I
alright.
want to see if like the remains have anything, if there's anything on the.
Yeah.
There are these 2 fine opals that kind of dropped out of its head that look like they maybe Fury found. Yeah, which you also kind of have too, right? So this
I was
is
gonna put those in for
party
party,
loot.
yeah.
Alright, I guess I can.
I mean, it's not like I defeated this thing on my own.
Alright, both of these opals are worth 500 gold
Personally, I
pieces.
think I should take
My
one.
hands on.
Alright, cool. So you grab the opals.
Following in your brother's ways, huh?
What gemstones? No. So put it up.
Get on.
I actually want to see if there's something that would happen from there.
Hey man, I like shinies. Which is why I wanted the metal bell.
Alright,
Because
cool.
dwarves.
So right this second, you destroyed the wooden golem, it's in pieces on the floor, and you receive 2 opals. They're both worth 500 gold pieces. Alright, and there's the party loot. You can put that up later. And then-
Whoever designed this place obviously did not pay attention to Rule 62 of Evil Overlords.
Which is,
What rule is that?
Rule 62 of the Evil Overlords. I will design fortress hallways with no alcoves or protruding structural supports which intruders can use or in a fire.
Man. True.
That thing is full
There's
of
a lot of this -4 to hit
Well,
you again. -4 to hit you again. Oh my gosh, I've got full cover.
I proceed.
Alright, you proceed. Alright, so you're going in this direction. Alright, does anybody else need to heal or want to heal, and or did you want to rest to retreat? Man,
If we can rest for 2 hours, I'll take that.
I'd like to rest for 2 hours.
you will say rest. Okay, cool. Did you want to do it? Alright, cool. You set up camp with full cover in an alcove.
Splinters out of my face.
Okay. Time like that.
I'm going to,
Since I'm just basically.
before heading back to that alcove, I'm
I'm
going
gonna
to hear it.
I'm just
Okay.
it's like
Alright.
Low down.
still.
Alright.
Where the alkalites are not likely to see.
Okay. You start sneaking down. Alright, cool. You see this also appears to be an empty alcove. Yeah. When you hit here, you would see on your left,
Another bell, probably.
you see area seems to be empty except for an altar, similar to the ones you've seen before. Now, Oh, that's a candle offer. That looks kind of cool. This barrel should be a pedestal.
So another pedestal with
Another pedestal with a bell that appears to be, if you can see by the light of the torch from the other room, this appears to be made of a silvery metal. And altar's made of marble, solid block of mahogany for the pedestal, and the bell is made of silver.
I forgot my character's scared. That's why-
Basically, my main interest is not so much in the bell as.
What happened?
I forgot my character's scared of fire. That's
Peek
why I
around
couldn't
the
hit the
corner.
backstab. I was like distracted by the fire.
But I'm gonna peek down. I'm gonna peek down low.
I was going to burn the
I figure whoever might possibly be in that
I was gonna be
corridor
out there.
is likely not
Just
going to be
see
looking for something
burning
down below.
No,
Okay.
out the door.
So you're looking around from the downs.
Nah, nothing.
I just leave a sword size.
I just want to see if there's anything I can see. If I don't, I don't. If I do, I do.
Alright. You peek around, and what you would see in this alcove is.
No, I'm not, unless I can really see that. I might see the
That's your
back.
entrance view. You can see. Oh wait, are you just looking down?
I'm primarily looking down that way, and I am just. Only my head is going around the bottom of the
Just,
corner.
I see.
Oh,
This
I see
is
what the tree just got.
Yeah.
You peek
I'm
down.
not worrying about what's in the alcove.
Gotcha. You peek down that corner, and you see an empty hall.
Fine. I'll head back to where we're gonna rest.
Alright, you head back
Back
to
to
where y'all are gonna rest.
I'll proceed.
This area.
How long is the rest?
2 hours.
Oh, random. So you begin resting. Alright, were you posting a watch? You casting spells before?
Well, we don't need to sleep, we just need a rest.
Right. Okay.
We all have a granola bar.
Alright. Everybody has a granola bar. Time passes, And 2 hours pass, and nothing.
I proceed.
All right.
But,
I proceed.
yeah, I let, Aram take the lead, and
Okay.
I'll stay right outside the 30-foot range, so her torch,
Uh-huh.
Okay.
or
Down
his
the,
torch.
down the dark hallway,
Alright.
down the dark deserted
Torch,
hallway.
you would get to hear and see pretty clearly another pedestal with what looks like a silvery bell on the top.
Different reasons.
I said close behind
All
you.
right, you stay close behind her.
I stay 30 feet away, minimum.
All right,
Well,
30 feet
30,
away.
31 feet away.
All right, you're way back over here.
Well,
I'm
the
gonna
torch
stay
is a
way
30
back
foot
there, too.
radius, so
Alright.
anyone who's looking at
Yeah.
the torch
Okay.
should not be able to
Something
see
like that, maybe.
beyond the torch.
Okay.
Dunark's right
Yeah,
there, somewhere like that. Okay, so you
I'm
can
close
see
behind her, just kind of peeking around their legs. with my
another
same
mahogany
just-
base, pedestal, and then up on the top, the silver bell.
I proceed
Too good.
to the dark hallway.
All right, you proceed down the hall. You get about that far, and over here you see a statue.
Oh, God.
Roll wisdom check.
Was that a 20?
Roll 20 and roll
A 1.
1.
There you go. You
You
know everything
immediately recognize this as a statue of Charles Augustus. So,
I take note.
you take note.
Interesting.
Yes, I say interesting.
Does she also
But as
have
far as we know, only the bell was stolen, right?
Only the bell was stolen, yeah.
And so I say to my friends, on
I
your,
mean, I can see
on your right, you'll
someone
see a statue
like
of
Elwyn
Shardasto.
Now, the
collecting
question is a
the other
corrupted
bells.
statue of
So they're all part of
Cardaste, because I have corrupted amulets of Cardaste.
But if there's
So
an
it's
actual
evil version of
statue.
Well, I should know since I rolled a 1.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking
That's
you
just
to
this
inquire to the DM
fortress.
if there's any other information.
Although you'd think an iron fortress would have attracted someone's notice.
Yeah, but everybody who comes in disappears.
So they can't come and hold.
Right.
Yeah, other people have come here and just.
Yeah, they get killed by
Okay,
the
so-
guys outside, come in
Yeah.
and just get murdered.
And Elwyn's
Statues.
stealing the bell, although you're not sure like what the intention there is. You know, maybe she wanted to summon Chardaste, maybe there's some respect there. I don't know. He's supposed to be a good being that's actually part of like the ethos. So
So I have a statue question. Since I rolled a 1, I would know like everything about a statue. Can I tell if it's corrupted?
well, you can tell that this definitely that there seems something eerily demonic about it.
And I relay that to my friends.
And as you are about to relay that to your friends, you see this also moving in a similar way that the wooden creature did.
But I do
It
have
starts
time.
to come towards you and raises its hands. Roll initiative. Cool.
4.
4.
Oh,
One.
shoot. I
One?
went the wrong
Okay.
thing again.
I got-
Hold on.
I got a 2.
I got a 1.
You
Okay.
got a 1?
I got a 1.
I got a something high.
I got a 1.
8.
I have I rolled a
got
1
2.
and I have an initiative modifier of -1.
All
So
right,
you have
so,
0.
so you actually go before everybody else.
I have a negative too.
And you had already
Ah,
counted.
so he has a -2.
You got,
Yeah,
so you
my
rolled a
modifier,
1,
yeah.
minus 3 is negative 2, right. So Soren comes around, sees Iram, we're just about the time when you're like, ooh, this is really creepy, I need to go tell everybody what's going on. That's when you see it move, and Soren sees it move first, and takes initiative
Shoot it.
to
Wait,
shoot
do I
it.
recognize it as do I recognize the statue? Oh wait, but she told us.
Well, no, she hasn't told us
Oh yeah,
yet.
she has. Oh yeah, she's about.
You might have said like, Chardastes. Maybe, one of you.
There's not time to say, here's a statue of Stardust.
You could say that. You could just say the name.
Chardaste's
They would know, like,
statue
what you
corrupt.
Okay.
did.
So
You
then-
hear her say Chardaste.
Shoot it.
You're like, oh, gets moving. Through that.
That's 16.
Here, who it is? 16. All right. I think that's a hit. Yeah, that's a hit. Cool.
6.
All right.
And then plus 1, 7.
Woo. Oh crap. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. Your arrow is. Wait, are these magical arrows randomly?
No, it is.
Just regular old arrows. Okay, cool. Give me 1 second. Let me look at this.
Sheath arrow.
Oh, yeah, those are just like really nice and made. We're here.
We should rest in an extra 2 hours if this stupid thing's gonna be magical. Magic or not magic.
No, you're good. You're good.
Because
All right,
of
cool.
course
It shoots into the statue. Bam, bam, and like hits something vital in it. And,
I forgot I can shoot it again.
alright, shoot it again, you get 2 attacks.
14.
Alright, 14 is also a hit.
6, 7 again.
Alright, 6, 7, alright, cool, alright, long. Alright, cool, another arrow hits into it. Ah! Ah! Alright, and actually you wouldn't hear groan or moan, sorry.
You just hear,
That was just, yeah, you hear chink, 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 yeah. And then Mars, got 2 arrows in it.
Since I can't hit anybody yet, I'll throw some darts.
Alright, you throw darts.
8 and 11. That's
8 and 11.
I'm sure that's gonna miss.
Yeah, miss. Alright, cool. Darts fly to the floor. Chink, chink. Iron.
I guess I'll mace it.
Alright, you take your mace and you rush up
I
to
would
it.
like to have my magic longsword back.
Right, you say as you hit it with the mace. Roll 27.
What's gonna be funny is when it's
20!
20! Oh my gosh, you
The
bastard!
hill worked in my
Alright, and
favor.
then, so you got D8. What's your strength bonus?
she has a +1 to damage for her strength bonus.
So 8, 9, 18 points of damage? Oh my gosh. Okay, alright, cool. You take the mace and you bash its head off.
That's right.
Bam! Head flies across the room and like hits the wall, smashes, like, and you see just like bits of like rock kind of crumbling down the wall. The rest of it almost looks like it dissolves into like mud. It's like some type of rock base.
Ooh.
It's a goal.
Yeah. Alright, cool.
Alright, I proceed.
Alright. You hear.
Well, ahead to where that statue came out of, is there any writing on the wall?
Don't see any writing on the wall. But when you but like as you move towards the wall, you would hear some laughter from like behind it. Just wait. Death awaits.
I got one for you too.
I thought you'd be much further than you are now.
In the gas station.
So is it just noise, or do I actually
Talking
Great,
from
so
behind
you
the wall.
need-
Okay, so no cracks through the walls and sounds coming.
No, I don't see any cracks.
See,
in the
I know
wall.
what you mean.
This is where I wish I had my own character. I just removed the wall. You're like,
Right on. Oh, people walls out. What?
Yes, but I didn't even go for it.
Secret doors, that's one of my abilities, detect secret doors.
Right on. You search for secret detect door or secret concealed doors in that area and do
These
not
documents
see.
in the only place I found themselves.
So in that case, I just
Yeah,
take my
like.
arrows out of the
Oh,
olive cart.
right.
You
Yeah,
take the muddy
yeah.
arrows out of the goop.
I'm gonna grab, I'm gonna try and grab my two darts.
You grab your 2
Those are the
darts
two
off the
flavors that
floor.
no one sells.
Cool. Tardos is golem destroyed.
I still haven't taken it.
We'll
Good card.
keep heading in the same formation.
Alright. Heading in the same formation.
I stay close behind her.
Alright. So,
I'll go back to I'll let her pass.
Alright.
I'll be
Holding my eyes shut or away from the torch.
Okay. Alright, cool. You come up into another alcove. Because somebody didn't know how to design these castles very well.
Yeah, but Jackie seems like a barbecue
Alright,
kind
cool.
of guy.
It
Like,
appears to be
some
empty.
people are weird about barbecue.
I proceed.
Going with this one? Good. Come around this
Yeah, I
corner.
mean, that nice mustard taste of barbecue, good
And-
barbecue.
You see what looks to be now.
I grew up in Batesburg.
Another statue.
Imagine
Right next to
that.
Leesville.
This one appears to be
What's
solid
that?
bronze.
See, we should have just realized that all the little star marks are statues.
Well, Leesville's famous for having this barbecue place called Sheep.
Yeah.
Also,
See, my question is, if nobody's returned from this this,
And actually Bob
how do they have a
is-
map up? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Is like, if no one's returned from this place, and I'll say this out loud, if no one's returned from this place, how do we have a map of this place?
Maybe she renovated.
You
She
don't
just-
hear an answer,
You have the blueprints.
You hear from
which were given to you by clerics, but how they got the map, you don't know.
maybe they
So-
defected from the lady.
Maybe. Maybe
You
maybe
hear from
whoever
her.
Or
helped
maybe
her
some
build
sort
the
of
fortress.
organization to divide the blueprint.
You hear from me.
possible.
I don't know. Them old crusty clerics. They do.
Oh no.
Maybe Caravaggio's is.
Where? How do we get the map? Like, Mars, where's the map? And you say that to the wall, I guess, right to the voice behind. And you get no answer.
There's no answer?
There's no answer.
You're hearing.
Oh, right, so anyway, you laugh diabolically.
Yes.
No, I'm just imagining this big ominous voice coming from behind the wall. How on earth is that?
Alright, so, but you come around the corridor, as
It's like when
you're
Jack
discussing,
does that
wow, we
voice.
shouldn't have a map at all. You come around the corridor, and you see the corridor continues off to the east. The room appears to be empty. Oh wait, not a room, but this alcove appears to be empty, except for another statue. And this is a statue of a small horse. And it's made of a yellowish metal.
I rotted.
Alright, you get up on top of it.
Do y'all know anything about it? I'm gonna roll.
You mount the horse.
3. I made a wisdom check. I know everything about this horse.
You do what?
I rolled a wisdom check and I got a 3.
As she's mounting the horse, she
Okay,
makes
you climb up on the yellowish looking horse. And you kind of, and you're like, this is really a strange statue, right? But, I mean, through your experience in this
It's
particular
gonna come to
fortress,
life.
statues seem pretty dangerous.
And I say to it, take me to Elwyn.
Right?
And change it to worse.
And when you do that, roll a 20-sided for a saving throw, so roll high.
17.
17, alright. So all of a sudden, you feel this shock,
Oh no.
and you take 3 points damage.
Wait, I thought I saved it.
You did.
You saved for half
You
damage.
take half damage.
so instead of taking 6 damage,
You
you
take
take
3,
3.
6, you take 3. Alright, and you might hear from behind the wall like,
No, but like,
Gotcha!
it's funny because like when I envision him like, how did they get a map? I envision like when Jack does that really deep voice that he can do, and then he suddenly goes back to his normal voice, and it's like,
Gotcha!
and like it sounds like it might get all the way up to here really suddenly.
Shocking, isn't it?
Elwyn.
It's like,
Just, Elwyn, just come out here. It's me.
In due time, Hiram, we'll meet again.
What can I have? Can I ride this horse?
again.
To roll initiative.
Oh no, I mean, that was it. She got on it, it shocked her.
Do I continue to sit on it or do I get
You
off?
want to continue to sit on it?
Is it not going to take off and ride me?
Pray to God she doesn't
It
yell
does
at
not,
me.
It's
it
not
doesn't,
enchanted.
it doesn't
It's
move.
fine.
Did you want to get off of
I
it?
thought it was enchanted.
Yeah,
Roll
but
another
she
saving
finds
throw.
you skate
Oh,
has
no.
So it won't take me for a ride?
Well, you're going for a ride. It's just not the one you want.
I don't think
like
he's that kind
exactly
of
my
pony.
phone's on
Well, I'll
like
get
6.
off then.
Well, you still have the
Yeah, roll a saving throw.
Oh, 13.
13. Alright, cool. Alright, so now you would take, hold on, let me check this, but I think you take 6 points.
Put it unlocked, you know my
Go ahead, yeah.
Oh, 13, yeah, you take 6 points of damage.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
This
She's
is,
half.
how is this the
She's
only
exactly half.
statue that doesn't move?
I'll be right back. I'm gonna.
It's probably, it was intended to shoot lightning, it doesn't have to.
I like how after 3 hours of being here, me and Jack are just like, oh wait, we should probably make sure our parents know we're still alive.
True, true. Please make sure your parents know you're still alive.
After all, you don't want them to ride you out of your,
True.
I remember at my
Well,
first
then they put my
job.
Did you get off of it after that? Okay, cool.
Yeah, sell your furniture.
Alright, so there's a
I'm
pony
very
bag
happy
there.
to anyway.
Anybody else wants to ride it?
I have a broken bed.
Anybody else want to electrocute their crotch?
Well, can I get around this corner?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, before it decides to recharge or anything of that nature, I want to get around the corner just in case it actually shoots lightning.
Okay.
Actually.
Yeah, same here.
Okay,
Can I just,
so
yeah, just.
there's moving
I mean,
around the corridor.
obviously, we're going to proceed.
Alright, cool. And then now everybody's avoiding the
I'm
grass.
going to be in the front of the
pony.
line.
Alright, and then you're in the front of the line. Okay, cool. Alright, so you're continuing on forward.
Yeah.
Alright, cool. Dun dun dun. You come around the next
We're
corner.
coming around the corner.
Alright, you see that this one has another altar.
Just get into my phone like we don't have the same exact pin code.
see another altar. Is that amazing?
Well, at least you called it a pin code, not a pin number.
Alright, you see an altar identical to the ones you've seen before, and you see another bell. And on this bell appears to be closed.
Way closer. I'll proceed.
There's a altar made of marble, a pedestal solid block of mahogany again, and yep, bell is wow, yeah. Seems to be made purely of gold.
I definitely think we can get more than 2,000 if we bring the set. We should
Oh
hopefully.
yeah.
Yeah, let's bring the entire set and ask for like 2,000 each.
Cool. Woo. So
You can do what we used to do in the Girl Scouts and be like, I know they're $5 a box, but if you buy 4 of them, it's 4 for $20.
does somebody want to take them now?
No.
Okay. Alright, okay.
Well, you can carry them on the way out.
Okay, alright.
Well,
That would make most sense.
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, it makes me wonder when the DM starts asking things, but
You want to touch the bell? It's cool. Alright.
I don't know,
So-
should we touch the bell? What do you think is gonna happen? Will it be like the pony rod? Maybe?
Yeah, no.
Well, maybe it will help us. I mean, after all, we might end up being saved by the bell.
Oh no, put that one back in your pocket.
I mean, like, my players have gotten to the point where they know that if I'm asking them to do it, it's probably a trap.
yes, if the DM asks you if you really want to do something, you should probably not do it.
Yes.
It's usually
Like, I'll be like, hey guys, look at this statue over here. Look at this big green gem. It's holding. Don't you just want to steal it?
Me.
It looks really cool.
It's
Like, it's a really cool gem.
It's like, ah, shit, here we go. I grab my
So you-
syrup.
can you-
It's a-
Actually,
it's
can
not.
Like, if I say that anything looks valuable, they all just
Okay.
assume that they
We're
aren't
going-
supposed to touch
continue
it.
on forward.
You guys are no fun, by the way. You guys suck.
I've played 4 sessions with you, and I already know your shit.
I mean, like, that's just like how you guys won't let me starve you. I mean, like, you guys are no.
Alright, cool. So we're continuing on, same form?
Yeah.
Right? Alright,
Well, you might let me starve you, or.
continue on this way. That's your torch. Disappears. Everybody else following?
Yeah.
I'm still close.
I'm still staying about 31 feet behind.
Yeah, I'm so close.
Me too,
I've
but
been
definitely
following right behind her, just poking my head out
Disappears
from around
in
the
the
empty.
Continue straight on down, right?
Something like that. Yeah, let's go with that.
Alright, cool. And right about there, then you hear this. That's like that go. Iron gate blocks part of you off behind.
Looks a lot like a wooden bench turned on its
It
side.
does, but it's not.
In the
It's
darkness
solid
of the tunnel.
iron, and it's a really heavy door.
Mistake it for a turn
Huge.
bench.
Right on.
It's got a spell on it that makes it look like a
Whack.
wood bench.
Alright, continue on
Well, you
forward.
can tell the time, because
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe this is why nobody returns from this place. They just lock them in there until they die.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, are those
They might all be in here
statues?
somewhere.
Are those the statues we've been fighting? The other people?
I mean, they did freeze.
They seem
them.
more like mud golems of some description.
I would like to announce that, they had me for quite a while tied up and they didn't kill me. So I feel like if we could just get to Elwyn, I think we're still on the
tied up
uphill.
for like 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, and I
Chill.
was
Yeah,
fine.
probably not even that.
And I was
Yeah.
fine.
But it's a pretty long time.
Oh,
to
yeah,
just,
right.
you know,
He did on
leave
the
in
other
a
hand
dark
tell
room
them
on murder.
that there were others in the area, so they probably were trying to use you with faith.
Maybe.
I mean, it sort of works.
It's sort of works.
Well, I mean, here we are in their lair.
Here we go.
Like how after eating 3/4 of a bag of salt and vinegar chips, I'm like, I should stop and save something.
Just had like 3 chips in there.
I'm just trying to get gas.
Okay.
3 chips in the fountain.
The corridor widens here to form a room.
Yeah, I consider
The
finding
corridor
something sweet.
continues off to
That-
the west.
that use like what's granola bars.
You
We have those.
see a huge black lizard-like creature with wings.
I do not get its eyes.
Dun dun
I'm
dun.
fastless.
I've never run
It
across a
has an
dangerous
iron
dragon,
collar
so, like,
around its neck and it's chained to the wall. And there are several large sacks in the northwest corner.
Proceed.
You said it's chained to the wall.
It's chained to the wall.
Ooh, maybe we have the front end.
Alright, so you can kind of see this before you kind of come into the wall. You see this creature chained.
Ooh.
You said it had wings?
It's got wings. Roll
Uh-huh.
wisdom checks.
I have local history. 17.
Oh,
I got like
16.
4.
4.
One.
A
Six.
1. A what?
6.
A 6.
A 20!
A 20.
The only person who doesn't know what it is.
So,
It's a friendly lizard thing with wings! That's what it
Is that a
is!
dog?
I already know exactly.
it's a scuffleupagus.
Don't kill it.
Alright,
like
so
the time
those
when-
who made your wisdom checks, you're looking at this creature and it seems to match the description of what you would think is a small black dragon.
Oh, that's so cute.
I know what I'm doing.
Kill it with fire.
No.
No.
Who said fire?
The friend is a baby.
Yeah, let's make it.
Remind me
Let
of the
me
time
make
the
friends
little
with the
girl
dragon,
was
goddammit.
She
These
pointed at a
snorts
lizard
in the
and
corner.
She walked over and she calmly looked up and she looked at me. She's like, "Look, baby, I got a cake." I was like, "That's not a
And
cake."
looks in your general direction.
I've got snacks. You want some
Would this
beef
be considered a
jerky?
monster, not a man?
We all
Let
know,
me
we
have
all know
my
that black
fun.
dragons are inherently evil, correct?
Yes, yes.
Extremely, like, chaotic.
Everybody
That's
would know
why I
that
like
black
things.
dragons are evil, bad news, and you would know that they have some type of awful breath weapon that could probably just, well, you might not know this.
I take,
No, I don't know what that basilisk. I don't know what a basilisk does.
Oh, right.
I take
Just
cover.
ask Mar what it is.
Sure.
It's a dragon, a black dragon, very evil.
It's kind of looking
Yes,
at you
breath
all
weapon.
as you're talking
I
about
mean,
it.
like fire?
I'll toss it some
Poison.
beef jerky.
Actually, this might be acid, I believe.
Out of
Just
my
kind
range.
kind of move
It burns very much like fire. It burns very interesting.
Yeah.
It
I wanna make
remove your
friends
skin
with it,
from your
goddammit.
bones.
Yeah, feed it some beef jerky.
DM,
My
I toss it
charisma
beef
is
jerky.
17.
What?
I have a high charisma and I toss it beef jerky.
You toss it beef
From
jerky?
my pouch of stuff. Yes.
Okay, you take some beef jerky out of your sack and you toss it?
Well, the question is, does she actually still have her pack?
Oh no, I don't have a pack
no, you
anymore.
don't. Yeah, the only thing you
Okay.
got is your armor
So-
and your
Dagger.
dagger.
I
going to-
forgot
mace
it.
now.
I forgot I didn't have anything.
May I persuade it to be
They even
friends
took
with
my small sack with
You
my
can
secret
try.
stash in it.
So this is what we'll do. We'll go around the table and just everybody can kind of tell me what they want to try and do as it looks at you menacingly.
I'll roll for it.
Soren?
Yeah, you
Well,
just
where's
have
the
beef jerky tucked around your arm.
I duck behind that thing immediately.
Honestly, I see
Behind
Mar
the
do
wall.
that. I go behind the wall too.
Yeah, because I already
This
told him.
wall?
Yeah,
You're
I'm
behind
getting
the
full
wall.
cover.
You're going back behind the wall with full cover. Alright, cool.
I say, Elwyn, come get your dragon.
Dinner time! You would hear.
Alright.
Okay, so may I roll to make friends with it? My
Um,
charisma stat is
that-
17.
So you want to approach the black dragon and try and make friends with it.
Yes.
You have
Okay.
your dragon.
The chaotic evil black dragon.
I'm chaotic neutral. You.
Alright? So you're gonna
Yes, the
approach
people
it.
are nicer than the dragon.
Alright, so you approach the dragon. Okay.
Disappear
Oh.
out from the
What are 20-sided rolls?
There we go.
Well, honestly.
You roll a 1?
Yes.
Okay. You go up to the dragon. Are you doing anything in particular? You're just like looking into its eyes?
He's
I
sending
would
it
like-
love and devotion.
I would love to walk up and pet it and make friends with it.
Alright, you go up and you start petting the dragon and somehow hit its most magical spot on its head.
And it doesn't immediately remove your arm.
It doesn't. It's almost kind of like putting its head in like a purring cat kind of fashion
Or that's like, oh my god,
up
it's a
against
cat.
you.
It is.
I was
Right?
like, oh my god,
Yeah.
Jack, you found Artemis.
You have kind of, you think you've made friends with the black dragon for a moment, and it seems to appreciate whatever itch you're scratching.
So keep doing that so we can run through.
No, I want to free it and then use it.
Oh, boy.
Yeah,
No,
very
dragon.
minimum, it's distracted right now. I'm gonna try to quietly,
Mount the dragon.
I will.
You're going
Get-
forward?
I'm gonna try to quietly.
Yes.
Do not hurt my dragon. I will be very upset.
Right?
Okay. All right.
Now, what do you see when you get around the corner? Is it
All right.
worse?
You come around the corner,
Will we need my dragon?
and in the corner of the corner, oh, you see alcove, 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 alcove. At the end, you also see, I'm gonna say you can see like all the way to the end.
Well, I mean, I
Wait, technically, you can
See
see
it
it
over
all.
all,
I'm faster.
right
Gonna
here.
go tank game.
it must be warm. I can see it from that far away.
Yep. Actually, there might be light in here. There is a dim blue light.
If
illuminating
you do
us
not
from
make it
the
easy to get out of there.
Anything else you can kind of see?
Since it's a small dragon, I'm
You
a
can see
small
that there are
dragon,
large
I can fly.
tapestries here.
You're a tiny man, it's a tiny dragon,
I'm not
it's
sure
fine.
about the other alcoves just because of the angle you're seeing, but there's a very, very fine tapestry that you can kind of see here illuminated with blue light.
So what scene does this blue light special show?
It appears to be a mural depicting a woman in a bright yellow robe with a drawn sword in her hand, and she's surrounded by human victims that she has killed. Woman, yellow robes, sword, death, and
Pointy
destruction.
ears, like a half elf?
Pointy ears, like a half elf.
And you said it's a mural?
It's a tapestry.
Oh, a tapestry. Interesting.
Okay. That's what you kind of see that way. Then it would be, I guess it would be my.
Yes, it would be your
Okay,
turn.
cool.
What
Alright.
does the dragon do?
Alright, so there's this dragon.
What does the chaotic evil dragon do?
One can only guess.
It starts looking down the hallway, and it looks at you as well, Dunart. It starts growling at you now. And then it would look down the hallway. Hiram, are you?
I'm
in that
running
spot?
as fast as possible
Whoa,
before it
on your
changes its
turn.
mind.
Okay, you're like, I'm gonna get out of here.
While you're walking. Dragon.
So
Yes, I trust that you won't let it harm me.
Alright. Dragon decides to go in this direction.
Well, you said it was chained to the wall, right?
Right, it just pulled the chain out of the wall. And now it's starting to come towards Ivory.
He pulled the chain out.
Bits of the chain fall to the ground. And then Soren.
I mean, I was gonna break the chain for my next go.
It just freed itself.
I don't want to look around. I don't want to peek around, see what's
Alright,
going
you
on.
peek around and you see the dragon now that's come off the wall. It's walking down the hallway. Ira is like, ah! And then you would see, I don't know, Mars, I don't know what you look like over there in the corner. Dunart looks like,
I'm
I'm
like
confused.
I have full cover.
alright, you got full cover, you're still behind the wall going, cool, man, I don't know what to do. Okay, cool. Awesome.
Does the dragon notice me?
Not yet. The dragon's coming in that direction.
Yeah, you can try and get like a sneak attack on it.
Dude, I'm gonna try again.
Alright, you take out your bow and you fire at the dragon. Dun, dun, dun.
18.
18 is a hit. Definitely. Alright, cool. Woo.
Give that to me.
Oh, 9.
9. Ah! Arrow flies into the scales of the dragon.
And I can shoot it again, right?
You can shoot it again.
Well, the question is, was that a sneak attack though? Because if it was a sneak attack, does he get additional damage? Because if the dragon didn't know he was there,
Oh! No, that's fine. It's just like a shared attack. Yeah. So,
I got a 10 the second time.
alright, so the second time is a miss. Alright, cool. But you got an arrow into the black dragon's scales. So, ah! And then Mars.
well, Aram is blocking the hallway. Fortunately, the dragon has to go through the door to get to me, so I'm gonna throw darts at the dragon.
Alright, darts at the dragon.
Please don't hit me.
Alright, cool. And for you, I think you gotta hit a 17 or
Almost.
better.
I rolled an 11 and a 2.
Alright,
And then I
Darts fly down the corridor, and then you jump back to full cover.
Yeah,
Okay,
back
cool.
full cover.
All right, cool.
It's like technically I'm against this wall,
I got
but
you.
it's like my character would fall under.
All right, cool. All right, so you're now back under full cover. 2 darts missed. All right, Iron.
I'm
You
gonna-
now see this black dragon coming towards you
With an arrow in his chest.
with an arrow in its chest.
I'm gonna
Not looking very happy.
mace it in the face and run past it.
All right, you take your mace and you slam it into its head.
16.
16 is a hit.
Do
Okay.
keep in mind,
Is it-
if you try to leave its attack range, you will get an attack. It will get an attack
Like if you
opportunity.
try to run past it,
It's like once you're engaged in melee
Oh,
combat,
okay.
you really can't easily.
So I'll just mace it and not run. And
What
that's
would happen
I
if
roll
she
a
tried to
D8.
like
Right.
hit the arrow that's already in
yeah,
it?
and then you get your
Wow.
bonus.
Would that do anything if she tried to hit the arrow that's already in there?
Oh,
That would be a called shot. B, there's most likely thing would happen is she break the arrow.
Right.
yeah. So it wouldn't do necessarily more damage. She's got a real chance.
It's like if she did
How much
that,
damage?
rolled a natural 20. Oh,
5
yeah,
points of
that
damage. Oh!
20 chance.
And then Dunnar. Your friend is now attacking your friend.
I choose to run up to it, grab the arrow, and start scratching with my spine.
You would have
You're
to run
scratching
to
the
the
wood.
front. The arrow's in its chest in the front.
Remove the arrow while simultaneously scratching the spine.
Right. So you run up to the front of the dragon and go, no dragon, no! And then pull the arrow out, roll a 20-sided.
3.
Alright, cool. Alright, you remove the arrow. Although it does a little bit of damage to the dragon because, you're pulling the arrow out,
You're never supposed to pull it
Then you
out.
start immediately scratching that spot. Roll a 20-sided.
No, he's talking about the magic spot, not the arrow spot.
Now
You're trying to find the G spot again.
I rolled a 2.
A 2. Alright, cool. You go right back to the spot. Ooh, it starts purring again. And you do what?
And I said to my friend, "Why?"
Alright, and you say, run, friends, run!
Well, see, the problem is that the turn order is bad for this situation because it gets to decide what it wants to do on its turn, and then we have to decide what we do based on what it does.
That's true.
So the turn order for you making friends with this thing is horribly wrong.
Alright, but right this second, it seems like you've kept it at bay from being really angry again. Although you've done a little bit of damage pulling the arrow out.
Who knows, it might see that
It's
as a...
purring a little bit, and it seems like it likes you, but it's looking menacingly down the hall.
Down the hall behind us.
No, but no,
Jude, where things got thrown at it from, and where somebody just bashed it in the face with mace.
Yes, I
So it seems like you might be its friend, but your friends may not be its friends. But that's just where we're at right this second. Alright, cool. And then Julio,
If you keep
Okay, so obviously I hear the noise
you
on the other
hear
side of this wall.
ding, crash,
you probably hear stone coming out of the wall.
Oh yeah, you would hear like crumbling like wall bits, from it like getting come out.
Okay, so I look back and see that the dragon is no longer there.
Yes, you turn around and you go, there was a dragon there.
Yes, and I'm a screeching.
Okay,
Let me have my dragon. Do not attack the dragon. He will try and kill you.
on the other hand, a running dragon, having it run into the wall that came down, that blocking wall that came down would be a good thing, so I'm not going to stop it from running.
Well, I'm screeching it, so it's
I don't know that.
purring as
Okay?
What I'm going to do, the blue light, is that blue light coming from the tapestry or is it overhead that's shining on the tapestry?
The light is kind of this dim blue light, and it appears to be emanating from each of these alcoves.
Okay, but is it overhead or
Overhead.
throughout?
Overhead.
Okay, so overhead lighting.
So you got like overhead lighting, and it looks like the magical light is just kind of emanating from these.
Overhead lighting. And we've got basically so I'm going to go
Improvise something.
It would have been so funny if you're like, I'm gonna go home.
yes, I mean, I see the one tapestry. I imagine there's probably another tapestry over there, even though I can't see it yet.
Right on.
From where I am. But I'm going to go over to that tapestry.
This one?
Yes.
Okay, you go over to this tapestry.
And I'm going to take out my metal sling bullets.
Okay.
Arrange them at the bottom, or a number of them at the bottom of this thing. Because I presume this tapestry goes all the way down to the floor.
It does.
So I place
Stone, 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 stone. Metal stones.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Heat metal.
They begin getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. View the tapestry.
Touching the tapestry.
Touching the tapestry, a little spark happens on the side as it gets a little bit warmer, and you can see sparks and flames starting to come up the tapestry.
And now by the firelight, I'll take a look and see what the other
Right?
what the
You
tapestry
now
across
see
is.
in the firelight across in the other alcove, you see what looks like it has a, you see another mural, or another tapestry, sorry, depicting a woman in a lavender robe, kneeling at an altar, flanked by 6 men wearing black robes, armed with maces. Which
Same woman?
Yeah, same woman. And the cultists look slightly familiar. They are standing at attention, and there's a glint of metal armor seen underneath her robe. Cool.
Well, I will go to that other tapestry.
All right, you go to the other tapestry.
Well, that one's starting to
Burning,
burn.
filling up the area with smoke.
Smoke will rise, and you said
It's
this.
30 feet ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's smoke in the room, though, you know. Yeah.
So basically, bullet, bullet,
Bullet,
bullet.
bullet, 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 bullet. All right, and that's probably about as far as we get.
Okay.
All right, because
Because
then,
after all,
It's-
it'll be another round before I can cast another spell.
yeah, indeed. So now we have this dragon that's looking down the way, and people it doesn't like. Reaction, reaction, and somebody it likes. Who's still petting it, right? On the spot. Oh! Oh! You hit something really good.
God, my. So,
alright.
Soros,
So
find a secret way.
the
or
dragon kind of like leans down on the ground and just kind of like puts its head like near you. Oh, and starts doing the cat purr thing again. All right, cool.
Well, dragon met sword.
You have subdued the dragon momentarily. You, in the other room, Julio, all right, you now see at the head of the room, right, as you're placing these, right, you see a woman who appears at the end of the hallway, kind of almost like out of nowhere, or at least it seems so to you.
This is gonna be bad.
Took you long enough.
Time to play.
Just kept laughing through the wall.
Oh yeah, let's go. Okay.
I don't know,
Imagine weapons.
See you sitting over here trying to make friends with the dragon so I can just
Right.
Run
She's
with
wearing
the dragon.
striped robes of bright yellow, lavender, white, and black, carrying a glowing shield. Clearly the woman depicted in these tapestries. There's a glint of metal armor beneath her robe, and on her belt is a key ring and a mace.
Now you have a good target for heat metal.
Yeah, except that it's probably magic armor, which you're gonna say.
In the name of Leptar, welcome to my holy sanctuary. You have done well, much better than all the other miserable wretches that have tried to assault my fortress. I presume you found their bones after you defeated my orcs. Well, orcs are easy to find, but ready yourself for Elwyn. And she takes her mace and starts rushing towards you. And she could probably get to you and try and hit you and misses. You duck.
I mean, you're short already, so it should
Sword.
So the dragon's laying on the side.
The dragon is on its side, not doing what it's supposed to do.
Yes,
The guard
I'm just
dragon
switching.
has been somehow subdued by ridiculous rolls of dice for another turn.
I'm
My
going
dice
to.
correct
I'm
me.
gonna. No, I'm just gonna walk up to it.
You walk up to the dragon.
and pull out my sword.
Oh,
Dragon?
Lord.
Stab my dragon, I'll stab you.
In the front of the back.
Hang on, hit it in the neck.
Cut his head off.
No!
Cut the head off. Cut the head
I'm
off.
trying to use the dragon to kill him.
I don't know.
Trust this dragon.
Alright,
5.
alright, you take your sword at the neck, right?
Yeah.
Alright, it is kind of prone, but
Yeah.
that's a really low number. So somehow you're about to go and do the thing. Donark gets up in front of you and somehow moves himself and moves the dragon out of the way and you miss. Right? I mean, that's what you would do, right? Well, no, it's my pet. Don't kill my dragon. He don't kill my. I'm sorry. I didn't want to take over.
If you killed Midnight, I would use her claws.
Sorry, name the damn thing.
I mean, it's a black dragon, come on.
Midnight. Don't you attack midnight. All right, cool. So that was your sword hit. You just got that one attack,
Yeah.
right? Okay, cool. So he's in your face. No, right? Blocking it. That doesn't count for your turn.
It's like, no.
That was a reaction. Mars.
It's like,
Did we hear these stuff from the other side of the
You
wall?
hear? Yes, you would definitely hear. You know this from the other room, echoing through the corridor.
yeah, I've got her. so-
Prepare to die.
Great.
You've done more than the others, but now it's time to finish this.
Okay, does it look like if I ran by, does it look like the dragon would be able to get an attack of opportunity?
It's still kind of subdued. It doesn't look like it's really.
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah.
scorching that spot.
So can I,
Donark's in a place where you can get by.
Alright,
We'll say.
I'm gonna
Right.
take, so how far can I actually take?
Where's the count? These is 10. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
That's the farthest I can get?
About there. Yeah. Trying to get past the dragon, not with that. Trying to stay out of everybody's way. There you
Yes, you killed my dragon.
As I run by, well, I hope it enjoys dwarf.
Hope it likes dwarf, Mars says, and roast passion.
Should
Right.
have gone with you.
Already there.
Is that my full turn, or do I
That
get it?
is, no, you can move there and then attack and we'll cast a spell.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Well, best situation for this
Cool.
is going to be magic missile.
All right.
Oh, jeez, that's hard. That is 4 points of damage.
All right, 4 points of damage.
I rolled minimum damage.
An explosion of magical energy shoots through the air at Elwyn and explodes in her face for 4 points of damage. Ah! That's smart. Just wait till I get a hold of you, she says. And then Iron.
I also tiptoed past the dragon.
All right, you somehow tip-tap past the dragon too, okay?
You might actually almost be able to get up to her.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Yep.
Dude,
You're like right up
you're
on
now facing Elwyn.
Elwyn, did you get my letter?
She looks confused at you
Oh my
and raises her
God.
mace above her head.
Elwyn, I sent a messenger with a letter to warn you that people were that the priest and the village were out. I don't know who was after, but anyway, I was warning you, and I wrote it all in the letter in great detail of all the things that were happening.
Traitor. You're all traitors.
No, not me. By the way, I was noticing your fortress, and I gotta tell you, girl, this is amazing. Like, was this your idea? Did you come up with this? Because holy shit,
What's
this
your
is
charisma?
incredible. 17. Can you believe it?
Roll a charisma check.
So I'm here because I was hoping 20.
Oh, that's a critical. That is a critical.
You got a crit, but it was in the wrong direction.
Alright.
I think we are going to see the evil part of the evil overlay.
As you continue to speak, Elwyn's gaze grows more and more dark with hatred for you. You're just the type of person that turned me away from the church. Elwyn says.
And I'm sitting over here scratching a dragon. I know my wife's doing
You
okay.
try so hard to convince her otherwise, but she seems like she's either didn't get the message or.
I mean, probably just the messenger.
She probably killed the messenger.
Right.
Yeah, no, she literal shoot the messenger kind of situation.
She might have just shot the messenger.
Yeah.
The
It was-
Did not
troglodytes,
shoot the deputy.
the troglodytes might have eaten it.
It was an orphan from the village that I paid 500 gold pieces to take a message.
They were like, peace out, I'll see you later.
Yeah, that message never got to me.
Oh, yeah, I'll deliver that message.
Take this message to Elwyn.
Just runs to the next village. It's like, I got 500 gold, I'm good, man.
It never made it to her, probably.
You realize that child probably
You realize it.
lived comfortably for the rest of its life.
Well then, good,
Yep.
mission accomplished.
Right on. Elwyn looks like
At
she's very
best-
upset
At
now.
best, that orphan probably used 50 of the 500 gold to send someone else.
Maybe.
Who then,
Hey, got
who
her.
then used 5 of that
To send somebody else. We spent one to send somebody else.
That's called trickle down economics.
Voodoo.
That's what that is.
So Dunnar, you're painting a dragon.
Yes.
Yes. What did you want to do from there?
Keep petting the dragon, or the dragon will eventually eat you. A chaotic evil dragon who just wants to watch the world burn. It is the epitome of that.
Trust me.
Epitome.
Okay, so I would like to mount it.
All right.
You're going to
Do
mount
you
it.
have animal handling? You might.
I have animal friendship.
Animal friendship.
But it's not an
Okay.
animal. It's a
It's not
monster.
an animal. I was just curious, but that would be similar to like if there's riding.
Yes, yeah.
Right. So you think there's a way to ride this dragon? Okay. Roll a 20-sided.
I'm just staring in horror, like
A
I should
four.
just
A
run
4.
fast.
Okay. You find your way up to mount the dragon. You get up on the top of midnight, and you're kind of holding on, up on the top. And what did you want to whisper something or try and tell midnight
I would
what to
like
do now that
to-
you're up on top of it, mounting the dragon?
I would like to tell Midnight to go down the hall and attack. It might not happen, but I can tell it to go.
All right. You
attack.
try and convince the dragon
To attack something.
to go into the other room. All right. What's your charisma?
My charisma is 17.
Roll a charisma check.
Ouch. E8.
All right. So 8.
Yes.
All right. So you are now on top of the dragon, and the dragon has now kind of like go around the corridor, and is now
Well, wait
in
for
this
its
area.
actual turn so we can see.
All right. Well, that's his turn, right? Kind of.
Yeah, but no, that's the command that the dragon will do on its turn if the dragon agrees to do its thing. 'Cause-
Okay. So we'll leave it here. You're going. Let's go in the other room and kill things.
Right.
That would appeal to the
That's cool.
chaotic evil dragon.
That's cool.
It functions essentially. His command functions
No,
like command would.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. All right, so you whisper in its ear with your. Yes. All right, cool. So from the dragon, right this second, is listening to you. Okay, and it might do something on its turn. All right, and then Julio,
Okay, Elwyn's distracted by,
this conversation with Ira about
so
what a
I would
wonderful house
disengage
she
and head
has.
towards that altar.
All right, you disengage and then head towards the altar. And I'll let you get all the way over to the altar.
Anything obvious about the altar other than it's an altar?
Well, at this particular altar, you would see behind it. Actually, hold on.
Look at me making friends with dragons.
All right, you see another pedestal. On that pedestal, you see a bell made of silver metal, and you can kind of investigate it pretty quickly. Mahogany base. And this one looks like it's made out of platinum. And it has magical runes around it.
Can I read the magical runes?
Roll a 27.
12.
12. Your wisdom is like super high, right?
My wisdom is 18.
All right, 18. You can definitely tell that these are religious runes, and they relate to the being Chardasics. The platinum bell.
Nice.
So,
You would also be able to see into the other two alcoves from where you are, and if you just wanted to glimpse them.
I will glimpse,
quickly,
I'm expecting a couple more tapestries.
You do. You see a tapestry with a woman in a black robe about to descend into a great chasm. Leading her into the chasm is an enormous male humanoid figure covered with short, dark fur. Only his hands and feet are uncovered. He wears no clothing. Dun dun dun. Roll
Religion?
well, yeah, roll a 20.
5.
5. You recognize this as a demon creature named Leptar. That
The
somehow.
one that she just mentioned.
That's the one that she just mentioned. Yeah.
Do I know anything about this Leptar other than the name?
Yes, indeed. I'm making friends with a
Evil
dragon.
possessor and turner of people. Pure evil.
Just to remind you about the last time that one of my players in a different campaign tried to befriend a dragon.
This
It was
isn't
a
gonna go
bard.
well. There's
They
no
rolled
way this goes
initiative.
well.
I'm sorry, it was a bard. They rolled to
Leptar
seduce it.
is some type of
They
chaotic
succeeded.
immortal.
The
who was
dragon
long ago
turned into
defeated
them.
by Chardastes.
What?
So it's
I'm
basically
just
like
trying to
the
ride
main
the dragon
opponent of
into
Chardastes.
victory.
Is
Like, I'm not trying the
It's
dragon.
like an immortal being.
No,
that-
you get it.
that's
I
been
totally
in a-
Okay, so that explains the interest in the bell.
Damn.
I'm presuming therefore the bells have been collected here from various shrines of Cardathis. Obviously he wants to try to destroy them or otherwise we run. And it hasn't managed to do it yet because if it were, at the very least, something bad should have happened in,
I like how there's just a collection of
she
fidget
touched
toys
the-
accumulating
Sure.
on the
Oh,
arcade
right,
machines
right,
I'm
right,
not
right.
playing.
Like the other bells.
So obviously that hasn't happened.
That
Is
hasn't
there anything
happened.
else?
Well, the other alcove,
Yeah.
there's one other alcove that you can kind of peer into.
Yeah,
It looks
didn't
like
realize
it's
that.
Elwyn again, now depicted in a white robe,
That's fine.
about to shoot an arrow from a longbow at a being who appears to be Chardastes. So as if she had been recruited now by Leptar, and now she's in his minions, and now she's fighting Chardastes.
She wants to kill Trias.
Right.
Yeah, I suspect.
And we've got what? Green,
But-
black, white, and yellow robes abound.
And she had a 4-color robe on.
She did. Yes.
And she doesn't seem to be all that disturbed by the tapestry burning, per se.
Not right this second, but that is why she came in here, right? Or that's when she appeared. was after
But it doesn't
the
seem to be
fire.
having any effect other than getting her attention.
True.
That's the observation.
Right.
It's like you burn my thing, I'm going to come find you.
Right. But it wasn't like my power comes from the top.
Yeah.
Right.
That's certainly something I've seen in some of the campaign where like the big bad evil guy got their power from the
We had
various
that like
tapestries.
in that adventure that y'all did not too long ago.
Jackie, I would say this in the nicest way possible. I know that they're easy to find, but stop reading my plan books. Stop reading the book of plans.
You must cease reading Book of Plans. I mean, plans. Wait.
I was
The book of planes? You mean he's
The
trying to be a
plane
Blue
boss.
Walker?
The plane boss. The planes.
He's trying to be a Blue
So,
Walker?
so what does the
With
dragon?
a plane to
What? That is a
things
really
out?
good question. But the first
Oh.
thing,
I was.
well, actually, no, that would make sense for
you.
him to go ahead and do is.
Is that where you
Yeah,
get it?
Okay, so
That's cool.
Well,
do I still have any action other than
Stop
having
it.
Well, you've gone over, you've seen the bell, you kind of observed the alcoves. Yes, you kind of made it all, like, your move action, I think, is over, but did you want something to do something?
Okay, am I right at the bell?
You're right at the bell.
There we go. Can you not to steal my
Dun,
shoe?
dun,
Ring
dun.
the bell.
I know, but I used to ask my brother.
Nah, this one, if any of the bells are trapped, this is the one that we must have trapped. Otherwise,
You don't think
so
that's
I'm not touching it.
Let me reiterate that. Please do not steal my shoe while I'm wearing it. I have had to ask a sibling not to steal my shoe. Please not whilst wearing it.
It's, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, I gotta go home, it's 10 after 10 o'clock.
Oh,
Since
right.
when?
This is like the last combat
Yeah.
thingy.
Alright, what?
This is like the last thing.
Yeah, this is the boss
There's
fight
a
in the castle.
Would you just roll for me and do exactly what I want?
Wait, why was I tired at 8 and I'm not tired now?
Just, you know what I would do,
Can you
right?
hang out for another 20 minutes?
I'm tired, but
I'm gonna call my mom and tell her that we've got like 20-ish minutes.
Just 20 more minutes.
ugh.
I think this
I'm gonna
is,
start
there was always
making
something
terrible
one way or another in the next
decisions,
minute.
because
Yes, and I
called my mother.
Cool. Alright, so
This-
dun dun dun.
Okay, I don't want to touch the thing. I don't see anything here that looks
I turn on my phone.
really
and
different
I
about
call
this
my
altar
mom.
than the others.
Okay.
I was hoping maybe there was something set up on the altar other than the bell, but apparently not.
Right on.
I am just going to go ahead.
Finds the Ricky's, you know what I'm trying to say.
I took it off, it was making me itch.
Piece of wood
I also
in the
had to take
building.
my wedding ring off. It's making me, everything me around.
You allergies.
No, it just does it when I get like stressed out.
Oh.
Like it's done it before, and like whatever medal I had when I was like having a stress thing, it like made me have a, I don't know, it just
I'm
happened.
allergic to seeing, so.
Oh.
Which is
I mean,
why
I'm fairly certain Elwyn is several levels above me. So I don't think any of my mental magics that I have are likely to affect.
well, I mean, she's an elf as well, so that's
This is why I got the dragon.
No, my parents are like, Cindy
So I
plays
am
elves
basically
because
going
Cindy
to
just
go
wants to be
ahead.
ever so slightly cooler for
Is there ever an opportunity to play fairies? Are those opportunities? Are those?
in 5e.
in 5e, yeah,
What's that?
5e.
Fifth edition.
But I mean, there are rules for things like that for second edition. Like
Can you become a fairy if you're a human?
I wish.
All more.
I mean, like,
I'm going to
my
just
fairy
go
character's
ahead
backstory is that
and
she was
prepare
cursed.
for
She used to
future
be human.
combat.
And whose backstory is basically.
Yes.
Homie was a
Right.
rogue.
You cast bless on yourself, and now you got a +1 for saves.
Who
+1
got
defense.
who got falsely accused of stealing
Alright.
from.
Then it's dun dun dun. Midnight's turn. Midnight's not really happy being told what to do, but this also seems like something that sounds like fun. So, dun dun dun. Midnight,
Go into that room
door
and kill.
into this area. Ooh. Actually, I think that's about as far as it really wants to get.
When
Because
did
there's
the
this
dragon
thing
get
that
a
would be a
name?
breath weapon. We're gonna kill things with a dragon.
It instantly
You're gonna
was
use it?
named.
Yep, I think we're gonna use a breath weapon.
It was
This is
attacking
not
us.
cool.
I like how happy I
Straight
was like,
through
oh my god,
everybody
it's
right
dragon.
here.
Does it reach far enough to reach me or not?
No.
Good.
But does it hit her?
It will, and it's like, we would have been much better off killing the dragon
Okay,
than letting it get a breath attack.
so we need
5%.
breath weapon saves from,
Is that a
for
20?
Mars, hold on, which would be a 15 or better.
15
If you got,
or better?
yeah, if you got any agreements of protection or any of that stuff, I would play into that too.
Let's see what I actually have. I have I have a ring of protection +2.
Alright, cool. So 13 or better.
Oh, and I have a.
19.
19,
Yes.
you are the man. Alright, so you take half damage, which is 10 points.
I have a protection. I
Which
have a
one do you have to take
protection
more
from
time
evil.
to? Are you asking her now?
I have a
This
protection
is
from
for
evil.
all guys
Yeah,
or one,
that also
one
plays
segment.
into it. So you get a +1 for your saves.
Okay.
Alright, so you are, your breath weapon base save would be 16 with your plus for the protection
Can't I
would
just
be
send her a picture
15.
of your puppy dog guys?
15 or better.
16.
16.
How about a video?
You take
We're gonna
10
make sure
points of
it's
damage.
Wait a minute! Stop!
I just took
Hey!
10 points.
10 points
This
10
is why
points
you
is
kill
half damage.
dragons.
10 points is half damage. So you take 10 points of acid damage, and then
I have 2
Elwyn
points
also
left,
gets a
just
save,
FYI.
as Elwyn is also hit with the dragon breath weapon and has failed her save.
Yes.
I have 2 points left.
Alright, cool.
20 points of damage.
She screams,
Just occurred.
"Melting light!
No!
Foul creature!" And then you
I don't
see
think the dragon
her
does
take
much.
the mace that she has in her hand and then crack the floor with it. You then see this like energy burst kind of shoot towards the dragon back. Alright, roll, now we get to roll save versus spell.
And is that a 20 or a 10?
Now this is a 22, and then we got a, so Iron, you get to roll
I got a 2.
a 2. Oh, right on. Alright, so you take 10 points of damage.
Well, I'm dead then. Can I
Um,
leave now?
What are you at?
She's at -8.
-8. Alright, so you're bleeding out on the floor. You're not dead yet.
Okay.
-8.
So
Alright,
is this a good stopping
Oh.
point for me?
Mars gets to roll a save versus spell.
16.
16, alright, cool, so you take half, so you take 5.
Sorry, how many points
Alright,
did I
cool,
take?
and then we got, then we have, the dragon gets to take a save, which the dragon has failed to save. And then that's those hit points, and it does, cool.
Yeah,
And
you're
then
gonna
Dunark,
take
you get to make a save. An 8? Alright, so you take 10 points of damage, alright, from the mace blow there.
Okay, so I have 7.
Alright, cool, then it would be Soren's turn.
Hey Jack, my mother says that she doesn't exactly take kindly to you walking home alone at 11:30 at night, so she's gonna drive you.
Around, cool, well, we'll probably be done in like 10 minutes. Alright, Soren.
Well, I'm going to shoot the dragon.
Alright, you come to the side. You go, screw all that.
Actually,
I'm gonna
is
shoot
it
the dragon.
distracted?
It is distracted. It is just like, then it just gave a breath weapon and then it took damage from Elwyn.
Can I backstab?
Go for
So
it.
is Jack
Why?
just
You come and take
inconsistently
your sword
finding
out.
the man who's
Backstab the dragon.
Best thing you can possibly
I
do.
found
Go
it
for
one
it.
time.
Best thing.
9, but this is from behind. Let me check
That's a
armor
+4.
class here. Yep, that's a +4.
No, I had.
Alright, and what's your attack? No, I got it over here too.
What's 16?
Right,
Your
16.
ships are empty, and I'm very sad about that.
Then
Knocking my life.
you hit.
Oh my god.
Wait!
Times 2 damage. You get your roll damage.
Then keep your face out of the way.
6,
6,
7.
7
No,
times
that's
6, 14.
No.
You're over there. Oh my gosh, it's still alive, dude.
Are
Holy
you
crap.
kidding me?
No, I'm not
Quit
kidding at
trying
all.
to kill my
You
dragon.
backstab the dragon. It creeps up. But are you still mounting it?
Yes.
Yes.
Alright, cool. Roll a dex. Ah!
Would that be a 20?
Yeah, yes. And roll
I love
a
the sound effects.
I got a 3.
A 3. Alright, cool. You somehow catch yourself as you tumble off of the dragon as it get thrown in the veils of almost death.
Mars could just move out of the way of the dragon, and I can
Looking at Elwyn, looking at the dragon.
They both look like they are evil.
No. It's like, how wounded do they look? Which one looks more wounded?
Between Elwyn and the dragon?
Yes.
That's really hard to tell. Like, they both look like they're on death's door.
Oh.
Don't attack the dragon. Let me ask the dragon to hit her again.
Dark says, don't kill the dragon!
I am
too
magic missiling the damn
Alright,
dragon.
you magic missile the dragon.
Fuck you.
It takes 5, 6, 7 points of damage.
7 points of damage. The dragon is now down. Alright.
Also,
Bam.
we aren't telling anyone that we ditched them from D&D.
And I am doing this number.
Alright, and you
We're
run around
sure
like, right on.
never-
That's
Never
legit.
telling them
Alright,
about
cool.
this.
Actually, there. I got there the first time. I can get back.
You got there the first time. That's cool. Alright, Ira, you're still on the floor. You're not dead though.
It's like,
right?
dragon died.
I'm like negative 20 or something.
No, you're
You're
like
negative.
-8.
Oh.
Yep. And then Dunark, the love of your life has fallen on the ground, injured by Elwyn
Which one?
and your dragon. obviously. The love of your the dragon is the love of life. Oh, your dragon's like waiting.
Oh, we had shared custody.
Decisions. Dunark's like, do I save the dragon? Or do I save?
I swear to God, you revived that dragon.
Do you save your wife or do you save the
Yeah,
dragon?
magic missile slammed that thing right in his forehead.
Bam.
I would like to cast Cure Light Wounds on
The dragon because it's closest.
All right, you cast Cure Light Wounds
Because I can
on
just
the
reach out and
dragon.
go slap.
All right, and now the dragon is now feeling slightly better.
But to give this some perspective, remember, I'm calling Dunkirk my
Actually,
husband.
you're at negative 9.
Okay. I'm calling him my husband and I'm deeply in love with him.
To be fair, you are.
We've never been married. And he doesn't know why I love him so much. And he does not identify as my husband.
To be fair, you are.
To be fair. To be fair.
So my saving
Julio.
dragon was like.
Can I tell how close she is to death's
Yes, you
I'm-
can.
I'm-
It's fairly
I'm
obvious.
pale.
Yes, it is
Yes,
absolutely
leave it to the other
obvious.
cleric.
If you don't take an action to help her this turn, she will die.
This is why I wish I had the spell, one of the spells I have on my 5e sheet.
I wish
That cleric is a lot better than this cleric.
Well, it's not people.
Well-
And it's like, if you want to look at this strategically, you know that he can try to do a medicine check. You know that if he fails, she's going to die. Or you potentially try to kill the boss, which will probably try to kill her on her turn anyway, or kill possible. Like,
Nah, I mean, she'll still be down no matter what I do, so. I'm gonna assume that it's a smart evil boss, and we'll try to attack one of the ones that can still attack her.
Right.
So,
Instead of going for the merciless.
and it's like, if you saw me, basically, I was nearly dead. It's like, I ran away, you know, with as many wounds as I could possibly take without being dead.
And I'm
I am not
like,
happy about doing this right now, but I am going to go over to her so I can do the kill that.
Alright.
No,
You
I'm
kill
just
her wounds, or
imagining
you wanna use
Jeff's
bandage?
character
You could do
complicated
bandage
that.
and not have to extend mana and
Stalker.
get her back to zero, just by bandaging your wounds. As an option.
If bandaging will get her to zero,
Bandaging gets her to zero and stable, and you don't have to extend mana.
then yeah, that's obviously the choice.
Alright, obviously you're good. Alright, cool. So you go, God, and you bandage Iron on the ground. You are now at 0 hit points and not bleeding out.
Okay.
Alright, cool.
And I'm
Is my
right
drive
by her,
bleeding
bleeding
You're
out.
right by her.
I don't have any option to get
Is my
several
dragon
ways
still
once I'm finished
bleeding?
now.
That's true.
I should be able
I'm
to
gonna
see.
give this kind of a 50-50.
Again, I still just love how concerned Jack is about the dragon, because I can still just see his character contemplating that stalker,
She runs down here.
stalker.
My pet! And she slams Dunark with her mace.
I
Bang!
like how this slowly but surely
I'm
become
dead.
a war over
Well, you're unconscious.
For 8 points.
But you're right back to zero.
Yeah, it's like you're just
Whack!
unconscious.
From Elwyn.
I have -1.
Alright, you are now down on the ground and
Can I
bleeding
have
out.
some assistance, please?
My pet, not your pet. Bad girl.
It's like-
Bad girl.
Alright,
Alright,
I'm
Soren, your turn. Wait, are you on the ground?
No,
No.
You
I'm
backstabbed
not.
something,
Yeah,
you're right here.
So the
I
question
like
is, do you
you-
want to backstab the dragon again, or do you want to backstab Ellie, or stab Ellie?
Right on.
Or you could
That would
bring
just
it back to
Dunark on the
-1
ground.
health.
No, and there is no circumstance where that is the
I'd
best
rather
idea.
take the chance. I'll shoot.
Because he doesn't have magic.
Shoot her. Alright,
I'm
you shoot
still
her.
behind the dragon.
Yes,
right?
you are.
So technically,
So
the dragon doesn't.
roll
know.
a 20 side. Yeah, cool. So you shoot
And
Elwyn
then
with
maybe
an arrow.
because the dragon will be mad.
I mean, the only reason I
14.
bandaged
14's a hit. Yeah. Arrow into Elwyn's throat.
is
Oh.
that
4
It
plus
was
1
either that or
is 5, and I'm never again.
Well,
I'm at
that you
-1.
could, but she just died.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you still got 9 more left to
Well,
go.
you can try to shoot the dragon as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot the
Alright, you
dragon.
shoot the dragon.
I'm
No,
fully
no,
excited.
no.
Alright, cool.
14.
14's a hit. The dragon's
So,
not doing really well either.
If I not
Six.
made a stop.
6. Alright, cool. Dragon's back down. Bleeding out. Alright.
So I just shot both of them.
You're
Yes,
not
indeed.
dead
Alright, cool.
until you hit negative.
Oh,
Alright.
Mars!
Okay, I come up to this corner to see what's going on.
Mars killed the boss. We're not
So
gonna
I
kill the
I see that the dragon's down, that
You
she's
do, you
down.
come around the edge, you see the dragon's down, Dunark's down, Elwyn's down,
I come up to the
Iron's
dragon.
still on the
Everyone's
floor.
just
I
dead.
come up to the dragon, I grab one of my darts, and I start stabbing the dragon until it is a -10.
No! Why? Why would
Stop
you do this?
stabbing my dragon.
Why? The dragon is dead.
Jack, didn't the
In
dragon
pieces.
try to kill
Cut
you?
off the head, drag it to the side of the wall.
Oh, it just tried to kill everyone else.
Oh, shut up. Iron, you come around a little bit. You can kind of look up and see,
This is like bird with that.
see that things are calmer than they were.
And I say, find my magic longsword.
Find my magic longsword. Then
The
you
only
pass
thing
that
I care
down.
about.
No, alright, she says, find my magic longsword.
Weren't there bags where the
Yeah,
dragon?
where the dragon
Yeah.
is.
I leave my longswords in those bags, I say, as I die again.
Nah, well, you're technically at zero.
Oh,
I
I
just
can
wanted
lay,
you to be
I
able
can
to
lay
like
my
say
hands on
something.
myself for 6.
Well, you're technically unconscious.
Oh, I'm not
just-
conscious.
You're like on the twilight of
You can mutter.
Yeah, you can mutter some stuff, you know. So but you're like, find my stuff.
Specifically the longsword.
Alright, cool. And
It's
then,
like, oh my crap, it's-
Dunark,
I'm
you're on the
dying,
ground
go
bleeding
find
out.
my
He's
stuff.
not -2.
alright, -2. Alright, Julio.
Find my shit.
Cause like, me and my friends,
So-
like, when we're like, you could only die a couple times, and she died with like full
Probably
right ear.
possessed
She was, like,
lady is
Go
dead.
find my stuff.
Yes.
You have it.
Dead or just dead?
she is technically like bleeding out still, right? To say. She actually I say that because you from what you hit her with the arrow, yeah, she's still bleeding out.
She should have at least a couple rounds.
Yeah.
If we wanna actually take her back alive, which I would
Can I
recommend,
have trash?
we can at least question.
Give me your
Yeah.
It's like, I was not leaving this.
How bad is-
I am not
how bad is
leaving
she
this dragon alive.
She's like modest.
No, not again.
Okay, so
choice.
she
That's even
is
prouder about it.
someone that we need to tend to, but not immediate.
Right, not immediate.
No one needs immediate tending. I'm gonna head over to the bags.
All right, you go over to the bags. All right,
So what's on the bags?
all right, in the bags. Dun dun dun. You would find,
Elwyn stuff. Not Elwyn stuff,
and these are the ones like near the dragon, right?
Yeah.
All right, cool. You find Iron's stuff.
Yes.
My phone. My
Right.
phone says
You
please
would
charge
also
your phone
find-
until it hits like 5%, and it's just like charge your phone.
All right, cool. And then there's some other stuff. I don't know how y'all divide stuff. We just want to put it straight into.
Well, what stuff is there?
All right,
There
there is
Right.
a wand
Ooh.
in a bag. There is a sword in a bag, and there is a roll-up piece of parchment.
The one
Looks like a clerical scroll.
Okay, I'm wearing my sweater. That's why
Okay.
it's back. Goes into your minute less when I leave here. Something's missing.
One
Something's
scroll.
okay. Maybe it's the
Scroll, wand, and sword.
I don't know why.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Me and Jack left our copy.
protect me not to take it.
I can identify everything later on, so, it's like, I just.
But I mean, I obviously I can take a look at the scroll and see.
Took you
Yeah.
20 minutes to
You
meet
can open
up
up the
with me,
scroll
and
and
it
you
was
can see
another
that it is a
5-ish
clerical
minutes
scroll.
of
It
walking
contains a
along
cure light
since.
wound spell and a solid 50-foot radius spell.
Okay.
I was like, Jack's is already
Yo,
closed. So
dude.
you want to go?
So I'll go ahead and
And then Jack's like, oh.
pocket that.
All right, you pocket that.
That's awesome. Watch out here.
The other stuff that is in the bag that doesn't have Hiram stuff, I will put in party loot.
All right. So the wand goes to party loot, and the sword goes to party loot.
Yep.
Okay.
And,
I'm
Free
gonna
game,
use the sword.
free card, okay, so-
Because
and basically, I'll bring Hiram's bag and stuff
Signs, those-
back to Hiram.
All right, back to Iron. You bring Iron back her stuff.
Yes.
All right.
And then I will, and if I forgot time after doing all that, if not,
It's probably your turn. Kind of like doing the
I
stuff.
mean, the only other thing I would do would be head over to
Yeah,
the dwarf and buy things.
Okay. All right. Cool. So, all right. So we'll put no. You're down 0, like kind of bandaged, so you can get caught.
So I'm just leaning up against.
Yeah, not bleeding out on the floor anymore.
Is everything else over here your stuff?
This sword.
Okay.
Because I think everybody that I was playing is down. So,
I am saying, it's like, it would be good to keep her alive if we can.
I want to.
We gotta open this.
Tie her up.
You can tie her up. Yep.
If,
You might want to gag her as well, so she can't cast something with this.
If
Yeah.
one-
First, I'm gonna gag her and then
Okay.
tie her up.
if I get at least 1 health, I'd like to.
You
scan
gag Elwyn and then you tie her up. Alright, she is now captive.
I'm gonna check to make sure she doesn't have like any weapons.
Alright, you take her mace away and she's wearing armor as well. Actually, that may be stuff that
Make sure you
put in
take
armor.
away her holy symbol as well. That'll
Yep.
limit her ability to do
Alright.
things as well.
So
She-
smash
I
it.
promise you that I'm not doing it on purpose.
So she has plate mail +1. Just to go ahead and throw all that out there because I know it's gonna
That'd be
make
good for you,
it.
probably.
She's got a shield +1,
Have some stuff.
and then she has a mace
So,
+2.
yeah, I'll try to find one of my dice bags and I'll give you that one.
Yeah, but it's, hers is plate near +1, yours is just straight plate mail, so it's actually better.
It's like,
And I know it
you
is getting
see
late, and I
the
said
pictures
3
right
minutes, and
behind,
and then
but I
it's
can
all be
send
over.
you.
That was a
No,
final
it's over
combat.
the
You
bag.
tied and subdued Elwyn. Moving on, you search some more of the
Oh.
area, and you find some
Yeah.
more treasure
I did have
back
that
in one of the
eraser.
other alcoves.
I'm missing.
And where would that be?
I'm
Dun.
not saying this one.
You find a chest.
Saying keep.
No, because I have 2 and I don't know where I got
And
a
I'm just
second
gonna
one, so
tie
this
it,
one
I'm
might
gonna
be
put
yours.
this all together, and then we'll just split it up. Ooh, nice. Okay, cool.
It's been thoroughly
You,
used. And I'm
you,
smiling.
you. All right.
I don't care, as long as I erase this.
Your brave adventure adventurers have completed your task. You take Elwyn back and give her to the
Yeah,
patriarch.
we're also gonna bring back all the bells, I assume.
Alright, you take all the bells back. You are now the patriarch with all the bells.
Can I please scavenge the dragon for like a trophy?
Oh, you,
Yeah, so like
The
for
person-
memories.
okay.
Like maybe take dragon skin for like a cloak.
Memories.
Or the claw.
And Munson's reaction to that was, oh, you're probably never gonna play this character again.
Well, the dragon is a baby black dragon. It wasn't like, it wasn't as powerful as it could have been. We'll say for funsies that you're able to stuff the dragon, but none of the scales or any other parts are really usable as weapons necessarily.
Oh yeah, I'm not looking for weapons, I'm looking for mementos.
That's cool. You got lots of mementos. All right, cool. Everybody want a dragon claw necklace?
Like maybe have
I don't want any
like
minis
the
that
dragon
are-
teeth on the
It's
neck.
crazy.
All right, some people never want to remember the dragon.
Me and Sword go to the bar.
But, no, that's cool.
I'll just turn it into like jewelry and stuff.
Yeah, you can write that down.
Sword,
You can-
traumatized.
You and Sword
Yeah,
headbutt
absolutely,
this
yeah, you
wall.
write that
Yeah,
down.
so you're dwarves, you have dwarves or craftsmen, if that makes sense.
Sure, yeah, go ahead and write it down on your character sheet. So like black
Well, I
dragon
didn't even run
mementos.
around the dragon.
You know, we
My
can kind of
dice
figure
are
that out
already died.
otherwise. So
Also, Jack,
Do I
you're
put it in
gonna
treasure
find
or
some
equipment?
character
put it
sheets.
in, oh yeah, but you can put it in either way. Yeah, it gets technically as equipment. Well, I don't know, either way. Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in a quick.
All right, cool. All right, so everybody was promised 1,000 gold, right?
Yeah.
For bringing back Elwyn alive or dead. As in addition to that, party loot split as far as like the money that you brought back. Everybody gets another 500 gold pieces. And other treasure. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Actually, everybody gets another 1,000 because there was the opals that you found also, and then there was
So
some
we
other
get like
stuff.
2,000.
Yes.
And the bells.
And
So I
the
got
bells.
2030.
All right. Now the bells, I didn't know if we wanted to like negotiate that necessarily. You were offered 2,000.
Yeah, for the main bell.
Right,
I
for the
try
main
to, I
bells.
try to get at least 1,000 for each bell.
The set. What we'll do? 1, 2, 3.
Don't
All right.
put me in
So
that,
let's
remember?
do this. All right. For the bells, all that stuff, all the other party loot, everybody gets 3,000 gold pieces.
So it's be 4,000 total?
All right. It's 4,000 total. All right.
So I have 4,030
don't
gold pieces.
add me into that, because I remember I didn't want to take the bills.
Oh.
Right on. They give you the money anyway. They just tell you it's for something else.
Okay.
So you got 4,000 gold pieces total, right, as far as the money goes. And it could be in gems.
4,000 total?
4,000 total. Okay, my bad. Yep. But then there's also this other party loot, and I don't know exactly what you want to do with it.
The wand is the thing I'm interested
The
in. I'll
wand is a wand of
identify it.
paralyzation.
How many charges
It's
is
got
it?
18 charges.
So I'll take that
All right.
unless somebody
No, you can
else wants
put
it.
it down on your character sheet. All right. Unless somebody else wants it. I don't think.
I think that one, is that one a wizard only
I think
wand?
it
or-
might be a wizard. That's what I'm
I like the +1 plate mail.
All right. Plus, put the +1 plate nail down. All right, so we got somebody who wants a wand, somebody who wants some plate mail. You got the thing that we don't have to talk about. And then anything interesting? Well, I gotta say the shield and the mace aren't really good for the thieves,
Yeah,
yeah.
no.
There's that sword +1.
What's the main
You got a +2 sword. So why don't we do this? Why don't, if you want to trade up, right? We could take the +1 sword, we could
Plus
take
two
your
sword,
+2 sword.
Make a +3 sword.
I'm thinking take another 1,000 gold off and then make it a +3.
That would be good.
Okay, cool. So minus 1,000 gold, we'll minus out that sword, minus out your sword, and just make.
I would
have
be
some.
interested in the magic mace and the magic shield, but
Okay, anybody else want the shield and the
does
mace?
anyone
I
else
would like
want?
this.
Alright, so mace, alright, so, let's, done our shield, our mace +2, is that cool with Julio?
I don't
I
know.
mean,
if-
right now I'm using the sling more than I'm using the mace, so.
I don't know if
And then
the
shield
video
+1?
will let you
Is that
make
good for you?
2.5
Yeah.
characters.
No,
That's
But
because
with
that's for
Belle,
one of my armor.
then I will
Sure.
happily sit
That
down
cool?
with you and make the.
Alright,
And I'd like to sell my regular plate mail, because I can't wear both.
alright, cool,
To
you sell your regular plate mail to Don. And
Or,
now, regular plate mail, oh gosh, maybe like 100 gold pieces.
Okay.
Yeah. Now, if you wanna upgrade, he's probably got some plate mail +2 back there. That would cost
oh, I
you-
could trade out my.
You could give him the plate mail +1 and maybe 1,000 gold, and then he could probably get you some plate mail +2. Dude,
Alright, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go
I
outside.
want to get a spell scroll mirror image. It's a level 2 spell, so it's
Okay.
1,000 gold.
that sounds good. That sounds great. So take off this.
And then I'm going to describe that into my flow.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, you take off 1,000, describe it into your spellbook. Experience points. Everybody gets 2,000 experience points.
2,000.
2,000 experience
I think
points.
that's enough
And
to
Munson-
get me the
Munson
level.
wrote my experience in pen.
Right, but, right, but that's cool. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna take all the character sheets and a little word file. So we can have like neat, cool, awesome stuff with adjusted characters.
So, okay, so you said 2,000, so
2,000.
I'm at 7,500.
Alright, cool. We can, I don't think you're gonna. Well, all done? Yeah, well,
I think I need much, considerably more. I think I need 10,000.
Alright,
Like 3,400.
alright.
Okay.
Yes, Dobby is there if you want to discuss other items.
Finish a little story.
Before we discuss Dobby,
Thanks for sticking around, love you.
because I figured I would
So
take,
my phone just called and my mom doesn't know where Munson's is, so I'm gonna walk down to Genesis.
Okay, I'll be there in a second. Hold on.
Genesis! Genesis! Planet
That's where the
Forbidden!
door puts us up at, so.
It's a place of beginnings.
Can you pass me my bag?
But anyway, first thing I want to do,
You too.
because I figured I would make that part of my share of those 2 opals.
Yeah, my phone died as I was telling her how to
But
get
I
this.
still have gem cutting as
And I don't know if she heard me when I said it's
So I'm
inside.
gonna try to see if I can use that to improve the,
Oh, right on. I actually included the opals in the group treasure that I was giving you.
well, I took off 1,000 gold.
Oh, I got you. So you don't keep them and then cut them. I got you.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, cool.
That
I'm
is,
following you now. That's cool.
yeah.
Sure.
I mean, I didn't take it as separate from the.
No, that's
I had put down 1,000
You're like,
as
oh
gold.
no, I want it.
And put 2,
That makes
the 2
sense.
opals.
Sure.
And see whether or not I can do anything to improve that.
Let's check it out.
Good stuff, Blake.
Yeah, thanks for coming.
Sorry
Jack.
to
That
kill
was
your
cool.
dragon.
Appreciate you playing.
I
And then we can do this first Saturday of the month. When we come back and play, I'll try to update the character sheet if you want to leave with me. Yeah, cool.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
Do you want me to be mine?
Oh, if you want me to, I can.
Well, how much
copy it into
XP
the
did you say you
computer,
had?
and I can give you like a grade thing.
How much XP did you say you had total?
Like 3,400.
No, you have more than that.
Yeah, you got more than that because I upped you to third before.
Right, so third is 2,500, so you should have a minimum of 4,500.
And actually, this is probably gonna be.
I think you gave me 500 more experience than what I needed to level.
Yeah, because I was considering that as part of like what they were doing. They came with you in the dwarf.
Actually,
or the dome.
if you give him the extra 500
Yes.
XP,
Yes.
then he'll hit 4th level.
Okay, cool.
So he'll be at 5,000 flat, and that'll actually put
5,000 flat. That sounds good.
That'll actually let you level.
Perfect. Awesome. I'll do that and then, ooh, and I say that, if you're leveling, take off another 1,000 gold to level. And then you can add another 30 points in here. And then I think I can work out the rest of that. If you want to go ahead and do that. So, yay, gem cutting, sorry.
Let's see if the gem, let's see what I can do with the gem cutting.
All right, cool. What is your proficiency?
Yeah, I need
16.
10,000.
16, okay, go
Because
for
it's
it.
a next base
Right.
skill and the next is 16.
Awesome.
Either that or it's got an adjustment of some other base.
Yeah, Munson, does
It's 16.
describing the mirror image into my spell book consume the spell scroll or?
Oh, it does. Yeah, you put it in the scroll. Yep.
So put another 16 here. 6. Almost got 30.
Value stone, roll process for one is roll, work is exception, brilliant, value the gem. Okay, cool. All right, so first opal, what'd you roll?
Okay, so I roll a d10 or a d.
It looks like we roll a d10.
An 8.
An 8. All right, cool. It's still worth the same amount. Okay.
And on the other one, I roll a 7. So I guess that's also.
7. That's also the same. Yeah.
Okay, so
I guess now you have 4 gems. Well, you wouldn't be cutting them in half.
no.
No, he's just refining.
Right, you're
Yeah.
refining them.
So basically, I refine them so they're prettier, but they're also small.
I got
That's
you.
probably why it balances out.
That makes sense. Right on, cool.
Okay.
Yeah. This says you'd end up rolling, if you roll a 1, then you can increase it. I would increase it by twice as much randomly. So, You made them fine. Now, I don't think you can just like take a 20 on this and just keep on doing it. Nah. Okay, cool.
That would make zero
That would,
sense.
yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. Unless there was a chance that you would destroy it trying, which is also an option too, right? So,
I'm not willing to risk destroying it.
okay. I was just throwing that out there, you know, so like if you roll a 1, then it would double the value. If you roll a 0, you just lose.
Okay.
If you wanted to try and go one more level.
So the obvious things are magic mace, magic plate mail.
Yep.
And I think we mentioned
Right on.
earlier protection ring as well.
Yeah, right on. Sure.
So what does Dobby have and at what prices?
Oh, so ring of protection. I've got a nice like ring of protection +2 here. It'd run like 2,000 gold. I've also got some nice plate mail +2 that would just fit the gnome size. Also 2,000 gold.
Yeah. Let's see. 3,000 gold and 2 levels worth 500 each is enough
Fairness.
is enough to get the plate mail +2, you say?
Yes, plate mail +2.
Okay. And then what's the ring of protection?
+2. It'll help you entirely.
So that helps armor class and
Yes.
saving throws?
Yep, absolutely. So plate mail +2 would be armor class of 1 with the ring of protection +2, or yeah, then that would be armor class of -1 with a shield +1. That would be an armor class of -3. And then do you have a dex?
Yeah.
What's your dex and your
-2.
My God, man! So now you're looking at an armor class of is that -5?
Yeah.
Yep. But you're a hard person to hit. Kevin, did you need anything else from Dobby?
Well, so I've got +2 on
That would be
something.
something you actually, I don't know how much money you got left. 2,000 gold? Alright, oh,
And you've done fairly well on picking out. As I said, I believe I have at 6,900 XP enough to go over 4 levels of player.
okay, cool. So if you're going to 4th level,
I think that's the case.
Yeah, I need another 2,500.
oh, man,
I think it's 6,000 if I remember correctly.
I have to look.
I was thinking like you could probably find some other art that would really help you out. Like, so especially if you're not, if you're, you know, not partially just spending that money. And actually, you can use leather armor, but you can also use like braces. So,
That means disability surprise. What does that mean? Surprise and
oh,
leather armor.
that's like if you're being really, really stealthy, right? But you can also use like your hiding shadows, detect noise. You've also got, this is also kind of like something from just being an elf.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like a bonus like for your surprise ability. So if you want, I'm sure Dobby's got leather +2. He'll give you a bonus on your armor, and he'd sell it to you for 2,000.
Okay, I'll buy it.
Okay, cool. And then that would reduce your armor class to 2.
Okay.
Yeah. Alright. So we were looking up experience for Claire, come here, man, where are you? She said 6,900?
That's how many I have, and I think 6,000 is the total for, if I remember correctly.
Yes, 6,000 is level 4, so you can level up to level 4. And it looks like you would have an increase of 1, 2, 3 more mana. When you do that.
Okay, and I'll let you worry about spells, because I can't really.
Well, I kind of like Thomas kind of like look through and kind of pick something from the list. So,
You want to just
for
yes,
at the beginning when we were doing that. So if you want, I'll let you pick the first level of your choice and the second level of your choice off the resource. That makes sense.
Now, does the spells also include the reverses or not?
Yes.
You see, what I need to do is find something that'll give you another +1 to pixel dice.
Well, cause see, I need.
Ironstone.
Well, once I hit 19 intellect, I can learn all spells. Right now, I'm limited to 18 spells. Maximum number of spell levels is 18. So once I hit 19, then I can basically do all spells, and I get spell immunity to all first level illusion spells. Woo! It's like I know you can do the books, but the books take a while and they're very expensive.
Manuals.
Yeah.
You have
That-
fun when,
yeah.
you know, those Dobby's got something like that. Which I don't want to get too crazy with
And
that.
even if he does, it's probably more expensive than you can.
Yeah,
afford.
it's more money than we could possibly. It's like you're probably looking at what, 10,000 plus minimum.
Well, and there's certain things I'm thinking that Dobby would have because of like where you are with the threshold and for like more intricate magical items, maybe you'll find something like in the house and special on. So, but then that would require trying to do.
Yeah, it's like, and I understand would probably be the thing that I'd be looking at for right now, probably, unless there's a magical item that gives you intellect or something. But again, it's like iron search probably the cheapest of the magic.
I thought the dragon was gonna kill somebody.
It almost did. It
Almost killed 2 people, 3
Yeah,
people.
it almost killed Kira's character, Hiram.
Mm-hmm.
Because Hiram actually went down after the second attack. And then I was left, if I had not made both saves, I would have died. I was up for 2 HP at the end.
Yeah.
2 HP.
Run away. That was the smartest
It's
thing
like,
ever.
kill the dragon, run the fuck away.
Yep. Yep.
I cannot let that dragon move. That dragon has to go down.
Well, see, the problem is, it's like chaos. It's like if it had been another dragon, if it had been any kind of metallic dragon or gem dragon, more than easily to deal with. Gem dragons tend to be neutral. Metallic dragons tend to be good, but black dragons are chaotic evil. And it's like it is not even lawful evil; it is chaotic evil.
It was gonna be
Watch
bad.
the world burn. It's like I knew he stuck it. He told that dragon to run in there. That was gonna happen. Everybody takes a breath weapon. That's why I was hiding behind that wall in the beginning. I didn't want to take the damn breath weapon.
And then he brought the
Unfortunately, I went far enough down, I didn't have to worry about the breath
Yeah.
weapon.
Well, see, yeah.
Although it was not because I was trying to avoid the potential breath weapon, it was, I was hoping to find something that would take care of.
Yeah.
I think we just shoot both of themselves.
It's like because the thing was, it's like had he not tried to befriend the dragon and then we had not delayed that first attacking round, we would have been better off. Because if we all just open up a ranged weapon, assuming both you and me hit and the paladin hit it once, it's probably taking off about half of its HP, even if you're only hitting it once, because you're talking about an average of probably a minimum of 10 damage, which would have probably maybe even like a third of its health, because it didn't have that much health, because it's a baby dragon. It's like sure, in 50 years, 100 years, yeah, it's a big problem. Baby dragon, it's not that bad. It's just one of those things like avoid the breath weapon. That's the big one.
I thought that was really kind of cool when it went down. I'm glad that my dodged there.
You know, that had a high likelihood of somebody dying.
Yeah. It's kind of like lighting against the wall or something like that.
I'm surprised he never got attacked on that whole thing, where he was like just petting the dragon.
Okay, let's see here.
Not until Elwyn was like,
My pet, no, my dragon, not your dragon.
Knocked him out, and then when he woke up, dragon was dead. He probably woke up and saw Tom was just
No!
stabbed.
Oh, I can see that. That'd be great.
No! Midnight! No!
Evil, man.
I mean, that did do a lot of damage to the boss, but
10 damage to the boss, that's not that big a deal.
oh yeah.
And so think about it, it's like, well, no,
No, 20 damage
to the boss, yeah.
The boss didn't say.
But yeah, but think, but think
Now,
about
if
it.
it worked, now if it did the reverse, and it had saved, and you hadn't saved.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I would, had I missed either one of those saves, I would have been down. The only reason I stayed up was because I made those saves. So it's,
Got lucky.
yes.
Let me help you too.
You ordered that.
Yeah.
Got chairs, got stuff.
Oh, Munson here, so you can get that.
Let me do that. And then Kevin, you added in the other 30? Because you're on level 4. Oh, and
Yeah, I
that's
did.
that. All right,
Oh, yeah, you need,
You
you
need
So I
to
changed from
points, too.
45 to 60, and then I changed to 60 to 75.
yeah, there you go.
I forgot about that part. So, Kevin, you want to roll hit points? We'll see. I kind of like this, like, you roll, I roll, and we'll see who gets better.
Two.
You get 4.
So pull up a D8 then.
I think my max was like 8.
No,
That
that's
was like
probably work, 'cause
16,
it's,
and I lost 2.
No, because he ate D8.
Yeah. Oh,
Over there. So,
Because my character
19 or 18?
It's
18
18.
plus 4 is 22. No conflicts. All right, I'm ready. You got your 8?
Yeah, I think.
Like this way.
7.
7, switch it. Unless you got the con.
you're
Con is
actually
12.
really
So
good.
it
Hit
is.
bonus. 7's
Yeah, hide shadows and blue silent. Yeah, you're really good at sneaking around. You
That's what
are
I want.
our scout from now on.
I will be. And I
He
can,
is.
he's detect.
He's a silent guy.
I like playing a sneaky characters.
Sneaky good.
Even in like real life.
And then, Ernest, you on level 4?
Yep.
I think your dagger is going to go down too.
Let me double check.
That's like how easy it is for you to hit other things.
Tacto goes up at level 5.
Priest goes down 2
I-
at level 4.
I
So
think-
your Thacos go down 2.
Yeah, because I want to say mine goes down at 4 as well.
Yeah, Wizard goes down 1 at 4. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because I looked that up earlier.
Tacto.
Yep. And Kevin, yours is his. Oh my gosh, markers. Oh, that's pretty. Here went to town with some markers.
The only damage I took during that whole game was when half of it came from when I just missed my bow shot. It scraped my arm.
Oh man, all of my damage came from the dragon and Elwyn in the same round.
Ow!
And you're just ready to fight, but they just probably just hear a dragon flapping behind you.
Oh man, thank you. Like anywhere back there is good. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Tom. Oh, the pencils, let's kind of put those over like in this box. Pencils over here.
Monty, can I buy a set of dice from you?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, 'cause I always forget about it.
Sure, like, there's a bunch in here. And actually, if you're buying it, like, take a pouch for it too. I got the next one of those.
Oh, we're good.
No, it's your favorite colors, oh my gosh.
And I forgot. I was like, I can cash up you the money.
Oh, you can.
How much is it?
It's just $5. You can just pay me later.
Okay. Now I'm gonna go on and do it now because I know I
I
forgot.
know, well, I mean, it's like when you pay for less next time or something, and you just go, oh, yeah, $5.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
25. How
Yeah, that's straight. That's great. That's awesome, man. Thank you. Thanks for playing. Like, I really enjoy it.
I had a great time.
Makes it a lot more fun. More people.
Okay, if I go ahead and bother getting animal friendship and speak with animal stuff, so I really need to get an animal handler.
It can't hurt.
The thing is, I want to try to get animal training too.
Oh, right on.
I'm only able to add 1 proficiency right now.
Oh, right on.
Oh, now this is something, I don't know if I told anybody this really, but, I'm considering weapon and non-weapon proficiencies.
Well, I'm getting a weapon proficiency as well.
So you actually have 2 proficiency slots, so you could use them both on non-weapon if you wanted to.
Well, I'm using one for the staff sim that I wanted to get.
Oh, right, okay, all right, gotcha. Okay. I just wanted to, yeah, because I looked to see like whether we needed to add another non-weapon or weapon proficiency.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And so, but randomly, I'm considering those interchangeable. So if you hit a weapon proficiency and you're like, I don't need another weapon, like just use it for non-weapon.
Yeah, it was like wizards get so few weapon proficiencies, it doesn't matter anyway.
Right.
It's like, did I get any at level 3?
I didn't check it, but we could.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Because it's been.
I mean, the next time I get an animal, non-weapon proficiency, yeah, animal handling, but.
I used to have these charts memorized back in the day.
I hear you. Yeah. So wizards 1, so level 6 you get another weapon proficiency, and then at level 3 you do get a non-weapon.
Okay, so I get a non-weapon proficiency.
So you get 1 non-weapon, and then see, Kevin, you went level 4.
Yeah.
Alright, so you get another weapon proficiency, and you also get a non-weapon. So you
Yeah.
actually have 2 non-weapon.
Yeah, I'll think about non-weapon proficiencies then. Well, what are they?
Oh, yeah, man. We got the book right here.
Because I have the book at home as well, but it's like, it's somewhere.
Yeah, right. So these are the non-weapon proficiencies. And that's what I'm saying. So like Kevin, if you wanted to spend your slots on this stuff
Well,
instead of weapons.
For a rogue, you're better off. Well, if you don't want to use anything else, then
You can stuff either way.
because you have a
There's your character sheet if you want to write something down.
Yeah.
There's one.
yeah. Well, I have to see what I actually have.
We'll find some index.
These kind of.
Rope use is good for any kind of thing that would handle a rope.
Yeah.
So I have
Rope use is basically if you want to try to be really close to the rope, but takes rope tied, not tied. Does not require, unless you're trying to do something fancy like a lasso.
It's pretty much like any old person can like tie a knot. Unless you're trying to do something like fancy.
Clean the boards. Oh, you work.
Well, you can also learn languages.
Oh yeah, languages, and actually, now languages, it's 1 proficiency to learn how to speak it, it's another proficiency to learn how to write it.
Speaking it would probably be.
That makes more sense, but, there are people in the world who
Like I can.
I can read ancient French, but I can't talk it.
Oh yeah, and don't forget there's specific ones for your class as well. So this is pretty easy. So rogue also gets you can also do ancient history because this is just gen.
Oh, okay.
This is specific.
You could even get ones off of classes that you don't have, but they cost some extra proficiency.
Right.
And so most people don't bother with anything other than their classes in general.
So it depends on what you have. Where are your? Okay, so okay, you